Morning, everyone. I just want to follow up with Tabo. Tabo, did you get a hold of the chairperson?
Good morning, Hassan.
Morning, everyone. I just want to follow
So
up.
I'm sure it will be very difficult to get hold of her.
Tabo,
Except
yeah,
if she
okay, yeah, I experienced the same thing from a chair of chairs, same problem. So I think also given the time, I think we should start because we have quite a long agenda in front of us. All right, morning, honorable members, to our department who's joining us, of course, to our team. Welcome to our full day economic development and agriculture meeting. Unfortunately, we can't get a hold of the chairperson. I've also tried calling her several times since yesterday, and I think that's something we can discuss offline. I'll call you, Chair of Chairs or Mum Pinky. Maybe we should just go and check on her and see if she's fine. But at this rate, like I said, we've quite a long meeting, so I don't want to delay for too long. We also have stakeholders today. So let me turn on my camera so that the stakeholders can see us. And then, of course, honorable members and to our team from the department, when we do speak, let me turn around. When we do speak, I think it's also just important to acknowledge our stakeholders. All right, I'll wait for the list. And before I speak again, Lebo, if you could please just send me the list of our stakeholders so I can acknowledge them properly. But my name is Member Fisia Hassan. At this moment, I'm the acting chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. The chairperson's unable to join us. And I'm joined, of course, by honorable members in the department who are going to be presenting their annual reports, as well as the third quarter performance report. So it's the annual report for the 1920 financial year and the third quarter report for the 2020-2021 financial year. So just to separate the two. Let's go straight then into apologies. Can we get apologies from the team? I don't know if Lebo or Mam Nozi or Mam Vicky have any apologies.
Good morning, members. There's an apology from member Albert. He'll be joining the meeting at 11. Thank you. That's the only apology I have.
Okay, noted. Thank you very much. Let's also note the chairperson as an apology. Yes, Tabo?
I also just received a call from Member Dalton. He'll be joining the meeting at about 9:30.
Understood, that's fine. All right, are there any other apologies before we move on to the next agenda point? All right, I'll take it as there's none. Honorable members, the agenda is flighted in front of you. It's also been emailed. Can I get anyone who wants to adopt the agenda or amend?
Honorable Ngube.
Thank you, Honorable Ngube. Adopts the agenda.
Can I speak first?
Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Honorable Acting Chairperson. The agenda only has presentations from now till lunch and from lunch till that time. So there's nothing in terms of discussions or questions.
You are correct, and there should in fact be discussions under each point. Okay, team, I don't think we have to write it in there, but we'll definitely allow for discussions after each presentation because that is our job and that's why we're here. But thank you for, yeah, that's perfect for bringing that to our attention, Honorable Ngube. Are there, with that said, and adding of the discussions?
On those amendments, then I can agree.
Okay, so Honorable Ngube is adopting.
But I just want to check.
Member Chair.
Are we saying minutes will defer them to our next meeting?
Yeah, because I don't see the minutes on this new agenda. Let me just confirm. But even in the agenda that we were sent, I think we adopted minutes from the previous meeting. So when we do have minutes, it will probably be in the next one. Okay, with that, can I get a seconder for the agenda? Member Chitangano, don't you want to second the agenda?
I just wanted to clear it before that on the minute.
I second, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I think it's Honorable Kosi Malobani who seconded. Thank you, appreciate it. Let's move then straight into the presentation.
No, but I just wanted to clear it first before we go. Are you saying the set of minutes will be discussed in the next meeting because we don't have them?
Exactly, exactly.
Oh, okay.
The Chairperson, I thought you have explained that we did consider the minutes at the previous meeting. So
yeah,
so because we have considered those minutes, we then agreed that we'll then look at this particular agenda items, which is actually the presentations from different from agriculture, as well as the presentation on the plan to address the Auditor General's outcome of the audit.
That's exactly it. Thank you, Member Nkosi Malobane. That's exactly it. We did cover it in the previous meeting, and we have those outcomes. Right, let's move straight into, okay, I see Member Ngube's hand. Honorable Ngube, what is the hand for?
No, Chairperson, I want to say I agree with that. I agree with you when you say we'll consider them in the next meeting, because what Honorable Nkosi Malobane is saying are the things that are captured by those minutes. Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you. Right, with the agenda confirmed and adopted, I now want to welcome the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development to then present their annual report for the 1920 financial year. I assume HOD it will be you, but if you could just before you start presenting, please just introduce yourself, because we do have stakeholders on the call today, so it will be important, as well as you, MEC, introduce yourselves to stakeholders just as we present or just before you present. I'm seeing another two hands. Honorable Nkosi Malobane, go ahead.
No, I raised it by mistake.
Okay, and then Honorable Ngube.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Chairperson. I'm assuming that as they present, they would then table also the responses on the questions that we asked them. Thank you.
Thabo, can I get a follow-up on that one? The questions that we've sent, are they going to then be covered, or what is the arrangement with the department?
Acting Chair, the questions which we had sent, they actually had responded to them. They were shared with members between yesterday, or rather last night, and the day before. As soon as we received them, we had shared them with members. So it's really up to members if they want them to go through the questions. Yes, they can. If not, they can just go straight into the presentations, and further questions can be asked based on on the presentations made. But there is no harm in the departments having to go through the questions, as posed by members. So it's really up to the committee. But those sets of responses were shared with the committee between yesterday, or rather last night, and the day before. As soon as we received them, we had then shared with yourself as members.
Okay, thanks, Thabo. It's my view then, as the acting chair, that the department should in fact share the responses to the questions. But let me quickly hear from honourable members. And the reason why I also say that is because some of the questions we have may well be answered, and we may ask them a second time in the presentation of these reports when in fact they are answered. But I see Honourable Ngube's hand is also up. Let me just get a view from members about how we manage this part. Go ahead. Honourable Ngube?
Yeah, Chairperson, I'm proposing that, because as one of the issues on oversight, so that we are not seen as they just present and and you don't say anything. And you are also saying there are stakeholders that are here that are not having those responses. So we expect that even if we have sent them, the practice is that at the end of the presentation, and then there are questions that we have asked from them, then they present their responses. We can, if some other questions are not fully answered, then we can make follow-ups on them. Thank you.
I'm inclined to agree with Honorable Ncube. I think it's more thorough, but I also think it will save us some time in that we will probably pose very similar questions. Just before, I want to just understand to the department, and because agriculture is first, MEC, HOD, will you be able to, I mean, it's just a matter of flighting the responses that have already been shared with us, but will you guys be able to then give us the responses to those questions?
They present first, Honorable Acting Chairperson.
No, they will. I just want to make sure they're going to, I don't want to have a thing of at the end of the presentation, oh, we didn't know. I just want to make sure there's some confirmation or some acknowledgement of that. I see HOD, you've unmuted.
Good morning, Acting Chairperson, Honorable Acting Chairperson, and good morning to all the members. Good morning to colleagues. We do have the questions. They are, I think, the responses are 54 pages thereabouts. So we will get guidance from the members as to how we deal with them.
Okay, HOD, let's start with the actual presentation of the annual report, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. If it's okay with the Acting Chairperson, I will ask Mr. Gladi Munyane to please deal with the presentations. We've got about 3 presentations. So Gladi will deal with 2 of the presentations, and the acting CFO will deal with the other presentation, if that's okay, Honorable Chairperson.
That's fine. I just ask HOD that you introduce yourself and the 2 people who are going to be speaking, just for our stakeholders.
I'm very sorry. My name is Matilda Gasela. I'm head of department responsible for agriculture and rural development. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Ndate Gladi, if you can please go ahead and start by introducing yourself. Ndate Gladi, you are still muted.
Okay. Thanks. Can you hear me, HOD?
We can hear you, and we can now see the presentation.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, members. Thank you, MEC, HOD, colleagues. In terms of the agenda, the acting chairperson, we were expected to have 2 presentations, which is the annual report and the audit outcomes, and also the remedial actions. So we have combined that presented the 2 points into 1 presentation. Now, as we begin with the presentation, the table of content, it's more about what we know, which is the mandate, the vision, and the mission of the department, the planning process towards developing the annual report, and also submission to the AG, which is part of the reporting, and it will be the summary of the annual performance, which all the questions, as you have indicated, the acting chairperson, the questions on the annual report have been submitted, and also will discuss the audit opinion and also the remedial actions. This is the mandate of the department that we know that we are supposed to adhere to section 24 and also to section 27, which is for both programs, which is environmental affairs and also agriculture and agro-processing. And our mission, we know very well that is to ensure that we economically transform the agri-food value chain, ensure sustainable development for healthy, food secure, integrated, smart and developed urban and rural communities. In terms of this, I'm going to give a very high level to say we had a chairperson the revised framework for planning, monitoring, and evaluation. So when we are developing the strategic plan and the APP, which at the end resulted in us implementing and reporting on quarterly basis, and also we did submit the quarterly reports to the legislature, portfolio committee, and we also presented for the 3 quarters and the last quarter. And then on the annual report, we did this. We are going to do the same today. And then we like to indicate furthermore, Chair, to say we followed in terms of the process all what is required from international requirements that we need to adhere to, and until looking at the what is happening at local, district, and municipalities in terms of. And then in terms of reporting, Chair, the last bullet, I think that's what is important, that after we have developed the annual financial statements, which includes also the performance and other sections of the annual report, we did submit and table to the legislature on the 30th of October 2020. So this is the report that we are going to present. In terms of the performance, Chair, we had 92 indicators, and of those, 67 of them were achieved and 33 were not achieved. Of this 33%, 8 of them are from administration, 18 from agriculture and rural development, which is program 2, and 4 is from environment. As we have indicated, this non-achievements are part of the questions that were posed and we submitted as written responses. As part of the overall, Chair, the last point, the overall opinion from the auditors, we have 3 programs, which is administration, agriculture, and environment. The auditors, they chose only program 2 to evaluate because they believe that program 3 doesn't have a lot of risks, and we have been getting clean audit for a number of years. So the main problem, it was program 2, which we know all of us that we had wrong ID numbers, ghost farmers, and all those things were resolved. And as you can see, we got an unqualified, a clean audit, and then on this particular program. Now, this is the audit opinion from the auditors in terms of audited predetermined objectives. The overall opinion is a clean audit, and then financial matters, we have also cleaned on this one, Chair, looking at what has been happening for the past years, and then we have a clean audit, and we are only found wanting on compliance with law and regulations. That's where we got an unqualified opinion. And if it was not this, Chair, the department could have got a clean audit after the past 3 years. So what was identified as a finding in the management report, it was lack of consequence management, as irregular expenditures relating to the prior year was not investigated as required by the PFMA. And this was a repeating findings, which these repeating findings, which we believe it will be monitored by AG and will also ensure that we close it. Now, just background check to say how far we are as a department in terms of clearing this. These were part of the investigations that were centralized and submitted to the Premier's office for further investigations. And then later we received the findings, and then the department, because mainly it was more about the way we couldn't do well in terms of adjudicating our tenders. And then the only issues there was that most of us didn't have required skills. And what the department did, they took all managers which are responsible for the bid evaluation committee, the bid adjudication committee, and bid specification committee to training by national, so that we are trying to avoid those mistakes that led to irregular expenditure. But this irregular expenditure doesn't mean that the department forfeited money from this occurrence. Is because the department, due to these mistakes, no financial losses were experienced by the department. And furthermore, I could say the department has appointed a council, and then which is working with department, and we are in the process of finalizing and closing this particular audit. If in the next audit, as we have met yesterday with the auditors, that we are going to be evaluated on program 2, if this is closed, then there's highly possibility, Chair, that for the first time after 3 years, we'll be having a clean audit as a department, and that's what we are committing and fighting for. Thank you, Chair. The next one is the remedial actions. As you can see, Chair, we had close to 17 findings in 2019-20, and of 17 findings, Chair, we can safely say 11 of them. These findings, we received them last year in October. By now, we have closed 11 of these findings, and we are left with 6. So 65 of them have been implemented and closed, and then we have portfolio of evidence to prove that, and then 6 of them, which is 35%, it's still work in progress. Now, these are the findings, Chair, that have been resolved and closed. A non-compliance with broad-based BEE reporting requirements. We were expected, Chair, to ensure that we provide a report we did have a report, but it was not included in the annual report. To say we need to include the report on BEE compliance, and we did, because we had the report, it was included even before we tabled the annual report. Ineffective antivirus and patch management processes, limitations of scope for user access forms, lack of reviewing termination of users on information system, this is part of IT, limitation scope on review of user access rights and monitoring admin activities. Accruals were incorrectly classified, and they were classified correctly before we submitted the financial statements. Data's age analysis and reconciliations did not agree to the balance of the AFS that was resolved. Movable asset not verified. This is a broad term, Chair. It was some of them were not verified. And then after we went through with, we managed to verify all of them, and it was resolved. Number of agricultural infrastructure misstatement. This was in terms of the numbers to say how many were infrastructure established and how many were not, and this was corrected in the annual report. Applicants' application forms that were misplaced were also retrieved, and this was closed. Lack of review of ITS strategic plan, and this was also a reviewed, signed off, and it was closed. And on those that are left, Chair, it's only from from our, it's 5 of them are from IT, and 1 is the one that we spoke about on irregular expenditure. From IT, it was lack of ownership of IT governance framework, which we are busy with it, lack of review of IT project management framework, the inadequate skills gap analysis, the lack of reviewing of information security policies, procedures, and inadequate passwords. Chair, in a nutshell, I could say we are doing very well compared to other years. To say by now from October, we are only left with 6 findings that we are supposed to close and ensure that by the time AG is on board, then all of them will have been closed. So those were the remedial, these are the remedial actions and the costs, Chair. I don't know if I have to go through them, but in actual fact, the first one, Chair, like I've indicated, it was on irregular expenditures. I spoke about this. I'll go to progress, where we are saying all irregular expenditures incurred in 2018-19 and 2019-20 financial year was submitted to the Office of the Premier for Forensic Services for investigation. Appropriate consequence management will be implemented based on the recommendation emanating from that. And again, as part of the recommendations before it was sent to the Premier's office, we have trained our SMS in terms of how they need to adjudicate the tenders. And then in terms of IT, lack of ownership of IT governance framework, the progress to date is that management is making follow-up in ensuring that we approved the review of ICT governance, DPSA ICT framework, and we have a date which is the 31st of March, and also the responsible. And then on the lack of review of IT project management framework, progress to date, the ICT directory will follow up on the departmental approach to project management and be able to close this one. Now, on an inadequate skills gap, appointment of integrative training representative was done. The ICT integrative training plan for 2020, 2020, 21, 22 was submitted to HRD, which is Human Resource Development, for approval and implementation. Attendance of integrative training plan for the current financial year is updated on monthly basis. And then the other one on lack of review of information on security policies, procedures, progress to date, the auto run setting will be defined in the updated policy. Already we have an updated policy, and ours is just to ensure that we define the auto run setting for our IT, and the deadline is the 31st of. And then the last one, inadequate password configuration. Police progress to date, policies will be updated. Policy will be updated to be in line with number of login attempts. So these are easy things that we'll be able to close check by the end of March 2021. And then we hope that by the time the audit starts or is completed for 2020-2021, we'll have closed these 6 findings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Monyane. You said, and I think you're correct, you've covered those 3 things in your one presentation. Is there anything else part of the presentation HOD or MEC would like to add first? Can I check that I'm audible?
Yes, you are, Honorable Chairperson. The MEC is connected, so I thought the MEC would go first. Thank you.
MEC Tao, are you still on the line?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. My name is Pax Tao, MEC for Economic Development, Agriculture and Rural Development. I think it's fine, Honorable Chair. The HOD and colleagues can proceed with the response.
Thank you, MEC. HOD, you said you wanted to add something?
No. I'm not adding anything, Honorable Chairperson. I'm fine with the presentations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just before we take the discussions, I just want to, and let me turn on my camera for this. I just want to inform the committee. As I mentioned earlier, we were following up on the chairperson because we're all a little bit worried because we have not been able to get a hold of her for the last day and a half. And I've just been informed by the speaker that unfortunately the chairperson has been admitted to hospital. I'm still getting the exact details. But I wanted to inform the portfolio committee, the departments, etc., to please keep the in your prayers. And once we have more specific details, we can also alert colleagues and comrades on this call so that we can see how we play a supporting role. But I just wanted to inform everyone of where we are at the moment. Okay, so I'm seeing here. Well, we have to first engage that report. Unless, well, I don't think it's a good idea to not engage it at this moment. Oh, sorry, I've turned off my camera. Okay, can you see me now? Let me now note hands from honourable members who seek to engage in the report, and then we'll take it forward from there. I see Honourable Ngube's hand first. I see Honourable Ghana second. Is there anyone else that I can note in this round? All right, go ahead, Honourable Ngube.
Thank you, Honourable Acting Chairperson, and thank you for our presentation. I would only have this to say that we will hold you in your commitment that those that are outstanding and they have been repeatedly raised, you are working on them and you've promised that you are dealing with them. And the other one is on the irregular expenditure, which you say you submitted to the Honorable Premier, and you have given us the 31st of March, I think, in terms of maybe getting feedback from the Honorable Premier. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Ngube. Can we get Honourable Ghana?
Thanks very much, Chair. So when I received the presentation of the department, and I was like, no, other than talking about the Auditor General, anyone who was watching or who was listening to the department can be left wondering what was the department doing for the whole year. Because nothing in terms of the general way of tabling an annual report, considering that we do have stakeholders. I don't think the stakeholders themselves, they know what the department has done in the previous year. And there are obviously issues if one looks at the big document itself, that the areas of non-performance, which I think it's more helpful for the department when it comes to the committee to highlight some of the reasons why certain targets were not achieved. Chair. So I've gone through the report itself, and obviously there are things that some of the reasons that are being given leaves one with so many questions. Like for instance, I'll just give some few examples to just illustrate my point, because I think the department's report today just focused on the Auditor General and did not focus on the performance either of the real indicators or the financial performance of the department. So we have a situation of I think it's Program 2, Agriculture and Rural Development. It might be, yeah, Program 2 or Program 1. Or it might be 2, yeah. So it says the number of hectares of agricultural land rehabilitated. So the target is 2,800. And then we say we achieved 2,459. Now, the reason we did not achieve the other 340, it's given as the non-responsive of the tender bids. So one is left wondering. So if there was no response to the tender bids, how did we get to be able to do the other 2,400 hectares? Were the other 2,400 not part of the tender, or the tender only affects the 340 not achieved? And these are the things that if you go through the actual document, Chair, you start realizing that there are some reasons, and the department has found a scapegoat, and we raised this in the last term. So the department finds it easy to hide behind this tender unresponsiveness. So anything that's not achieved, well, even if it's training, even if it's training, the reason training didn't take place, even though there's been some people trained, but the reason the target has not been achieved, it says no, delays in procurement, non-responsiveness of the bids. So it's like you are asked to do 100 things, then you do 82 of them. Then you say the reason I couldn't do 18 is because that there was no responsiveness of the bids. Now the question is, how did you do the other 82? If there was no responsiveness or there was procurement delays, how was the department able to do achieve some of the some of the things that they were supposed to do? There's one that I saw, man, that I need to understand it. Sometimes English can hit me, man. So performance indicator 2.19, Chair. 2.19. So it says the number of laboratory tests performed according to prescribed standards. We had aimed for 60,000. We got 50,000. We all know that the lockdown was introduced on the 25th of March, somewhere around there, 25th of March, which is 5 days before the end of the term, before the end of the financial year. 5 days, Chair, 5 days. But then the department says, no, because of the lockdown, we couldn't do this thing. We couldn't achieve. So if there was no lockdown for 5 days, in 5 days, we will have done 9,000 tests. But because there was a lockdown, and you and I, Chair, know that agriculture was not impacted by lockdown. Agriculture was operating, as far as I know, unless if Gauteng agriculture was not functioning. The last one that maybe the department can offer clarity on, Chair, it's on I think one of the conditional grants. I think it's CASP. CASP. I just need to get to it. Probably CASP. The rest I'll leave it to you, Chair.
Thank you. Oh, sorry.
It's one. I said it's the last one. I was just paging. Remember, they didn't present anything. They didn't say anything about their performance. The department. They said nothing. So we get 92 million. We spend 68 million of that. Then 14 million is not spent. So this is the reason. According to the department, it says 14,600,000 could not be spent because service providers not finishing work on time due to environmental factors. What are these environmental factors? Are they internal? Are they political? Are they social? Are they technological? If they are technological, what are the nature of them? If they are political, is there interference? If it's social, were people striking in those in those projects or what? Because this is, you know, like when we say the long hanging fruits in terms of the funds that you get, these are the low hanging fruits that we should, before the beginning of the year, before the financial year starts, we should know to say, this is, because we know before the year starts how much we are likely to get. These are the projects that we want to do for the next 12 months. But then the department says, no, we couldn't spend 14 million because of environmental factors. I'm not so sure whether the HOD Gasela can confirm whether it was the issue of the soil quality or the grass that the animals had to eat were of a low quality, or the manure was not working. What are these environmental factors that the department is telling us about? And all these things, Chair, what I'm trying to point out, Chair, so that the department came here to say they are presenting the annual report, and they said nothing. They just said, no, we achieved 67%. The other 33 we did not achieve. The Auditor General said these are the issues. And then there are issues that are, like Member Ngube was asking, issues from 2018, 2019 of people who were engaged in irregular expenditures 2 years later. It's not like the HOD and the senior management that don't know who these people are. They know who the people are. But what are the internal, without waiting for the premier or whoever is investigating external, internally within the department itself, as a leader, HOD, what have you done as part of correcting this particular action to say, all right, whilst waiting for that other intervention, this is what I've done. And these are the things that I say, I think sometimes when you come to this committee, you need to present exactly what has happened in the department. And today it did not. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ghana. Can we, I see Honorable Makubela's hand is up. Yeah, go ahead.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. In the 1300s in Britain, there arose this thing which was started by the then King Henry, called witch hunting. And that witch hunt involved even the banning of people who were just sworn enemies to the kingdom and to the throne. They would be accused of being witches and wizards. They would be burned alive and killed for nothing. And they would be owls then were in danger because they were perceived to be tools that witches used. And I think that some of the comments that are made about the performance of the department is nothing but witch hunting. It's no different from the gossip and corridor talk that we were subjected to yesterday during the debate of the State of the Province address. It besmirks on why we were elected. And all of us have a duty, regardless of our political standing, to contribute robustly to the betterment of the lives of the people of our. And I'm saying this, Chairperson, because what we have to do as honorable members is not to apply voodoo science or voodoo mathematical analysis. We must apply proper scientific analysis and proper mathematical analysis using scientific tools, time-tested scientific tools, such as trend analysis on the performance of the department. If you look at the report of the department for the 2018-2019 financial year, and you look at the performance on the performance of the department for the 2019-2020 financial year, you can see, if you are not applying, of course, Chair, if you are not applying voodoo analysis, you can see that there is improvement. If you are not wearing the lenses of cynicism that want to underplay COVID-19, when the very same people who want to underplay COVID-19 were hiding underneath their mattresses and have done nothing tangible to try to assist people who were in dire need. That they want to say there was no COVID-19 and it did not disrupt the work of all the sectors. It's so unscientific and speaks of how we need to be careful of confusing opposition politics with cynicism. We need to be able to move from that. I saw in other matured democracies where this confusion is not there, where you would see that the Democrats and Republicans vote on the same bills, on the same issues, because these are the issues that represent them. But here you find witch hunting. When the department sets a target of 2058 and achieves 2000, that is not Madoda score. Huh? That is an achievement. That is better than what they would have presented to us as a report in the 2018-2019 financial year. Let me tell you a story, and this is what angers some sections in the body politics of the legislature. If the department went ahead and even appointed people using unlegislated methods to give tenders when service providers were unresponsive, today people will be jumping up and down, calling for the head of the premier, calling for the head of the HOD and whoever would have been an MEC. The department says we are sticking to the law. We are walking the tightrope of what is prescribed by the law. We advertise within a particular legislated framework. And when people are not responsive, what must we do? It was the very same committee, Chairperson, that even said that we have to find a way that we deal with this issue of tender unresponsiveness. What is it that informs it? But if the department comes to us and would have said that it is irregular expenditure because MFMA regulates that we should do this and that, and we did not do it, but however we appointed the tender and somebody did the work, it would have been irregular expenditure. And that would be on the head of whoever would have been in charge. So they come to the committee and said, no, you passed the laws, you are legislators, look into these laws and all this sort of thing. Instead of us saying, how do we look at this particular laws? There's another albatross, Chair, that hangs on and I feel sorry that, it's so easy for us honorable members to just speak and apply this voodoo scientific analysis. And we are not there when we do this sort of, when officials who are the implementers of all these things are there, and they are the ones who must account when things are done or when things are not done. So I'm saying that there is an improvement on that, and we need to find a way. There's a new administrator, and I believe that they would have to sit down that, okay, agriculture is not like DID, where there's bricks and mortar and all sorts of things, where people come rushing and apply. How do we make our adverts, tender adverts, lucrative? Or must we look at ensuring that now we begin to build internal capacity? My party advocates, the African National Congress, it advocates for the state to start building internal capacity so that we don't rely on the release of tenders. or we don't rely on people responding to tenders. I had somebody calling people tenderpreneurs. I differ very harshly, and with those who coined it, including those who are in our alliance, because we call African black business people tenderpreneurs. Where must they participate, these people? Because the private sector is a special preserve for white males. But let's leave those politics. That you have 50,000 lab tests. I don't know how to explain this. 50,000 lab tests. You have done more than what the SAPS does when they go and somebody has been raped, or they have to do DNA tests. Go and check the turnaround time and the amount of tests that the SAPS does just to do lab tests on DNA samples and so forth. Somebody comes and says, no, doing 50,000 lab tests is not enough. I don't know. I don't know what is happening to our thinking, or whether we have become so much accustomed to the cynicism of the day that we even fail to applaud that which those we perceive as our detractors do. And I think that we need to actually applaud the significant, remarkable improvement by EDEARD under MEC Morakane, now under MEC Tau, and under HOD Gasela and her team. We need to be able to applaud their work. They are doing extremely very well. 50,000, you can go and ask any scientist. I'm not sure if ever that chief whip who's in Cape Town doesn't have a metric, can be able to extrapolate what it means to do 50,000 lab tests, not voodoo science. 50,000 lab tests. Go and ask any credible scientist, including Voter Basson, what it entails to perform 50,000 lab tests. Then you will realize that the department has not only outdone itself, but it has passed the litmus test of exceeding its own expectations. And when they say to us, the question we should be asking, when they say to us that they could not proceed because of other environmental factors, then it's an opportunity to us who are politicians. I don't know what some of you studied. I'm a scientist myself. I don't know what some of you studied. I'm a scientist myself. So the question we should be asking, so that it then presents an opportunity to be schooled in that which we do not understand. We must ask, what are these environmental factors that inhibited you from then being able to perform your work? That is another thing. The department says we've spent 92 million. Out of the 92 million allocated, we spent 68 million. I think, MEC Chair, we might need to assist with how to calculate a percentage. I was taught how to calculate a percentage. I think it was in standard 4. Yeah, grade 5. I was taught how to calculate a percentage. That the department says out of 92 million, we spend 68 million. Then we call it an embarrassment, the total failure. No, it's not. Yes, we must combat the demon of underspending, but yet we must never allow ourselves to be guided by the lenses of cynicism, the dark lenses of cynicism. They must not inform our thinking, those dark lenses of cynicism. I think you have done well. I think given the circumstances, you are faced with what you call environmental factors. And I think Ms. HOD, please kindly explain those environmental factors. I would also like to learn and present myself as a scholar of agriculture. I did not study agriculture, I would like to learn so that next time I don't throw stones at the department without proper thinking, without a proper understanding of what it means and what entails this scientific way. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Makubela. I see Honorable Chitangano's hand is also up. Just before I note him, this is going to be, is there anyone else who I need to note from honorable members? Because I also am mindful of time. I'm seeing Honorable Ghana's hand is up. Let me just caution everyone. I don't want it to become a back and a forth, right? We do disagree, but I don't want to create a back and a forth between members. But regardless, I'll note you. And I don't know if Member Makubela's hand is up from before. I'll assume it is. Okay.
Sorry, I will lie it. I was praying for voodoo scientific analysis. Sorry, when I read it.
Indeed, indeed. All right, Honorable Chitangano, go ahead.
I thought maybe after the presentation, then the department will go straight to the issue of answering the questions which we have sent to them, so that we do not really repeat those questions now, and afterwards we'll want them again to respond formally, because now this thing now which we are actually doing, what Member Ghana and Makubele are currently doing, of engaging and asking questions which I'm really certain that some of those questions have been really submitted to the department. I thought maybe they will go and answer those, and then if there is any other which we feel that they have not really answered, is then that we can put forth. And also just to put something really, I do not think, Member Makubele, I don't think your tone is really helpful. Really, I mean, all of us are members of this committee, and if Member Ghana feels otherwise,
just on a point of order.
Yeah,
no, which point of order?
Honorable Makubele, let's do your point of order.
I'm not here on the ticket of the EFF. I'm here on the ticket of the ANC. I am not going to be told by Chitangam how I must raise my points. He's not going to tell me that. He can tell his members. He can raise his views however way he wants. I will not care how he raises them. But he must respect.
Well, hold on. I'm going to mute everybody so I can manage the situation. All right. Honorable Makubele, I think you're making a fair point, but I think in any committee meeting, we will have disagreements. How we speak with each other is always very important. And the second thing, there's a reason why there's a chairperson. Let's avoid directly attacking members in the meeting. Obviously, we always speak through the chairperson. We raise our views, even if they're dissenting views, but we raise them through the chair, so that we avoid this thing of Honorable Mang Mang said this, etc. So Honorable Chitangano, you can continue, but please do keep that in mind that you're going to speak through the chairperson, not directly to members, just so we can manage the decorum of this meeting. But of course, dissenting views are welcomed, and that's how this process works. Go ahead, you can finish your point.
Chair, we are not here as chair ladies and chair boys. We are here in our own right to hold the department accountable. And they will do it anyhow we feel the department ought to be held accountable. That is, I do not want to enter into that particular space. I do not want to enter into that particular space because we'll be setting a very bad precedent that every time one will be having this kind of committee meetings, it will be fight amongst us, which I haven't seen it before in other committees, which I haven't seen it before, even in this particular committee. We ought to respect one another. We ought if I have a different view, let it be. But to come and start insulting people in terms of saying the voodoo magic and all those things, I do not
Honorable
think
Chitangano, I ruled on this
it's
matter.
supposed to happen.
Let's hear
And
your
you are
substantive
also
point about the
equally
department.
capable of
Honorable
insulting,
Chitangano,
but you don't want to do so.
Honorable Chitangano, we spoke about this. We've agreed. Please register your substantive point on the presentation. We agree on how.
Yes, my chair is that I thought we were gonna get responses from the department in relation to the questions which were sent to them, like you have indicated when we started. And then after that, if there are any other issues which have not as yet been addressed, then we can raise them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chitangano. Just before I give Member Ghana, let me just clarify what we're going to be doing with the questions. So I've looked
can I be noted as well?
Honorable Makubela, hold on a moment. I'm dealing with one thing at a time, right? So in terms of the questions, it is being noted. What we are going to suggest is that we finish the presentations as per the agenda, and then before lunch, given how our time goes, then we get the presentation on the actual questions. But for now, members, it is in your email addresses, and you can go through it in the background for now. But we are going to be receiving the answers to those questions, but we felt that it would be better if we do it after the presentations, which have already been on the agenda that we adopted. Now, I just wanted to respond to that. I had noted, I see other hands. I had noted Honorable Ghana, Honorable Chitangano has spoken. I see Honorable Ngube and Honorable Makubela. I assume that's a new hand. So colleagues, let's just go back. We are engaging on the annual report that's been presented by the department, as well as the AG findings. If those are not the things you're going to engage in, you can engage with me about the questions, but I would rather we first finish the annual report and the AG's report, and then we can talk about the questions. I just want to separate it so we don't get confused on issues. With that being said, Honorable Ghana, your hand's been up. Go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. Is it? I think on the question on the matter of questions, not on the question of questions, on the matter of questions. So we have the responses. If it is our interest to have someone read them to us, it's obvious that if people prefer that, it will be something. But we have the responses in front of us. I think when the department does come and present, and we need to ask questions and not necessarily rely on the ones that we had sent before, and they must respond to them, to the questions. Those other ones, we'll deal with them. We have them in the inbox. We can do that. There was one question that I had forgotten to ask now, and it relates to the agricultural exports. I want to check with the department, because I've looked through the performance indicators, and it seems like it's kind of either missing or included somewhere under a sub indicator. I wanted to check whether the matter of agricultural exports, is it something that the department handles itself, or it's then handled by GGDA? Because when I go through the report, it seems not to be there, and I'm kind of interested in that aspect, because if we are producing a lot of agricultural produce, and we are exporting it outside, then it assists in terms of job creation. The other politics, Chair, I'm not that person. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Member Ghana. I've noted Honorable Ngube and then Honorable Makubela.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I think what you have ruled, I want to understand it correctly, that the department presents the annual report. The annual report has findings of the AG, isn't it? So it presents its financial annual report, and then present AG's report. There are questions that we have raised. Some were raised by our researchers, some were added. These meetings are public meetings, are not just for the committee. So, and the perception outside is that departments present and we sleep. So for whoever that is listening, let that person listen, hear that members did ask questions that, and this is how the department is responding. Then, if after they would have read those answers to us, if there are questions that they have not subsequently sufficiently responded, then we add. But to say they must remain in our books, there are stakeholders, there's public that is listening to us, is watching us. The principle is that these meetings are not just for the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ngube. Honorable Makubela.
Hello, Chair.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, there's also cockeyed mathematics that was applied on the, and I'm saying this so that we deal with it proper, on the number of hectares that have been rehabilitated. I think, can we ask that maybe community researchers or whoever sends the same documents to all of us? Because, and that's why maybe I'm enraged as I am, because I realize that people decided they were given wrong documents, and I think you need to be able to assist. When a person says something that the document says differently, please intervene. A number of factors. Somebody spoke about I forget.
Just speak to the issue, man, and if you have an issue with what I raised, point it as such, and then I'll point to the page number.
I'm not your child, and you don't speak to me like that. Don't call my surname like you are in a toilet. Must never do that. And don't
colleagues.
Don't call my surname. Don't call my surname like you are in a toilet.
Take a moment. And there's a particular way we're going to run this meeting. We're going to respect each other and we're going to engage. We can have dissenting views, like I said. We can have differing ideas. That's not a problem. But what we're not going to do is interrupt members while they're still on platform and while they're making points. If we disagree, make a note of it. When I note you in the next round, you can make that disagreement quite clear. But we're not going to attack members directly. We're not going to make it personal. We're going to keep it about the issue. And we're going to keep it as to why we're here. There are stakeholders here, and we also need to show that we are respectful of each other and respectful of the job that we have to do. Honorable Makubela, please complete your point. Also be mindful of time. Hear back from the department.
My point is simple, Chair. Thank you very much for protecting me. My point is simple. Let us not try to flagellate ourselves and play to the gallery, giving wrong things. Let's stick to what the documents all of us have been given. Where there are criticisms to be made, let's make them. Where there are compliments to be passed, let's pass them. Where there are shortcomings of the department, let's raise the issues. But let's not try to behave like that propagandist of Hitler who believes that saying a lie many times turns it into the truth. I'm saying was subjected. I'm cautioning that we might be reading from two different documents, and maybe committee researchers need to look into that, because we are told something else about the number of hectares that are rehabilitated, and the department says something else. And if we continue to listen to that, we might even be tempted to believe what certain people are saying over what the department has presented to us. And as a chair, you have a duty to say, no. It's not like that. This is what the report says. Let's confine ourselves to the report, just like we should have confined ourselves to the State of the Province address. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Makwela. Two things. I'm going to respond to Honorable Ngube and just be a little bit more clear about what I was suggesting. That we receive the different presentations from the Department of Agriculture as per the agenda. And then before we take lunch, we get the responses on the questions. Now, remember the questions we forwarded are in fact on the Q2 report of the 2021 financial year. So those are for the previous quarter. We're right now going to be engaging with annual report, Q3, and the AG findings. So the questions that you're asking now of the presentations are in fact going to be a little bit nuanced and a little bit more different to what is written on paper. So just to clarify that, I have one or two very quick points to ask of the department. The first is actually under the targets that weren't achieved, particularly on the AG findings. A number of them fall under ICT. I think it's about 3 or 4 of them. And what that also tells us, as much as they're different issues, that there's clearly some sort of a problem with the ICT in the department. So if you look at it, it's different things about the governance, it's different things about the security, etc. So I want to highlight that on record, but also highlight the fact that there's a specific intervention that's clearly needed in ICT. And the second thing is about the other thing that wasn't achieved there, about the irregular expenditure. I know it's been put forward to the Office of the Premier, but are there any mechanisms from the department to help fast track that process or to put a bit of pressure, etc.? Because we understand that the Office of the Premier, I also sit in that portfolio committee, have quite a few sort of matters to get through, especially in the forensic unit there. So are there any other mitigating factors that the department can put in place to speed up that process? And that's that for now. Let's hear very quickly back from HOD and the MEC, and then we're not going to leave anyone behind or leave anything behind, but I just do want to continue with this meeting so that we can trudge on along. MEC or HOD, who would like to start with just some feedback? Or responses, rather?
HOD, please proceed.
Thank you very much, MEC. Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Chairperson, and all the honorable members who made inputs. Honorable Acting Chairperson, I think we do need to clarify the issue on irregular expenditure. Claudia did make a point that it's an irregular expenditure of prior years. So if I'm not mistaken, it's a prior expenditure for 2016-17. What then happened was that the person who was HOD at the time did appoint an attorney or counsel to deal with that matter. And the HOD himself did write letters to 18 of the affected colleagues. I think as Ndate Munyane explained, there was no money lost by the department in that irregular expenditure. What the issue was at the time was the fact that there were non-compliances with some of the regulations, but also some of the board member of the BEC members or BAC members who were given letters had not accepted, because once the accounting officer gives a letter to a BAC or BEC, BAC or BSC member, they must then indicate their acceptance or not, and that had not been done. In some instances, the colleagues had actually not been given letters themselves, as a result of which the AG then found the department wanting in that in terms of all of those regulations had not been complied with. As I've already alluded, Honorable Acting Chairperson, what then happened was that those 18 colleagues were then written letters, which they responded to. Unfortunately, the HOD left at the time, but after he had left, there was also an instruction that all investigations and forensic investigations must then be centralized in the office of the Premier. When we came and found that there was this issue, we then asked in the office of the Premier that this matter be expedited, and we did meet in March 2019. We did meet with an advocate, an SC actually, that who we were asking to deal with the matter, but she then said to us that it was not a very serious matter, and that in her view, it was a matter that could be dealt with by the department. So as I say, because issues were centralized at the time, we then left it. When we went to meet with the SC, I must indicate that the Premier's office was also there. We then left it for the Premier's office to deal with. However, because the matter was taking long, because of the pressures of the Premier's office, we then went back and asked that we deal with it ourselves. But we must also say that it was also raised by the AG as a finding against us. So what we've done is that we've taken the matter in the department, and we are now dealing with the matter in the department. We've already appointed appointed counsel for counsel to deal with the matter. And I think the point that Untitled Chapter was making is that by the end of March, that matter will have been concluded, and it will not be concluded by the office of the Premier, but it will be concluded by us, because we've asked that we deal with the matter ourselves. Coming to Honorable Member Ghana, we must start by apologizing about the fact that we did not present the whole annual report. We were mindful of the time constraints, and therefore our presentation has really been at a high level because we assumed that the honorable members do have the annual report itself, and that they would have then gone through the annual report. And perhaps what we could have done, and it's something that we will probably do in our next appearances, is for us then, even at a high level, to then also deal with areas of non-performance, so that we are not seen to be hiding anything. I must also indicate that with our engagement with MEC Tau was very clear to us about the fact that we do need to be open where there have been areas of non-performance, and not hide behind issues of being non-responsive as an example, that we become clear or clearer, and where the department has not done what it ought to have done, we do need to be clear and take responsibility and acknowledge the fact that the department would have been found wanting. So in our future presentations, I think the committee will see a lot more our acknowledgement where we have not done what we ought to have done. In respect of the 2,800 hectares as opposed to 2,459, again, there's been a line that says that the bids were non-responsive, and I think, okay, like I've said, in our future presentations, we'll make it clear what we mean, instead of saying non-responsive, so that we're not seen as hiding behind the non-responsiveness. However, we do need to indicate that when it comes to the rehabilitation of agricultural land, so our tenders are quite specific, and who then responds to the tenders must also be qualified. So this is a specialized area of operation. So it's not just anybody who can then respond. So we did have a situation where some of the responses that we had were not qualified enough for us to be able to deal with them. And the truth is that indeed we did also get impacted upon by the advent of COVID. In the case of the 60,000 lab tests as opposed to 50,000, what happened was that we sent, because we are not able to test the samples ourselves. So when we receive the test, we still have to send them to the laboratory, to the relevant laboratory, so that they are the ones that test them. So while we could have sent 60,000, once there was COVID, the laboratories could not process what we had already sent to them for processing. So that's the point we're making, that whereas we would have sent the requisite number, we can't say that we achieved the number, because 10,000 of what we had sent could not be processed as a result of the fact that there was at the time COVID-19. And in terms of the conditional grants, I think the point we're making there is that whereas in our CASP, the Comprehensive Agricultural Support Program, what we've tended to do in trying to run away from getting tenders, because we found that the tenders do become a challenge. So what we actually do as a department is to look at tenders which are already in place, whether in municipalities or at national level or other provincial government departments. So we tend to ask to participate, and of course we make sure that in our participation we follow the regulations to the T. So what the AG wants is that the tenders must be like to like, as this is. So we actually make sure that is what happens. So what happened was that we participated in this one tender. We then allocated the work to the service provider. However, at the time, I think at the end of March, the service provider could not supply everything that was required. So that the rest of the money could then not be spent, because we can't pay before the supplies have been delivered. They have to deliver, and then we have to pay. And this is why when we went to provincial treasury, they were actually prepared to roll the money over, because the money had been committed. However, we could not pay because there was no delivery at the time. When we speak about environmental factors, I think the point we're making there is that unfortunately, because of climate change or global climate change issues, we've seen that the rains come in later than they usually did, and because of the late rains, we are finding that farmers can't plant at the times when they are scheduled to plant. So it delays the planting of the farmers. And because of those environmental factors like late rains, we're finding that it does tend to have an adverse impact on what on how the department spends. The question about whether the department handles agricultural exports, the answer to that is that yes, the department does certify all live animals and animal products. What the department also does is to register facilities for animal products which are being processed, which are due for exports. And we do that in line with the requirements of the importing countries. But we must also indicate that those exports are done together or in collaboration with the national department. What we do not do, what we do not certify are plant products, which are all certified at national level. We also note the comment by the acting honorable chairperson. Yes, what we are doing as a department to try and mitigate against the weaknesses of the ICT unit in our department is that we're collaborating with e-government, and so where we require assistance on issues that pertain to ICT, we do ask e-governance to assist us. But I think e-governance is taking an interest in ICT issues in all the provincial government departments. Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, HOD. I want to go to the next presentation, which is still from your team and your department. Let me just pull out my agenda here. It's particularly on the third quarter performance report. Can we flight that and have that presentation from you?
Yes, Acting Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. We'll ask Mr. Munyane to please do the presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HOD. Thank you, honorable members, Chairperson MEC. This is the third quarter presentation for GDAT. As required, Chair, we received from Q2 this financial year a new framework in which we are supposed to report to the legislature, which is different from what we have been reporting on during the previous years. So the framework does require a lot of information, and then that will indicate as a department how far we have gone. Maybe, Chair, as we are required, I'll just give this as part of background. These are some of the things that we're expected to report on. And then for Q3, which we couldn't because we didn't have anything to report on. Emerging priorities, we didn't report on emerging priorities under Q3. Resolution management, we never received any, but we received some in Q3, which will report in Q4, which will report in the Q4 report. Petitions, we didn't receive any petitions. And then in terms of internal relations and trips, The department, we can say that we do have a plan on international trips, but this was halted due to financial constraints and also COVID-19. But the department is working with the Office of the Premier, with all other departments, and decentralized these plans at the Premier's office. And we are reviewing and trying to finalize the international trips. And as soon as we start undertaking international trips, after the borders have been open and everything has been agreed upon, then we'll report on those trips and also the commitments between us and other foreign countries. And then in terms of our performance for Q3, we had 49 indicators that were expected to report and implement. And then of the 49, 41 of them have been achieved. And then 8 were not achieved. So 84% is the overall achievement for Q3, and then with 16% not achieved. And of this 16%, 4 of the indicators that were not achieved are from administration, 2 are from program 2, which is agriculture and rural development, and then 1 is from environment. Now, if you look at column 1, 2, 3, 4, it shows performance in terms of programs. Program 1 is 60%. Achievement of indicators, 89 is program 2, and 92 is program 3. The overall is program is 84%. These are the graphical presentations that we are normally expected, also indicating in terms of targets to say from the sub-directorate or the directorate, how did we perform? So we'll skip it and then go straight to areas of non-performance. Now, under areas of non-performance, Chair, as we have indicated, that we do have other indicators that are not achieved in program 1. The first one is invoices paid within 10 working days. On this one, Chair, we could say we are at 94%. And then this is because there were some of the payments that could not run by Treasury because of systems problems. And then these were declared were cleared in the next payment, which exceeded 15 days. But we can attest and say we did ensure that within 30 days, all these payments have been cleared. So this is something that we're working with we have escalated to Treasury so that they can be able to assist in resolving this problem, and we are not experiencing this. Now, on the 3 targets that I'm going to talk about, a total procurement of people with disabilities, youth, and also a township spend. Here we are declaring the weakness, Chair, to say, yes, we acknowledge the weakness in supporting these targeted groups and also businesses. But what we have put in place, we are working with the Department of Social Development, where we have identified people with disability associations or organizations which are going to be trained on suppliers development through workshops, so that they can be able to understand how to, because that was the problem, indicating, because now we have a database, indicate that they need this training. So if we can give them the training, then they can be able to see to what extent they can be able to apply for those tenders that they will be able to provide the service that will be required by the department. We are also working with on this supply development with DED, also to ensure that township businesses, because they are the lead on township economic revitalization of the province, to say how can we bring township businesses on board so that they can be able to apply for tenders that have been advertised by the department. Some of the issues that we have identified, because this is an ongoing process, is that most of them, they are not registered. So if they're not formal, they need to be registered, and some of them, they don't want to be registered because they don't want to pay tax. But those that are agreeing and they come together so that they can be able to sell in bulk, they are promising that they will come and work together and be able to apply for these tenders. It's the one there. And on hectares of agricultural land rehabilitated, this is the one that we just discussed, Chair, which is more related to the procurement, and then which was delayed because we had, Chair, we could say we had some of the officials that requested to be transferred to other units within agriculture, which to go and assist them, which opened a gap. But we are processing that and ensuring that through other units, we can be able to use the capacity there to be able to achieve this particular target. Now, on women benefiting from agricultural parks, we did have a target for Q3, but this target, fortunately, it was achieved in Q2, so we don't have any remedial action. And then on project implemented with secretaries of Gauteng Rural Social Compact, the target was 2. This was also achieved in Q2, but we do have check. We're going to overachieve this target is because we are also assisting in the procurement of brick-making machines for rural SA, which has been finalized, and we believe that already has been delivered in Q4. And then the last one is the one that we said is on program 3, which is percentage of application EIA applications that have been finalized within the legislated time frame. We can indicate, Chair, to say we, out of 100%, 88% of these applications have been finalized. And then the problem here is because of technical challenges that we have encountered with regard to migration. We had the old manual system that we're using. Now, having migrated to an electronic submission system for EIAs, we found that there are challenges that were encountered by the clients in terms of uploading big volume applications from cloud-based storage system used by them. So this is one problem that we are reviewing, and we believe that the system will be upgraded so that we can be able to resolve this problem of applicants not being able to upload big volume applications. Now, this were areas of non-performs. As usual, Chair will go straight to the finances, and I'll request Barry to, or even before that, Chair, there's something that is also required by the new framework. Just to say, have we verified all the information that we are reporting on? And do we have the portfolio of evidence that have been checked against the actuals? And also, do we have the TID and also against the TID? TID is a technical indicator description, which is verifying whether we have submitted the correct POAs, which are stipulated there, is the correct method of calculations, and the type of storage where the information is stored for easy access. So have we done all those checks? These are the things that are also being audited by the Auditor General. So as we have indicated, last year we never had any issues as compared to the previous years. So we believe that we are going to be consistent going forward, and then and have all that is required by the AG. So all this is what is required. The signatures, whether they are correct, and the dates are verified, they are corresponding to the quarter, and the ID copies verifying the beneficiaries have been collected and have been stored safely for verification. So these are the things, and also site visits to say, are we also doing site visits? So these are the things that we have done, Chair, for now. Now I'll request Barry, which is the acting CEO, CFO, to present the finances. Barry.
Good morning, honorable members, our honorable MEC, HOD, as well as our stakeholders. My name is Barry Finter. I will be presenting the third quarter financial report for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. If we can move to the next slide. This is just an indication of our infrastructure capital project. The department reported on 23 infrastructure capital projects to be implemented at the end of the third quarter. Just to say that these infrastructure projects are at different stages of completions at the end of the third quarter. We can then move to the next slide, please. This slide just indicates apologies for the quarter 2 on top of the heading. It should be stated quarter 3. The department total allocated budget was 994.7 million. Overall, the department managed to spend for the financial year, it's 672.4 million. That is about 68 of its adjusted budget allocation for the 2020-21 financial year. If you go back to the actual expenditure at the end of the third quarter, we managed to spend 285,653,000 on at the end of the third quarter. The 4% under expenditure can be attributed to the additional budget that was allocated for the department during the adjustment budget process, but also there was an increase in our procurement processes based on the lockdown levels that was lifted. Then service delivery could be affected at the end of the third quarter. That increased the department expenditure at the end of the third quarter to 68%. Just on the program levels, program 1 at the end of the third quarter spent 105%, and then as expenditure year to date is 77. Program 2 at the end of the third quarter, it's an expenditure at 109%, so it's a 9% over expenditure, and for the year to date is 67%. Program 3 sitting at 93 at the end of the third quarter, and year to date it's 61%. Then just as a department in total, like I've indicated, the 4% over expenditure at the end of the third quarter, and at year to date it's sitting at 68%. Then we can move to the next slide, just a report on our conditional grants. For year to date, the department has spent 99.8 million. That is of its 132 million adjustment budget. That is equal to 75% budget spent. That's for all conditional grants. Then on your comprehensive agriculture support program grant, the department managed to spend 63.3 million at the end of the third quarter. On Elima Letsima, there's a 35.6 million relating to the supply of production inputs. EPW, that's your extension EPWP is your incentive grant. That is 912,000 for the food crop nurseries, indigenous ornamentals and food crop nurseries that was spent there. Land care at the end of the third quarter, we had some issues regarding the tender processes there, but we are confident that as of today there was some expenditure on the land care grant, and hopefully it will be spent at the end of the financial year. If we go to the next slide, is it just a report on our regular fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Like we reported previously, and HOD also commented on our irregular expenditure, the department didn't have any identified any irregular expenditure at the end of the third quarter. However, there was that issues relating to the previous financial years, the 86.1 million irregular expenditures that's still being investigated and finalized in order to apply the consequent management through the department. On fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the department identified an amount of 54,000 during the third quarter. These cases were also referred for investigation, and we are waiting the outcome of this investigation. Department also have a 6.5 million fruitless and wasteful expenditure case that are currently being investigated and also waiting for the outcome of that investigation report. But that case relates to the 1920 financial year. Then again, that's the end of my report. Mr. Munyani, you can then carry on. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Barry. And then, Chair, the other information that we are required to report on quarterly basis is the information that has been requested. The first one is AG. If there was any information that requested Q3, there is none, but we can safely say, Chair, AG has indicated which of the areas that they will intend to audit for 2020-2021, which is all what they have done in the last financial year, with the exception of Program 3, because Program 3 is not risky, but Program 2, that's where they're going to focus. And then the PSC information for the quarter, we did receive one request of information and it was submitted. And then we are also required, Chair, briefly to report on a human resource GOD targets. And then this is what is required. As a department, we can indicate, Chair, that in terms of the overall female employed in the department is 48%. But at SMS, which is senior management, we are at 54%, which is above the provincial target of 50. And then with people with disability, we are at 2.7% for the overall 2.7% of the overall staff complement. And then in terms of public engagements, yes, we did conduct several public engagements, which include the Agri-Tech webinar, the virtual webinar, and also the International Day of Rural Women, the Pre-World Food Day celebration, and the virtual symposium on valuable environmental research information. And then we had also a joint political MEC, MMC, IGR, which was facilitated by the department and municipalities, and then to discuss intergovernmental matters. This is the end of the presentation, Chair, based on the new framework and the submission that we have made on Q3. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Munyani. Is there anything HOD wants to add, or are you covered? It's a bit dark here.
Thank you, Honorable. You are covered. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, HOD. Just before I note honourable members to engage Q3, I just want to let our stakeholders who are on this call know that they're welcome to use the chat box to make written submissions on this particular Q3 report, and everything that you raise or issues or questions or whatever it is that you have, we'll be able to note that in the committee report, which is not just tabled at the legislature at the House, but it also goes into the public records, and it's also what we use to determine what we call resolutions, and those resolutions are quite particular in terms of holding the department accountable. So it's a really good opportunity to ensure that your issues are registered, but also have some accountability mechanism to ensure that there is feedback and to ensure that there are outcomes. Ideally, what I would have wanted to do, but I am mindful of time, was to take verbal submissions from our stakeholders, but I wanted to do that with the agreement with honourable members as well. If we cannot do that in terms of time, I definitely want to and push for written submissions. But honourable members, are you comfortable with also doing verbal submissions for this particular report for our stakeholders? It means we might end our meeting a little bit later, but I'm comfortable with that. I just want to hear if other honourable members are fine with that. Honourable Ngube?
I'm comfortable because there are some challenges of not finding them, and yeah, it can make us we can have a sense in terms of the intended beneficiaries or beneficiaries on these programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ngube. I fully agree. I think that's the fundamental reason why we're here and why we elected. It's for our people. So if our people have an opportunity to engage directly, that will be quite useful. All right, let's start with that first, and then I'll take honorable members after. I do know, sorry, I'm reaching for my phone. I do know that we have stakeholders from an agriculture committee. I'm just trying to pull that up. But in the meanwhile, our stakeholders, please could you use either the raise hand function. If you don't have that, you might be using a phone or a device that doesn't have it. You're also welcome to just unmute and say your name, then I can note you, and then we can ensure that we definitely get your feedback. Any of our stakeholders would like to say anything? All right, I've got some, I've just received the email now with some of our stakeholders. I think there's Elaine Apis, Kanya Nonyama, Bonginkosi, and I did receive another message of somebody else. I'm just trying to search for it, apologies. All right, I see David Kabwa, who's also a stakeholder. I'm noting you first. And we've got Dr. Lennox Njagi as well. We'll note you second. Let's begin in that order. And if there are other stakeholders, you're also welcome to raise your hand in the meanwhile. Mr. Kabwa?
Honourable Chairperson, can when they introduce themselves, indicate the type of stakeholder? Thank you.
That's well noted. I agree. If our stakeholders, when you introduce yourself, just tell us which sector you're from or which organization, or yeah, just where you fit in, so we have an idea. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Kabwa.
Yes, you can just
right.
what do you call it? You can just.
I think someone else is unmuted. All right. Sorry about that, Mr. Kabwa. You can continue.
Right, thank you very much, Acting Chair. My name is David Kabwa, outgoing Prime Minister, Commonwealth Youth Parliament, so I suppose more in the youth sector. Just touching on the financial aspect of the report, I do want a bit more clarity, this I suppose, from the department in relation to what was touched on by the CFO in one of the slides that was presented. In the very beginning of the meeting, a lot was spoken about in terms of, you know, the question of overspending, underspending, how tenders are procured, and everything of that sort. So it was touched on that it was agreed that there would be a rollover. That because funds were allocated for a particular purpose, that purpose had not yet been achieved, that those funds would be carried over. I want to find out, has this been sort of the standard practice within this department? And I want to link that to the question of the non-registered members in the agricultural sector. You raised concerns about them not wanting to register for tax and so on and so forth. So to sum my question up, I want to find out if it has been, if the funds have been allocated for a particular purpose, and you know there is a surplus for whatever reason, would it not be advisable to make use of some of these funds to assist the stakeholders within the informal sector? As it was mentioned, this was a priority that is being considered. I hope my question is clear. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kabwa. Those are appreciated. Just before I hand over to Dr. Lennox, I also want to acknowledge Ms. Hendrika Sediba, who is the chairperson of the Volmanshal Community Organization for Agriculture. I just wanted to, because I didn't get her name in the first list. Dr. Lennox, can I hand over to you for your question? Dr. Lennox Njagi.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. And if you could also just tell us which organization or where you're from or where you fit in.
Okay. I'm Dr. Lennox Njagi, the national president of the Black Farmers Association of South Africa. I represent farmers in all 9 provinces. What I want to suggest, I don't want to waste the committee's time. In terms of the tender processes and also announcements that are made for the department, we would like to receive emails so that we can have the information and assist our farmers. Our farmers are not all educated, as you know, and on top of that, they don't have these facilities that we are having. So we do get problems in terms of them not getting the proper information. As it was mentioned, that some of them are not registered for VAT and taxes. Those are things that are problematic in this industry. So for us, as the Black Farmers Association, we do assist our farmers that need the information. That need that assistance, but sometimes they also get the information very late, and then they cannot, by that time of submitting, the tender process is closed, or whatever opportunity was there, the time has lapsed. So in future, I would like us to be part and be given the information so that we can participate and advise where we need to advise. And also, Chair, can we receive the minutes of this meeting so that we can put our input and send it via you? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mchagi. Definitely. One of the reasons why I also wanted our stakeholders to speak, it's going to not just be noted in our minutes, but we're going to put it into our Q3 report to ensure that it's reflected. And we want it to be an ongoing process. So, we want to have an open channel. And also it means that it's not just going to be on one issue. It means that you can also trace the different meetings and effectively trace the kind of feedback moving forward. So this is just really the beginning of a process. That's very much appreciated from our 2 stakeholders. Just before I hand over to honourable members, are there any other stakeholders who want to make any comments, anything of that nature? Also, Dr. Mchagi, you'll also receive the recording. I think it was Kanya or Kaya who asked in the chat box for the recording. That will also be made available for you guys. And then also, we'll share our email addresses as well as, of course, with the team. So if there are other issues, please come and contact us, etc. All right, I think there's no other stakeholders who want to speak at this stage. Oh, hold on, before I note you, Honourable Ngube, I see Ma'am Elaine Appice. I'm going to note her first, and then we'll take honourable members thereafter. Ma'am Elaine Appice, can I hand over to you first as a stakeholder? And if you could also just introduce yourself, from which organisation, etc., or where you fit in. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Elaine Appice. I'm actually from the Griqua Royal House. I represent the Griquas. And I'm also part of the Magic Co-op initiating, and we were very much involved with the 1 hectare, 1 family proposal that I see that doesn't it didn't really take root in all the 5 years that we've spent for that program to really impact our communities. So I really have a great concern regarding land affairs and rural development, because we are not creating a more equal society. And that was geared that more people must have access to land than having big farms and all those things, so that at least every family can provide for himself. And that is something that is really concerning me, that is really not taking off, because everybody is there to have a lot of hectares of land and to farm, and and a lot of people don't have access to that. So I really want the department to have a very serious look at that and the work that has been put in, because it looks like as stakeholders, we are just informing, we are just advising government, but government doesn't implement anything that we are advising them on or want to make a better life for everybody, and not only for a few people in society, or the people that have access to everything that they need to know how to interpret, like the previous speaker was saying, how to interpret the tender, the tenders and all those things, that we really have to look at those things and start empowering the people, because the people shall govern. And I keep on saying this on the platforms, and government is not taking note of us, that the people shall govern, and the people are really getting, and especially now with the high unemployment rate and a lot of young people that is not doing anything at this point in time, we really have to look at all the things that we worked on, programs and processes with government. We try to be a part of the processes, but along the line, everybody is just chucking everything in the bin, or the people are moved from department to department, and nothing really gets done. And the haves and the gap between the haves and the have-nots is growing exponentially, and we don't see any change coming along. So I really hope that the department will take charge and control over this, because we've put the politicians there, and the politicians must know we have voted you guys in. We want to see transformation in our communities, and it's not happening. That the department will start taking note of those things and start implementing what we have been worked on for such a long time, and we don't see anything happen. This is just my concerns that I want to raise to the department, and I hope that we will really start doing something about it, because it's no use we spend so many years and time on things, and then it doesn't get implemented. Thank you for your time to listening for me to vent and to really say what is on my heart, because we can't carry on doing the same things over and over and expect different results. We have to start changing the way we think, the way we process things. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Appies. I fully agree with you, and I think that's also why, at least in Gauteng, we want to have more of an active stakeholder kind of engagement like today. I also just want to ask the team, before we just go to honorable members, can you please, generally speaking, invite these stakeholders to our public meetings or the upcoming public meetings around the upgrading of land tenure and rights bill. So there's two bills one bill and then the amendment of the constitution, which both affect access to land and access to land rights. I think it's on the 20th of March. I'll be corrected. We'll be having another public meeting specifically on the upgrading of land tenure and rights. And I think some of the points that you're making here, especially you, Ma'am Elaine Appies, is very important for that, because what we need to do is also change some of the laws and upgrade some of the laws so that they provide for more accessible access to land and access to land rights, particularly for women, particularly for people of color. So please, I'm asking the team to invite you guys there, and then also please register those concerns and those views. It's going to obviously be reflected in this meeting and these reports, but we wanted quite specifically for us when we look at the changing of legislation. All right, honorable members, I see Honorable Ngube, Honorable Chitangano. Are there any other honorable members who wish to make comment? All right, let's start with you, Honorable Ngube.
Thanks, Honorable Acting Chairperson. And thank you for the stakeholders that have empowered us, which I hope this will be a trend going forward. And also when the department, now that there are these ones, I'm not sure they're part of the department stakeholders, so that they can also get the information in terms of their whereabouts. More so, we have a president here in charge of all the provinces, so he might be knowing where to get these farmers that or those that are intending the emerging also farmers where he says there are programs for them. So I think in those sessions, either we can it's a pity that now COVID is not allowing us bigger forums, to say maybe there can be some sessions where there is an empowerment session in terms of what is available, what are the programs that are available or grants that are available in the department, and yeah, opportunities. What are the opportunities for those that are still afraid of being taxed? Because there are advantages also if you register. You can't tender without you having registered. And also, when one was growing up at school, they will say Transvaal. Val is also part of the tripartite in terms, I think it was Millis. Then in the West Rand, there were at that time peaches and all those things. You go to the Eguruleni, there's a land of big land there where they're plowing Millis. So we have a fertile land which maybe we're not maximizing the utilization of it. So in terms of the Premier pronounced 2 years back or so, if not 3, the question of releasing the land in Gauteng. And prior to him, there was an former MEC, I've forgotten the surname, we're burying him 2 years back, Musonkutu, yeah. He had done an audit in terms of where is the agricultural land. And in some of those land now, you find that there are houses that are being built there. When you do oversight, sometimes when I was doing oversight, the NCOP, we went to Duduza or Niger, and people were telling us that you see now there, it was meant to be an agricultural land, but now see, the houses are being built there. So we need also to find out in terms of what is the audit of the agricultural land within the department, so that as I hear today and before today, people would say, but we want to participate and we see the land lowly, a lot of land and wherever they are, but they don't have access. And again, the implements, that's what your sector also cried about, to say, okay, we have this land, but because of global warming, we have problems of access to water. So, I mean, those are some of the challenges that they do raise, which as if we have an organized farmers, also those that want to get in, because there must be also new people that are getting in, so that in any product that is being done there, we can also have the ZZ2. ZZ2 started being small. It's supplying vegetables all over up to Cape Town. That's where they started being small. And we can also produce some others. And then also in those sessions that we might have, either the department they have in terms of the empowerment, also bring those farmers that started from nowhere. The women, which I know, I always talk about them. The women, they are at Aikenhof. one of them was a teacher, but now is leading those women. They are in charge. The growing spinach, and many products, and they are linked with big business, the malls, Checkers or Pick and Pay. They're selling there, and also on an everyday basis, they are bringing those products to more Pick and Pay or Spar, so that there is that economic growth that they're having. So those can be motivational speakers that will motivate those that are afraid of registering because of tax, to say, well, now where did they start? Where are they now? And where do they envisage to be? We may find that in the near future, they will be then exporting their products. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ngube. Honorable Chitano.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I just want us to go to quarter 3 budget and expenditure slide.
Okay, can the team, I think it's between Barry or Mr. Monyane, can you flight it one more time for us? Honorable Chitano, do you remember the slide number or?
Yeah, is that budget and expenditure? I think that was the only slide which dealing with finances, with figures. But I can just relate to, I think I still have that in my head. For program 2 and program 3, if we go to year-to-date expenditure, agriculture there is 67, environmental is 61, and we are only left with just this quarter in which we are at. I just wanted to check if the department is confident that we will really have spent 100% or closer to 100% by the year end, given that we are around 61, 67% in relation to environmental as well as agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chitano. I think that's it from honorable members. Oh, I see Honorable Makubela. Okay. Just before I give it to you, are there any other honorable members who wish to speak? Because this is it on quarter 3. All right, go ahead, Member Makubela.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much. But firstly, I don't know if you would have mentioned this. I've been tuned. We are learning that our Chairperson, Comrade Lasindwa, is admitted in hospital. We send our heartfelt prayers for a speedy recovery. Presence in the committee is missed, but you are doing well in chairing us. And I think that as honorable members, we ought to know that. Secondly, I wanted to raise that there's just one thing that is really missing that I think should be part. Housing is dirty. Maybe let me look for a proper English word. Housing is filthy. And it's filthy, and while it is filthy, I think that when we receive APPs, I think the department ought to come and tell us how they are going to go on an overdrive to implement the campaign. The DA-led government in Swane totally collapsed all services. If you enter into Moy Plus, there's a stench. You enter into Winterfell, there's a stench. Enter into Attridgeville, in Nugenza Taimani, Prongor Strait, you enter into all these parts of Attridgeville. It's filthy. It doesn't look like it's inhabited by people. And I think that as a committee, we need to give them a license to then be able to intensify the program. I remember that it's a long-standing program, even before some of us were in councils or legislatures, while we were still in COSAS. we remember how big that thing is and the importance of taking care of the environment and how it made the difference, especially in a situation where you have collapsed municipalities. You go to Mfulen in the Mid-Val, you go to all these parts of Gauteng, the West Rand. We need to aggressively encourage them that when they report, include stakeholders in that particular work of ensuring that we keep our environment clean. Because once we are able to do that, then it will really assist us. So I wanted to raise that because I was not seeing it, Honorable Acting Chair, on the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makubela, for that. I see Honorable Nkosi Malobani's hand is also up, and her hand will be the last in this round. Then we'll hear back from the department. Go ahead, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we can't hear you. You're still muted.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to be long. I'm just to. I fully agree with Honorable Makubela. But before I do that, let us appreciate. We have already done that. The input by our stakeholders, and I think through these inputs we are able to engage properly with our departments and also able to assist where possible our farmers or some of our stakeholders. But Chair, what I wanted to raise was the issue of some of these projects that were initiated some years ago, and Budlegobutu, as indicated by Honorable Makubela, there was a competition at ward level, meaning we took it right up to the ward to make sure that our people are involved in creating a healthy environment. And having abandoned such a project, and if it is there, it seems now it is at a lower scale, and the publicity of such is no longer done as it was supposed to be. And one will actually like to actually advise the department to seriously look at this and not just focus on commercial farm workers and not workers, commercial farmers, but also look at the small projects that touches an ordinary man on the ground. The other issue, Chair, was the issue of the project that used to be run by the department of encouraging urban people or people with backyards that are bigger to also be involved in small farming, particularly around issues of farming issues like herbs, etc., etc. And it seems those are some of the programs or projects that have been abandoned by the department, and that is why the department is beginning to be irrelevant because they don't touch on ordinary people on the ground. Hence, some of the comments that are made by our stakeholders. So I think we need to request the department to seriously look at those projects that are now ignored or were abandoned, that were really assisting in changing our people's life for better. But one will still appreciate the report that was presented to us by the department, and hope that future some of the areas that we are now raising will also be included, particularly issues that are raised by our farmers. And I also hope that small farmers, as indicated by the leader, should also be regarded farmers because of the support that we are giving to them, particularly the support that they will be getting from the department. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs, rather. Look, I think I'm covered actually by honourable members and stakeholders around 3:15. Let me hand back to you, HOD and Mr. Monyane, for just response and feedback.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Chairperson, and to all honorable members, and to our esteemed stakeholders for the inputs. I'll start, and I will then ask the acting CFO to add whatever I would have omitted. I think on the first matter that was raised by Mr. Kabwa, I think, and I'm going to ask the acting CFO to come back on this particular matter that was raised by Mr. Kabwa. But just to say that once the planting season has passed, we can't deliver production inputs as a department, because that would be declared as a wasteful and fruitless, because at the time the farmers will not be able to do anything with the production inputs that we would have delivered to the farmers. I think just to say to everybody that the department has not, and the department can never abandon smallholder farmers. I think the point that we always make is the fact that our farmers are divided into three main categories. I mean, we can categorize them into five, but for purposes of this discussion, I think I'm going to really talk to three, because the other one, once you talk about commercial, there will be small commercial, there will be middle commercial, and there will be mega commercial farmers. But our emphasis is to look at smallholder farmers. We also look at subsistence farmers. Those are people who Honorable Chair was talking about, people who plant in their backyards, in their gardens. Those are really our subsistence farmers, and you find that a person has probably chickens or two pigs. So the department has not abandoned. We do still support those farmers. And of course, we've got smallholder farmers, and then we've got commercial farmers. So just I'm really just making a point that says we have not abandoned any of the farmers. However, there are processes which they must go through in applying, and then send out our extension advisors to go and assist them. When it comes to planting, they would assist them with looking at the soil, assisting them with implements, but also onto what and how and when to do the planting. Where it comes to livestock, we would also send our veterinary services to go and assist in that regard. So we haven't, and we will never abandon any of our farmers. The point I'm making is that they do have to also apply, so that the department is able to process them. We don't just wait for them to apply. There are adverts that we issue out, particularly in community newspapers, so that people in the communities also know that there are processes to apply. We also utilize community radio stations to assist us with that program. When it comes to Dr. Chagi, we take the points that he's raising, and we agree with some of the points that he's raising. I think just to say that when we issue out tenders, we use the tender bulletin, but we also use community newspapers, Sowetan or the Daily Sun, and depending on the magnitude of the tender, we would also use the Sunday Times and the Star. So we are encouraging Dr. Mchagi to also probably subscribe also to the tender bulletin, because they will get information as and when the information comes out. What we are not going to be able to do is to consult with them beforehand, so that, as he was saying, they give us advice, because we are also a creature of statute. There are things we can do, there are things we can't do. So we can't be seen to be giving a particular group of people preferential information, so that it becomes easier for them to respond to our adverts. So one of the things that happens is that when we issue out tenders, we have to take the tenders to probity auditors so that they check and see and advise us on gaps, loopholes, and contradictions which might be in the tender. So the point I'm really making is that we're unable to go to anybody and say to anybody, let's look at our tender, give us advice, because we'll be found wanting in terms of the law. When it comes to Mama Elaine, I do want to say that as the Department of Agriculture, and in my response, I'm also going to be responding to Member Mngube. Within the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in the province, we have no access to land at all. So in the province, all immovable assets are under the custodianship of the Department of Infrastructure and Development. We were aware of the audits that have been done by the late Ntate Musungkutu, and probably there are other land audits. Not probably, I'm aware that there are other land audits which have been done. There's one which has been done by HDA, and there's one which was done by the Department of Public Works at the time. It is Infrastructure and Development. And we're aware that municipalities also own land, and there are audits which they've done. What our MEC Tau has instructed us to do currently is to also take the land audit which would have been done by the Department of Infrastructure and Development, particularly on agricultural land. And so we're busy with that process as we're speaking. So we're looking at all those agricultural lands, where they are, what is happening on those lands, whether whoever occupies that land does have a lease. If they have a lease, is the lease still valid or has it expired? If it has expired, when it expired, if it's valid, what is happening in that land? Is that land productive? Whatever is going on, and Member Mngube is correct. Some parcels would now have been invaded, and as we go and do the audit, we'll find that those land parcels have been occupied. The intention of MEC Paxtown is for us to then ask TID to transfer those land parcels to ourselves, so that we are then able to allocate land parcels to our farmers. And of course, there will be a process even in that regard, so that we're able to have a fair and transparent process. I must also indicate, and I think that's what May Elaine was talking about, I must indicate that the National Department of Agriculture and Land Affairs and Rural Development does have its own land parcels. So that's a process which they already started. I think that process is in process. And of course, they do ask for our assistance, but all we do is really to assist and support them. But those land parcels are not land parcels for the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in this province. I think just to say to Member Lesego that we note what he has said, and indeed we will come back to the portfolio committee, and we will indicate what we've done. We must say that this is one project or program that has not been abandoned, and we will never abandon this program because it's a very good program for the department. We had been allocated an amount of 21 million for us to run this program for this financial year, the one that's about to end. However, because of COVID, and because amongst other things we employ EPWP beneficiaries in this program, so the Minister for Public Works then stopped the employment of EPWP beneficiaries during the time of COVID, but also there were also other regulations, of 50 people, and there was a time when nobody could do anything in the country because of COVID, and so we then whatever we're doing for Butukibuntle, BKB had to then decrease because of the restrictions. However, we've started again. We've revived some of the things that we're doing. We can indicate that we're busy at this point in time with Mfuleni. So that we've already we are planning 5 projects which we're going to do at Mfuleni in the next few weeks. And there are 2 which we are going to be doing in Tshwane. But of course, Member Lesego is correct to say that more needs to be done in Tshwane, and so we are going to be doing a lot more in Tshwane as well. In terms of what Honorable Chair of Chairs was saying, the competition is still happening. So I think what we may have to look at is probably the advertising, the publication, just so that it's known what we're doing. So it's not only, we're not doing it only in communities, but we're also doing it in schools. But as I was saying, perhaps we need to just look at just ensuring that we publicize it much more than we have, including the guidance. And I think I did indicate this one. I think in our Q3 report, in the numbers, I think honorable members will be able to see that there are a lot of gardens. I think, if I'm not mistaken, with community gardens, it's over 2,400, which we've done within this period. But I think, yeah, as I was saying, we probably need to publicize some more what we're doing in terms of probably posters and other means of publicizing, so that it's known and so that we get many more people. Thank you very much. I think those for me would be the ones. I'll then ask acting CFO to add on what I could have omitted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, Chair, Honourable Chair. Thank you, HOD. Just on the stakeholders question, Mr. Kapua, he was referring also to the rollover request. So when it comes to rollover request, is when a department have committed money at the end of the financial year and the service providers are unable to deliver specific goods and services at the end of the financial year, then we will request Treasury. We will apply for Treasury approval for a rollover request for those specific projects or commitments at the end of the financial year. But then he was also referring, I think in the second part question regarding some of the procurements or budget that needs to be allocated. So it's very difficult for the department to allocate certain amounts of budget for a specific project, then targeting a specific preferential procurement target for SMEs. So what we usually do is, if it's under 500,000, we will go out on a request for quotations, where we have a database from the central supplier database. We use that central supplier database to request then from the different suppliers registered. And we are trying to target all the people, for instance, your youth, your women, and people with disability. Also, we need to include our military veterans in that request for quotations. When it comes to tenders, it's like an open tender process that we follow. So like actually was saying, is unfortunate, not unfortunate, but we are regulated by certain laws and regulations that indicate that we are not allowed to discuss the nitty-gritties of that tender process, which are in the specifications already published in the in those documents. Just on the honourable member's question on the expenditure to date, as indicated on the expenditure at the end of the third quarter for Program 2 and Program 3, we're sitting at 67% and 61% respectively. The expenditure to date, which I can just maybe indicate to the honourable portfolio committee members, is for Program 2, currently we're sitting at 78, and Environmental Affairs Program 3 is sitting at 73. The HOD is well aware of the of our expenditure, and the department is hopeful that most of this money would be spent at the end of the financial year. So we are really targeting to spend our budget for the current financial year. I think that's then all from my side. Thank you, HOD, honourable members. Thank you.
Thanks to the acting CFO. HOD, I think that concludes that agenda point. We're now going to move to the next presentation, which is also from the Department of Agriculture, particularly on the second adjustment appropriation bill.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. We'll ask the acting CFO to deal with that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable members. Actually, I just want to get an indication of the presentation is projecting.
We can see your screen, but not the presentation itself.
Apologies, let me just quickly.
Okay, we can see it now. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, this is just a presentation on the adjustment appropriation bill for the Department for Agriculture and Rural Development. The contents of this presentation would be the constitutional mandate, which we all know, the vision and key focus areas, the 2020-21 adjustment budget, and the revenue generated for EDEARD. If we can go to the constitutional mandate, we all know the department derives its mandate from section 24 and 27 of the Constitution. I don't go into detail there. The vision is to economically transform agri-food value chain and ensure sustainable development and healthy, food, secure, integrated, smart and developed urban and rural communities in Gauteng. Therefore, the key focus areas is expanding access to agri-food value chain opportunities and ensuring economic inclusion of rural areas and sustainable livelihoods, promote sustainable development, maximize food security, promoting animal and public health, and ensure food safety. Then when we come to the EDEARD adjustment budget, what we did is the funds were reprioritized along the stringent measures of COVID-19. These funds are redirected and shifted within the program and economic classification. The department will, however, continue to achieve its 2020-30 plans as indicated in the annual performance plans as part of the reconstruction and recovery of the economy program. Chair, this is just quickly an indication of our special adjustment. Remember, we have two adjustments. It was the special adjustment and then the main adjustment of the department. So just quickly on the special adjustment, our main appropriation in the beginning of the financial were just over the 1 billion. During the special adjustment, it was cut down to 57.2 million. And that left us with the adjustment budget of 964.473 million. So basically, the main surrender was on non-essential items such as your catering, advertising, training, traveling expenses, and venue and facilities. Those were the main part of the budget, as well as 22.6 million that was cut from our comprehensive agriculture support program and our Lima Letsima conditional grants. Then when it comes to the main adjustment budget, if we look at program 1 administration, there was just shifts and surrenders of 12.8 million, and then a buy-ment of 4 million that was bought from program 2 to program 1. So program 1 at the end of the adjustment budget was allocated to 250.9 million. Agriculture and rural development, there was a surrender of 11.5 million. 18.4 million rollover request was approved that relates to our conditional grants, the CASP one, and then the 4 million that was shifted to program 1. Additional national funding of 1.2 and cut, and then the total adjustment as 424.6 million. Environmental affairs had a budget of special adjustment budget of 281. There was a cut of 13.5 million, and also an additional 51 million was allocated for assisting Mfuleni with the waste minimization program. A total of 319 million was then allocated at the end of the for the adjustment budget. Then the total for the department, its special adjustment was sitting at 964.4 million. Then the total surrenders was 37, a rollover request of 18, a cut again of 1.2, and then the additional funding of 51 million. The total at the end of the adjustment budget is 994.7 million. Then, Chair, this is basically just an indication which I was referring to. So basically, the additional 51 million was addressed to waste management and environmental pollution to address the waste issue at the Mfuleni local municipality by providing basic waste management, such as household collection, illegal dumping, clearance, and recycling. Also, the 18.4 million, that was the rollover request that I already explained. And then a further 4.5 million was surrendered because of the IDMS processes. So 3.7 million was cut for the actual infrastructure program on compensation of employee, the appointment of vacant and funded position, and tools of trade of officials in that unit. Also a 1.2 for maintenance and upgrades was cut for the repairs by 99,000. A budget of 454,000 has been provided under rehabilitation and refurbishment program for the payment of invoices at your oxidation tank at Career Kloof. Then there was 4 million shift from as indicated, from agriculture program to program 1 because of the cancellation of the Agri-Food Fest and the NEMA PEPA awards, and planned conferences to compliance with the COVID-19 restrictions. It was then shifted to strategic support. This 4 million will be allocated or used actually for the Office of the Premier for the investigation of the irregular expenditure after they indicated that they don't have the resources to do those investigations. Then on our revenue, the main appropriation revenue was sitting at 18.2 million. During the special adjustment budget, it was reverted downwards to 10.4 million, but during adjustment budget process, we again lifted it up by 18.4 million. The main reason basically for the reduction of our main revenue collection during the financial year was basically just the COVID restrictions, the locking down of our nature reserves, not allowing any visitors entering the nature reserves, as well as the activities on our basically on your opening of your
nature reserves.
The nature reserves. Then the adjustment budget was approved by the Provincial Treasury to decrease the estimates on 24G fines from 7 million to a zero of the 1920 financial, and then they should be regarded as a once-off payment. So we had a discussion with Treasury where they indicated that we should not include our Section 24G fines in our revenue projections. But then afterwards, we did receive an increase in the revenue collection from Section 24Gs based on the fines that was paid by City of Tshwane and also City of Joburg. They then paid us a 7.5 million, which then increased our revenue collection at the end of the day and increase our revenue projections then for the 2020-21 financial year. And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you so much, Honourable Chair, members, HOD, and
excuse me, before you sign off, can you please deal with the 7.1 questions, please?
Thank you.
Okay, actually, I will do that.
Thank you.
Let me just quickly, let me just quickly project it. Actually, can I maybe just ask if everybody can see the questions?
Yes, Barry, we can see them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The first questions emanating from the adjustment budget, the main budget was 259 and the surrender was 12.8 to function shifts, and the receiving of the 4 million from environments and shifts at the total adjustment of the program is at 8.8, meaning that the adjustment appropriation is 250, denoting the decline of the budget of 3.4. And then the question was, could the GDARD provide a list of all projects within each sub-program that have been affected by the adjustment of the mid-year budget? The response, the department's response on this question emanating to say that the major cut during adjustment budget was 33.2 million. That was mainly from your compensation of employee budget. There were, however, some of the cuts that was made from your agriculture program, due to cancellation of your Agri-Food Fest events, your Nama Peppa awards, and planned conferences and compliance with the COVID-19 restriction regulation. There was also a surrender of 1.2 million relating to your conditional grants because of stakeholder engagement relating to your Gauteng land care strategy, Gauteng West invasive alien plant eradication, and the cease of hectares of bush encroachment. So those were the main projects that was cut based on the adjustment. Then we can go to the second question, were any of these projects that were implemented upon by delays associated with IDMS? If so, what sort of IDMS related problems were these? Like I've indicated, the only allocation that was cut during the adjustment budget was relating to upgrades and additions program have been adjusted downwards by 1.2 million, to the maintenance and the repair program by 99,000. So basically this was just two projects. It's your AB Bailey Nature Reserves. It's basically just a contractor that left the work, and we needed to appoint a new contractor to complete the work there. Then the second project was just your Southern Waterline project at Suikerbosrand Nature Reserve. Also the contractor were cancelled, and a new contractor was supposed to finish the snag list on the specific project. Then the third question, could the department provide a report on impact that any shifts of funds has on departmental receipts and conditional grants? Like I've also just in my presentation indicated to say was that originally the budget for receipt was 18.2. It was then cut down to 10.4 million, but during the adjustment budget, we then increased it again back to 18.4 million because of the sale of goods and services due to veterinary services, your import and export certificates that increase entrance fees at nature reserves, also increase, as well as your collection of your 24G fines. The 7.5 million that was received from City of Tshwane and the City of Joburg. Then on the conditional grants, which I also alluded to in my presentation, was just to say that the 1.2 million cut on your comprehensive agriculture support program, there was a cut of 911,000, which reduced the agriculture projection due to delay in implementation of the project during the stakeholder engagement of the development of the Gauteng land care strategy, Gauteng waste invasive alien plant eradication, and then your bush encroachment. Ilima Letsima grant, there was a cut of 306,000 just on the piggery and livestock commodity improvements. So it was just a supply of that. And then the land care by 57,000. Then if we go to 4, will these funds that have been shifted from the financial management unit have now bearing on the supply chain unit that handle the IDMS processes? Basically, that is the surrender from the financial management subprogram was in relation to the internal capacity building program. So it was your compensation of employee, the plan to manage and deliver infrastructure project, which was adjusted downwards by 3.7 million, mainly due to delay in the appointment of vacant funded positions in this, the procurement of tools of trade of officials. The impact was not to be significant because the infrastructure project was allocated to the Development Bank of South Africa to assist with this implementation of all infrastructure projects in the department. Then question number 5, have the various supply chain staff appointed on a 12-month basis to carry out the RDMS duties being appointed. I think, Honourable Chair, members, there was an issue about the supply chain management unit not being able to be capacitated in this regard. So as of today, there was 2 officials, the department had appointed 3 officials and in the process of appointing another 2 officials for tender administration for a period of 12 months. As interim measures, the capacity, the tender, to capacitate the tender management unit. Then number 2, could the department explain where the 18.4 million emanates from? As also indicated in my presentation, the department had the requests for rollovers of 20 million. So these rollover requests at last year's financial year enclosure was made. Treasury then approved the 18.4 million based on the department's request, and that all relate to the agriculture, comprehensive agriculture support program. So that's your CUSP conditional grants, and that 18.4 million relate to the supply and delivery of production input, supply and delivery of farming equipment, and drilling and testing of boreholes. Then number 3, could the department say what the additional 51 million received is to be used for? Response. Also, which I presented, the department has received an additional funding of 51 million to address the waste management and environmental pollution in Mfuleni local municipality by providing basic waste management services such as household collection, illegal dumping and clearance and recycling. So that's the 51 million that the department are currently committing to secure to assist in Mfuleni local municipality. Then I think the last question, could the department state the motivation of having these figures drawn from the waste bill and what impact, if any, this have for the delivery of service in the financial year under review? So basically what we are just saying is the major cut of the adjustment budget was relating to the 33.2 million, the cost of living adjustments that was made. That was to support government initiatives to contain the growth of the public sector wage bill within affordable levels. The department does not see or do not foresee any implication of this cut implication on service delivery in the current financial year. However, there may be an impact of the ability to fill critical posts and response to the growing need of the department, growing priorities in future. Chair, I think then that's the end of the response to the question relating to the second adjustment appropriation bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, CFO. Let me hear from honourable members who wish to engage. After this, honourable members, we're then going to, as per the request, we're then going to go through those questions that we've posed on quarter 2 and then 3. And I've asked HOD to do a high-level presentation of the long document because we do have it in our emails, but we'll still go through it. And then we'll go for lunch afterward, a very short lunch, and then we'll return for the second session of economic development. But for now, let me note hands that seek to engage the presentation on the appropriation for this department. Please, raise hands. The other alternative is we take all the responses. If honourable members don't have anything to say right now, we take all the responses and then we do one round. All right, I'm going to use my discretion because I don't see any hands up right now. HOD, let's go into the responses for Q2 and then Q3, and then we can engage all of them at once. And remember, high level, because I know there is a 56-page document. We won't be able to go through that in detail. Please keep it at quite a high level, keeping in mind the time as well.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Chairperson. I will start with the Q2 report. It's a shorter one. So the first issue that was asked of us is to.
Can someone in your team or our team please flight the document on Q2 responses?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if someone from your team can't, Levo or Tabo, could somebody just flight that document, please?
Agnes, can you please flight the document?
Okay, in the meanwhile, HOD, you can continue, and then as you're speaking, it will come up.
Daddy, can you please assist us if Agnes is not there, just to ensure that it's flighted? Thank you very much. I will continue, Honorable Acting Chairperson. So I was saying we were asked to provide a progress report on the targeted approach to business entities of persons with disabilities. And our response is that we acknowledge the weaknesses in supporting the targeted businesses owned by people with disabilities in the province. To realize the achievement of said target, the department is working in collaboration with the Department of Social Development to identify and to conduct market analysis of targeted groups and organizations and associations. The existing partnership with the Department of Economic Development to conduct supplier development workshop to the targeted groups will also be intensified to ensure that they are equipped to transact with the department, particularly for procurements which are below 500,000. GDAD will also, through assistance of GOD, compile the database for people with disabilities. We must also say that we've already established a committee that consists of the Chief Director responsible for rural development and Dr. Kalake, who's in the veterinary service, plus other colleagues to assist us in ensuring that there is a database of not only persons with disabilities, but women, youth, military veterans, and other targeted groups, so that we're able to target them as and when is required. We're also mindful of the fact that we're not going to end up in procurement processes which are below 500, but we will do anything in our powers to ensure that they do benefit even in bigger procurement processes as well. Resolution 2, the department to provide a comprehensive quality report, quarterly report on the implementation of the township economy revitalization. I think we spoke about all targeted groups, including the youth and women. So we go to resolution 3. Department to provide monitoring and evaluation quarterly reports on the progress of how planned targets are achieved and that the budget will be spent on the planned project. So we're saying that we've put in place the following mitigating measures to ensure that there's no under expenditure. We've appointed the Development Bank of Southern Africa as an implementing agency, as opposed to a DID, which is what obtains, so that all our planned infrastructure-related projects are implemented. We've also participated in contracts which have been awarded to other organs of state through Treasury Regulation 16.86C, but also just to really indicate that we will ensure that even in doing that, all relevant regulations are also met with. The department is also in the process of appointing 5 officials who are going to be tender administrators for now for a period of 12 months, which is an interim measure. But while we're doing that, we're going to be going to DPSA to get approval for us to be able to employ more people permanently. But there are also other measures which are being employed just to ensure that whoever is employed there does have the relevant qualifications, because I think part of the challenge has been with the qualifications that are owned by people who are employed in that unit. The other measure is to appoint bid specification committees and bid evaluation committees on an ad hoc basis to ensure that the committees are cross-functional and consist of specialists. In terms of the next one, which is resolution 4, the department was asked to provide a report on how our structural plan in monitoring our tender management system is operational. And our response is that we've got systems in place that will ensure that tender processes are completed. However, the department has SCM capacity challenges which are already spoken to, and that we're dealing with those ones as well. We're also in the process of adjusting our APP to align the planned projects with the department budget prioritization and adjustment. The department participated in national treasury transversal contracts. We've also spoken to this one. Resolution 5, the Honorable Premier to intervene by investigating maladministration by the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure as the implementing agent. And I think this one relates to Saker Bosrand, and that message has gone through to the Premier's office. The Premier's office did instruct us to do something about this matter, but as we reported, there already is an investigation that was done by the forensic unit when they were still under the provincial treasury, and that investigation, our MEC is going to be discussing it with MEC for DID, so that after that discussion, we will then have an implementation plan. In terms of resolution 6, provide the committee with a detailed plan on enhancing functionality of subsistence smallholder, women and youth farmers. The plan must include how the department plans to provide smallholder farmers with sufficient support to enhance producing and marketing of their produce during COVID-19 pandemic. Our response is that the agriculture sector was and is still considered an essential service. Thus, the suppliers of inputs have, during lockdown, continued to manufacture and produce production inputs, and they are readily available in the market. Therefore, as a department, we've continued to provide support to these farmers across the various agricultural commodities. Through awareness sessions, we've encouraged farmers to adopt the following practices to mitigate negative effects: the soil quality conservation, drought-resistant commercial seed varieties and indigenous crops, dryland agricultural technologies, responsible use of pesticides, stock remedies and medicines. The outbreak impacted negatively on the livelihoods of our people and the food security situation of the country, notwithstanding our dynamics as the Gauteng province. In responding to the outbreak, we, as the leader of the GPG Economic Workstream, developed key short-term and long-term actions to respond to the likely impact of the coronavirus outbreak. These actions that we develop will also address issues of food insecurity challenges. We're also saying that during the lockdown, we struggled to meet some of our planned targets, mainly due to the prohibition of gatherings. So we could not train our farmers, we could not get people to come into venues where training was done. The restrictions included avoiding physical contact, as is known. As a result, GDAT could not in the main render those kinds of services. the next page, through conditional grants, the department needs to provide infrastructure, agricultural production inputs, training, etc. to the farmers. The infrastructure functions of the department cover new infrastructure. It also covers additions, upgrades, refurbishments, renovation, rehabilitation, and maintenance. What the MEC instructed us to do is not to confine ourselves to...
I don't know if someone is unmuted or if it's your background noise, but there's a lot of interference. I don't know if it might be your background noise.
I'm alone, right. There's nobody, but okay.
Might be the line, the network, but sorry, please continue. We're just having a little bit of difficulty here and there hearing you.
The point we were making is that what the MEC has instructed us to not do is not to confine ourselves in the resources that we have as a department, because that will be very limiting for ourselves. So amongst other things, we are going to be aggressive in entering into partnerships that will assist us in bringing other resources that we do not have as a department. I think we can, yeah, I think that really was the last of the quarter 2 responses. I will now go to quarter 3. As we indicated, Honorable Acting Chairperson, quarter 3 were on 54 pages. So I'll really go to the ones which I think are crucial for this purpose. Most of the questions talk about our overachievements, and so I am not going to be dealing with those overachievements. I think we'll deal with what are problematic in the department. I think I'll start with on page 5. If you can assist me with the quarter two responses on page 5. Number 3, it talks to the farmer support and development. And the question there is, GDAT, so this is an overachievement. I don't think I should deal with this one. This one talks about, Honorable Chairperson, most of these talk to our overachievement. I'm looking at what we could not. There's one that says on page 15, there's one that says how does GDAT plan to catch up with the budget use shortfall, given that this is now the last quarter left before the financial year is out? And our response is that the department has put the following plans in place to assist with the budget use shortfall, given that this is now the last quarter. We've spoken about the employment of DBSA as an implementing agency, just to ensure that our projects are implemented. But I think we've also spoken about the fact that in our participation in contracts, we will then be able to ensure that we do spend all the money. There's a question that says, how will we ensure that in the efforts made for utilization of the budget in the closing stages, we will not regress to adverse findings which were raised by the AG in the past? And we're saying that the department during the 2019-2020 financial year managed to spend 954.3 million, which was 96.1% of the amount that was allocated to us. The underspending was 28.3 million, which was 3.9 million. And we're really doing all we can to ensure that we will not be underspending. I'm moving on. On page number 19, which talks to what is the size of the portion subject to donation. And this one talks about, maybe I should start with the one prior to that one. That says there's land which is to be donated towards the A.B. Bailey Reserve. And the question is, who's making the donation for the expansion of A.B. Bailey? And our response is that the Far West Rand Dolomitic Association, Water Association, is the one which is donating the land to ourselves. And the next question is, what is the size of that portion? And we're indicating that the entire A.B. Bailey Nature Reserve, which is about 4.19 hectares, plus an additional 300 hectares is being donated. And then the next question says investigations that they initiated and were conducted by the Special Investigation Unit, as well as the Gauteng Provincial Treasury Forensic. We've responded to that one. Most of the questions have already been responded to, Honorable Chairperson. As I was saying, most of these questions are really on our overachievements, and I don't really think that we should be going through our overachievements. I think we should be focusing on what we've underachieved. So if it's okay with the Honorable Chairperson, this is where I'll end my presentation for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, HOD, and to your team. Of course, I had asked HOD to not go into too much detail because it is a 56-page document, but we also have it in our emails, and we'll have opportunities to put other questions if we, find something a bit later forward. But with that said, and with the responses on quarters 2, 3, and the appropriation bill, or rather the appropriation for this department in the financials, can I now note honourable members who have any follow-ups or who have anything else they want to add or clarify or whatever the case may be? You can use the raise hand function, or you can say your name, unmute and say your name, and I can note you. I know honourable members are probably tired. We are going to break for lunch after this, but are there any other thoughts or ideas? Right. I also think that we were quite comprehensive in hearing from you, HOD, and I know it was quite a lot of information. I'm personally comfortable. Last bite for honourable members before we break for lunch. All right, I'm not seeing any raised hands. All right, I just want to thank the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, as well as our stakeholders. We've received a number of different presentations. We're now going to break for a 30-minute lunch, and we're going to return. Initially, we were going to return at 1 and have a half-an-hour lunch, but I'm tempted to say 10 to 1. All right, you know what, I'll be kind. Let's take 1 p.m. For lunch. So that gives us a 40-minute lunch. We actually finished earlier than I expected because honourable members didn't have follow-up questions on the responses. So thank you to the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. We'll release you now. And then when we come back, we'll have the Department of Economic Development itself, as well as the number of agencies that are attached to them. Thank you very much, our honourable members and colleagues. We'll see everyone at 1 when we return. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Ross.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honourable Chitangano?
Yes, we're experiencing a heavy storm here. Lights are gone. My Wi-Fi is just down in case if my connection will be bad so that you don't think I have just disappeared.
No problem, Honourable Chitangano. If you have anything you want to add and you can't say it, you're welcome to also WhatsApp me and I can put those questions forward. But it's well noted what you've put forward. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Right.
Honorable Adams.
Hey, Honorable Chairperson, how are you?
Good, man. Did you go to the funeral this morning?
Yes.
Indeed, it's bad in Joburg.
Yeah, I can see
Yes.
there's a big storm coming. I'm looking out my window also.
You okay, Chairperson?
Yeah, I'm okay. How was the funeral? I feel very bad for not attending.
Yeah, no, we just went to the church. Yeah.
Okay. No, I'll phone the family and just touch base with them. But thanks for representing us there.
Okay. See you later.
For those who don't know, Honorable Adams and I are from the same zone, so we often see each other at community events. But yes, we'll see everyone at 1. Have a good lunch. Thanks.
Where's lunch? Does anybody knows where's lunch?
Committee room C.
Members lunch. Members lunch.
Members,
okay.
Members lounge. Oh, jeez. We wish, ne?
Thank you, members. We'll
You
meet
must
at
bring
the
your own scuffing, man. You must bring your own scuffing.
Okay, bye.
Honorable members and colleagues, I've just been informed that the link for the afternoon is separate. So you can leave this meeting and then the afternoon link is separate to this one.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, honourable members, colleagues, and all those joining us for the second session of our portfolio committee meeting. I know we had stakeholders earlier this morning rather. I'm not too sure if we still have our stakeholders with us, but I'll await the team to send me those details if they are. Right, so in the second session, we've just come back from lunch. We now have the economic development group, but just before we start, I just want to note for the benefit of the department, the chairperson of the committee, as I indicated earlier, has unfortunately had to put forward an apology. She's not well, she's in hospital, so we are keeping her in our thoughts and prayers, and we'd appreciate if you guys could as well. With that said, I think we've got quorum. I'm just checking. I see it's myself, Member Chitangano, Member Ngube, Member Adams. All four, we can begin. Oh, and I see Member Ghana as well. Sorry, I scrolled a bit too quickly. Right, we do in fact reach quorum.
And myself.
Member Nkosi Malibane, thank you. Then we're more than reaching quorum. We're now on agenda point 8, which is the presentation from the Department of Economic Development. So we're going to get that comment and then the agencies as well, particularly on the annual report for the 1920 financial year. And then, of course, we'll engage, if somebody could mute. Of course, then we'll engage it thereafter and ensure that honourable members' questions and concerns are raised and discussed. I want to welcome back the MEC and I think it's the acting HOD, just to confirm, am I correct in saying, Ms. Robertson, it's still you who's acting? I just want to confirm.
Yes, Honourable Chairperson, I'm still keeping the seat warm until the MEC finds his new HOD.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to you, Ma'am Robertson, just so you can start in the annual report presentation. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Committee members. Thanks for the opportunity to present our annual reports to you today. In the room, I have with me all our various agencies to present their component, as well as the DD team as well. Sinat, who is our head of strategic planning, monitoring and evaluation, will be presenting our Department of Economic Development report. And as you know, we do have a problem with the GEP reports, but I'm going to ask at the end of all the agencies if the acting CEO for GEP could just give the House an update on where we are with the GEP situation. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Sinat to present to you, to the committee, the Economic Development Annual Report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Good afternoon to the Chair, members of the committee, the MEC, HOD, and colleagues at large. I'm Sinat, and I'll be presenting the annualized performance on behalf of the department. The department had successfully submitted to the legislature on the 31st of December 2020, and this is just a brief view of what was entailed in our report. So it's a high-level summary of each of the programs, and we look at tables of achievement and non-achievement with variances, and then we just give an overview of the AG finding. So performance for the year under review is at 90% achievement and 10% non-achievement. The areas of non-achievement would be under consumer affairs, a target under consumer affairs, and a target under inclusive economy. So we had a total of 20 targets where we achieved 18 and 1 not achieved. I'll just, for purposes of the annualized report, I'll just quickly go through our achievements as well, Chair, with your permission. So with our outreach programs, we exceeded them by 30. The department conducted 145 compliance inspections. We overachieved that by 1. 4 compliance visits were conducted and achieved as planned. The liquor awareness activities, we overachieved by 2. We collected revenue to the amount of 71 million from regulatory processes, which exceeded our annual turnover of 65 million. The department had successfully completed and complied with shareholder compact between the MEC and the respective boards of agencies. We had 4 performance analysis reports on non-financial information, and those were produced. Under our barometer, we managed to produce 4 reports to assist with economic landscape of the province at large. Those were produced successfully. We had a township-based study that looked solely at Mogale City, and that was completed successfully. The GPG macroeconomic modeling and capacity building program was achieved as planned. In the year under review, we completed 2 impact studies, and those were done successfully. We've got 4 GCR EDP implementation reports that we produced to EXCO in the year under review. We produced 5 CFIs in the province that were supported as planned. We've got 4 TER implementation reports that were completed. We completed a township offtake framework in order to assist in the facilitation for sector-specific market access. The department, in collaboration with Office of the Premier, developed the web portal to facilitate clustering of enterprises across public and private sector opportunities. And we made a contribution and completed the township development policy. Under areas of non-achievement, the 2 indicators would have been consumer complaints, where we had received 786 complaints and were able to resolve 676 within the 60-day. That equated to 86%, and in turn did not meet the target of 90% that we had set. Those queries were later resolved, however, they still remained outside SLA. Then we had our draft local production and content framework, which we had completed within the department, but were unable to adopt it via the EXCO processes. Really the highlights that have been under key highlights, the GGT and analysis with regards to reconfiguration of sector and industry development across the provisions of the GCR Economic Planning Development Plan were conducted with the purpose of ensuring that the department effectively implements GCR EDP plans and GGT and the sectoral strategies. Under performance information, the AG had identified material findings on the reporting of our performance. Although the department had achieved the 90% against the 10% non-achievement, how some of the targets were not achieved, and as they were demand-driven, while some had dependencies. Under special projects, we facilitated the Grow My Business program, which offers finance, which offers training sessions at NQF level 2 to township-based SPAZA owners. Okay. Another highlight would be a Gauteng enterprise model. The department facilitated the linking of small businesses with offtake agreements and strategic procurement opportunities. And we had the Gauteng Economic Barometer, where the department had enhanced and refined its approach to support evidence-based economic interventions and policy by providing up-to-date economic data and on insights. Within the department, the strategic programs that we looked at were consumer protection, with the hope of increasing in consumer confidence, looking an impact of increasing consumer confidence and consumer satisfaction. Under GLB, we had awareness sessions, and 5 beneficiaries from distressed regions were put into a selection process and recommended for the CSI program, which we also actioned timeously, and there with the hope of contributing towards a regulated liquor environment. And under revenue collection, in totality, we collected 1.1 billion as at 30th March 2019, translating to 112% collection in the year. Areas of concern, really, it was looking at the COVID virus and the outbreak and efforts that were made by the department to continue with the work of the day and improve global competitiveness. It was a less favorable economic climate, as we've been aware that this would have been even prior to COVID, but the department continued with interventions as identified in the GGT 2030. The department is still seized with the challenge of delays from a point of finalization of the department's organizational structure, and we continue to engage the Office of the Premier together with DPSA to fast track the approval. And there's been delays in the implementation of the automated system for liquor applications. We're in the process of trying to get a new service provider to assist us with the maintenance part of the contract. And then an overview of the AG, where we expressed an audit opinion on a conclusion on usefulness and reliability of reported performance information and reporting on material findings in the audit report. Report on material findings relating to compliance with specific requirements in the legislation. So in the period under review, the department received a clean audit. Material statements, however, were identified in the financial statements during the audit, and these material misstatements constituted non-compliance with the PFMA. Under APOI, the AG did not report any material findings on usefulness and reliability of the report itself. The deficiencies were just with the updating of the annual report, which was later corrected by the department. This has been the progress of audit opinions over the past years from 2015 to date. Thank you, Chair, and I'll hand over to HOD. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sanat. Honourable Chairperson, may I just get guidance from you how you would like to proceed? So we run them all and then take questions at the end, or would you want to take questions after each report? If you can just guide me on that.
Let's take all the agencies on the annual report and then we'll engage on the annual report as a whole.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. I'm also then just going to suggest a little change in the agenda and move JEP down to the last agency so that they can present where they are with their things. So I'll go to GGDA, followed by GGB, GTA, and then the Cradle. If the colleagues can please come in. Thank you, GGDA.
Apologies, I just was struggling to unmute here. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, MEC and colleagues. This is the presentation for the annual report for the GGDA group. The priorities I won't go through. We had just put it in for narrative context and the vision and the mission as well of the organization. So first is a summary of the performance. From a performance perspective, 33 of the 40 targets were achieved in the year under review, which is an 83% performance achievement. And then broken down into the different entities is a breakdown then of where there was full performance and underperformance, with holdings with 6 of the outcomes not achieved. And the individual programs will be explained now. So from FDI facilitation, there was an underachievement from the 7.5 billion that had been targeted. 3 of the major projects that were in the pipeline were carried over into the new financial year. We weren't able to conclude them, and those limitations in the year under review were really based on Reserve Bank approvals that were not processed by the end of the financial year. And then in one of the 3 investor cases was challenges at the local municipality level for bulk infrastructure. That was an investment of 2.3 billion. Sorry, there's an echo on my side. The second was with regards to DDI. That target was fully achieved. The number of investments facilitated was achieved. The number of investments with BRIC countries was an underachievement, so it was secured or closed at the end of that financial year. 3 of the 6, 2 of the 3 that were not concluded by the end of the year were carried through to the new financial year. And then Rand value of trade deals facilitated was fully achieved. The number of enterprises provided with export readiness development was fully achieved. And maybe in the interest of time, Chair, if I may focus on where there was non-achievement. Gauteng-based businesses that expanded operations with our facilitation onto the continent, there was a significant underachievement in that exercise. And that's really because of the amount of influence we have once the actual transacting happens in the different countries with regards to the businesses that we support the facilitation of exports to. The other underachievement was with regards to, in that financial year, the Biopark Phase 3 construction. We did progress with that in the next financial year. At the time, it was with regards to challenges with the contractors that we experienced. JMP Superblock. The Cornhill Visitor Centre was with regards to site handover, and this was the challenges that we had with the municipality at the time. Unfortunately, those challenges were significantly delayed. We did get intervention from the MEC in that year, and then the project was stalled again last year when we had to stop site handover with the project. So 2020 was also equally a tough year for this project. That was with the Cornhill Visitor Centre. And then with the AIDC, there was 100% achievement of targets from a performance perspective. With the Innovation Hub, there was 100% achievement of targets. With the GIDZ, there was an 80% achievement of targets. The target that was not achieved was with regards to the Northern Precinct completion. The project had to go back to market. So the tender that went out was cancelled and the project had to go back to market, hence the 100% non-achievement at this point. And that was actually the only project that impacted them negatively. At the Constitution Hill, there was 100% achievement. There was a request for a human capacity report. We've included the numbers with regards to vacancies. The progress on these vacancies is that many of the vacancies that were funded have been advertised or positions filled, and where vacancies have not been funded was equally the same as DD, with looking at the structure and looking at restructuring or consolidating some positions. We had to do this based on the budget cuts, and again, this happened during the year last year, where Treasury communicated that we have to reduce significantly more on personnel costs. So the exercise of filling vacancies, the approach has been to fill critical vacancies, and then all other vacancies, a consideration of whether the vacancy is absolutely required and or we can combine roles to ensure greater efficiency without necessarily increasing the personnel costs significantly, and focusing funding on programs rather. The financial performance, as indicated in the performance side, is there was challenges with some of our construction projects that carry the biggest portion of budgets, but these are ring-fenced for specific projects. And so where the projects did not progress as had been planned, the spend did not then follow the implementation accordingly. And that's where we see the greatest of value, and that would be in Program 1, based on those projects, and then also on Program 4 at the IDZ with regards to the Southern Precinct top structure, which went back to market in that financial year. And that was closed now in this current year under review. With regards to the Auditor General matters, the GGDA got an unqualified with findings. I'll speak to the findings in the following slides, but just from a summary perspective, AIDC got unqualified with findings. Of the findings, apologies, with the GGD withholdings, there were 9 findings in total. 3 of them have been closed, 6 are in progress. In progress either means that there's been no opportunity to demonstrate a closing with a similar finding, or it means that there's a process underway to close that finding. I'll articulate when I get to the detail. The AIDC was 22 findings, 13 of them have been closed, 9 are in progress, and then Conhill, IDZ, and Innovation Hub were unqualified. A summary then of the detailed findings. At the holdings level, there was a finding on incorrect application of Treasury Regulation 16A 6.6, where the finding from the AG was that not all contractors that could have been given the opportunity for the bid were contacted and given the opportunity. The remedial action was that management will follow the prescripts outlined in the irregular expenditure framework. The matter is under investigation, and the investigation also includes support from Treasury, and the results of that investigation will then follow with consequence management. The second finding was around incorrect points awarded on criteria for submission of reference letters. This was an isolated incident that was identified. Remedial action was around administrative improvement to be done. We've also done retraining of all our bid specification, evaluation, and adjudication committees in preparation for the next financial year, just to ensure that all regulations and practice notes from Treasury have been retrained to all the colleagues who are involved in these processes. The third finding was about the adequacy of documentation on the implementation of recommendations of BAC round robins. It was an administrative finding from AG asking that the paper trails where there are round robins that are made must be documented in a particular way. That administrative improvement has been effected and will continue to be effected. The fourth one is effectiveness of reasonable steps were not taken to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure. It was a particular finding, and it was around a transaction with ourselves, a process between ourselves and SARS. The processes, the remedial action, the processes were already in place at year end to deal with the disclosed irregular expenditure as reported in this financial statement, and finalizing the internal processes on disclosed irregular as per remedial actions that have been recommended as well. The next one was non-compliance and incorrect accounting of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. This was with regards to a late payment of invoice, which led to an interest charge. This matter is still under investigation, and this was with the Biopark construction project, where there was standing time and interest charged on that. Between ourselves and the contractor, we didn't necessarily agree with what they had charged, but it will be settled right at the end of the contract when we do final accounts. So there is an understanding, an acknowledgement made in writing between ourselves and the contractor and the AG that this that is deemed to be interest will actually be reversed, but at the end of the project when we do the final accounts. And then the last three, which all have been closed, were one around inaccurating. It was a calculation of stage of completion, a percentage difference. The second was about insufficient disclosure of financial instruments on other receivables. That was just a technical prescripts discussion between ourselves and AG. And then the last one was incomplete disclosure on related party accounts. That again was just about technical disclosure matters, and that was closed. And then where there's non-compliance with leave policy, that was where there were incidents identified where I think it was 3 or 4 incidents where a person had gone on leave, but on the system, the approval was done by the manager post the leave date. And that is corrective action internally, one on the system and also with managers. With the AIDC, the findings, the first one was about a deferred tax liability. It was a technical calculation matter that has been closed. The second was payables incorrectly classified as accruals. Again, that was a definition of the two. And with Treasury's intervention and ourselves in AG, we found an understanding. That finding has been closed. The third was investment property and the classification between investment property and actual PPE. Again, another technical one, and that reclassification based on justification has been closed, and it will be the same now principle going forward on the same matter in all future years. The fourth one was with regards to PPE again, which is property, plant and equipment. The annual assessment of useful life, depreciation method and impairment indicators. So this finding was what AG identified as the useful life of some of the assets. They didn't agree with the duration that we had indicated. And so the remedial action, and it is in progress because it's something that we'll have to do and monitor continuously, is PPE must be reconciled and reviewed monthly. Maintenance plans that are in place for movable property, etc., must be documented in a particular way, and all work done must be documented equally in a particular way that will also satisfy AG. And AIDC does have quite a large property PPE portfolio, so it's something that we are being very meticulous about. The fifth one was the net book value of R1 and less. The AIDC is in the process of engaging with the service provider to assist. We have to do a full asset value review, including looking at the market value of the large assets in the organization. So we're busy with that process as well. And it's a continuous process, and we'll report on it annually. The next one for the AIDC was receivables from exchange transactions. And AG had identified that there was a lack of impairment assessment on some of the financial assets. It was a technical issue. And Treasury is assisting in the process of finalizing this particular finding. The next 3 have all been closed. It was some PPE assets and their classification. 8 was around expenditure classified as PPE. So this was really about how you capitalize or don't capitalize some of the assets that you bring into your books. And then the next one was with jobs fund recorded in the incorrect period. So there was funding that the AIDC had received from the jobs fund about 4 years ago, and it has been received over a period of time. And so how it was recorded and the periods in which some of the transactions were recorded had to be reconciled. That has been closed. Intangible assets, incomplete intangible assets register. There was a policy improvement with regards to that. The next 2 were how conditional grant was utilized and then recorded, and contingent liability overstatement, which has been closed and rectified. The next 2 closed were around commitments understated. So accuracy, really, that's about accuracy and completeness. And then AOPO, inaccurate reporting. The next one, 15, was AOPO duplicated trainings recorded. So the AIDC does a lot of training work for individuals and for SMEs. And this was around how the trainings were recorded and the evidence around it. 16, understatement of rates accrual. It's an in-progress matter where management continues to engage with the municipality to fast-track the consolidation of the standard and invoicing thereto. So how the AIDC rather captures and records their expenditure, and when the municipality actually invoices them for utilities has created a bit of a timing issue on the books of the AIDC. This will always be in progress because it's also about the municipality, the city of Tshwane, improving their own systems. 17, related party transactions not disclosed. This will be something that the AG reviews in every financial year for accuracy again. The next 2 have been closed. The 2 in progress matters are 20 and 21, receivables from exchange transactions. Excuse me. This was, sorry. This is about improving our debtors impairment policy. This again will be impacted this year because equally with COVID, and we've had to reassess what our debtors book looks like and what is reasonable to be recoverable and which of our debtors is going to need to be impaired. So it will be a continuous policy impairment, and we'll also be benchmarking ourselves with other similar entities in the province. The last one is the new interpretation not disclosed in the annual financial statements. This is new interpretation of standards, will be fully implemented from year end of the current financial year that we're in. Conhill findings, there was tax compliance not verified to be in order on CSD portal. This was more of an administrative matter around how we do tax compliance when we do RFQs, etc., how we use the CSD portal, and then the secondary confirmation that we use in checking the tax status of bidders. The next next 2 that are in progress. One is about a bid not advertised on the e-tender publication portal, but advertised on all other platforms. And so here was to just ensure that all tenders are not just advertised on other platforms, including the website, but also on the e-portal consistently. And then there was a conflict of interest matter. And here Conhill to establish a list of suppliers that it should not accept invite or quotations from with reasons attached. And before any award is finalized, Conhill will confirm if such supplier is not on the internal list of prohibited suppliers to ensure compliance. The GIDZ, there was a non-compliance. Effective and reasonable steps were not taken to prevent irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. Management took steps to engage with Treasury and to follow the prescript of Instruction Note 2 and Treasury framework in dealing with irregular expenditure in this regard. Innovation Hub, where there was irregular expenditure, it was a non-tax compliant supplier. HR and the group IR manager have been consulted and are currently reviewing the matter to determine the applicable action to follow with regards to consequence management, and then controls have been enhanced. It's what I was talking about with Conhill as well, where confirming tax compliance of a bidder while you're adjudicating, and then equally before you award to ensure that their tax compliance still stands. There was one about internal control deficiency for incorrect points calculated. This again is similar to the one at Holdings, where now steps have been taken to ensure that all our committees are trained, retrained, and that the admin process is reviewed again internally. So it's just about controls improvement there. And then new interpretation not disclosing the annual financial statements. So just ensuring that all the latest prescripts are, a checklist is in place when we do our annual financial statements reviews and finalization. The last one with Innovation Hub was receivables from exchange transactions, debtors impairment. In the same as with the AIDC, we have to look at our debtors book and assess more closely the recoverability of what the businesses that sit on there. And in TIH's case, it's smaller businesses. What is the recoverability for them? There will be more impact in this current year's financial statements because a lot of businesses have suffered as a result of COVID, but it's in progress because it's something we'll always have to assess more closely. And that is all from the GGDA chair. HOD, I hand back to you.
Thank you very much, Group CEO. Can we have GGB to present their annual report, please?
Honorable Acting Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Ngube.
Can we have full names of GG, what? I've seen there are 59 people that have checked in here. So let's move with them. Thank you.
Okay, understood. So to you, Acting HOD and your team, we should be having some stakeholders here. I was also just waiting for the list. So when we use some acronyms, let's just try and also have the full name so that people can keep up with us.
Noted, Honourable Chairperson, and I'll also ask each of the presenters to also just introduce themselves when they present as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Ngube, for raising that.
Good day, Chairperson and the members. My name is Stephen Ngubeni. I'm going to be presenting on the annual report, Gauteng Gambling Board, it's GGB. I am going to try and run through the presentation. We are reporting on the financial year 2019-2020. And for the year, we had 20 targets. All targets were met except for 2. And the 2 that were not met was basically the training that we would have conducted for law enforcement agencies, including SAPS and the Metro. We could only conduct 25 out of 26 trainings, and that was mainly due to the withdrawals by the participants citing reasons of COVID restrictions. And the other one that was not met the target was the rand value spent on Sport Development Fund, which was supposed to be 24 million, and we only spent 15 million. And this was mainly due to a moratorium that was imposed on the expenditure on CSI and the confusion that we had as against SDF. However, that moratorium was later withdrawn. So those are the only 2 that we did not achieve. But I want to go back a bit to the slides and deal with the program 1, Cindy. If you can take me to program 1. Under program 1, we had a target to achieve an unqualified audit opinion. Indeed, it has now been 5 consecutive years. We have achieved an unqualified audit opinion, a clean audit, if you like. There were findings that were not very serious, but they are contained in the management report. 2 of those findings, as we speak, they are already resolved, and 2 of those findings are still outstanding. The first finding, it comes from the previous year. It was about the irregular expenditure. We needed to go through some disciplinary processes before we could ask for condonement. So it stayed on, and we are finalizing the resolution of the same. The second finding had to do with some potential irregular expenditure of less than 350,000. The matter was referred to the office of the MEC as per the advice by AG, so it's still being resolved. Those are the only findings that we had insofar as this is concerned. Otherwise, they did not affect the opinion on the audit of the Gauteng Gambling Board. Can we go to the next slide, Cindy? Then on under gambling regulations, you can see that we have achieved all the targets there. I just need to explain the overachievement, and so I can make members comfortable that each and every year, when we have set ourselves a target and we outperform that target, then it becomes an overachievement. The following year, when we set a target on the same output, we make sure that the overachieved or the actual becomes the baseline for the year. So it increases year on year. It doesn't stay the same. But there's quite a number of them where we would have overachieved. You can see under program 2 regulation, there are overachievements even in the next slide. And then you go to revenue collection. The rand value of gambling tax distributed within 1 month, we were able to distribute the taxes as expected, and the number of gambling revenue audits that we conducted, we were able to conduct more of those audits. And this is primarily because during the lockdown and post-lockdown, our licensees allowed us to perform some audits even off-site, so we were able to do it electronically. That's why we were able to achieve what we have achieved. And when you go to transformation in the gambling industry, our target was an assessment report of a BBBE levels and future opportunities in the Gauteng Gambling Board, and that target was equally achieved. Under education, eradication of illegal gambling, as I indicated earlier on, the only thing that we did not do here was the training of the officers. Otherwise, all the targets were met. Under responsible gambling, we were able to reach out to more people than we had intended to do. We had planned to reach out to 2.5 million people with messages around responsible gambling. We were able to reach out to about 3.2 million. And once again, the more people we were able to reach, it means an increase in the baseline. Under social economic development, which is mainly CSI and Sport Development Fund, as indicated under SDF, there was an underachievement mainly due to the moratorium, but we had already spent about 6.8 million on bursaries of about 30 students per year and other CSI projects. So that target was effectively overachieved. So in summary, as I said, we had about 18 performance targets which were due for reporting, and we only underachieved on 2 targets for the financial year. And the following slides, really, Cindy, I think we can skip because I've already spoken to that with regards to the performance. I will deal with the slide on finances. On revenue collection for the year, despite the pressures that we had, we were able to collect about 1.2 billion, which represents a 14% increase from the previous year in terms of the taxes and levies that we were collecting. And when you consider other revenue items, where our revenue really was totaling up to 1.5 billion rands. And I was speaking to my office just now to say under operational expenditure, I mean under expenditure, they always make me report only on operational expenditure. And this is the money that we keep, some sort of a management fee as the gambling board for us to keep the office afloat. And to that extent, we spent about 199 million on compensation, salaries and wages, on goods and services, and depreciation costs. Cindy, you can move. And that is it, Chairperson, from the Gambling Board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. GTA, will the representative of GTA highlight their presentation, please? I'm not sure who's presenting. Is it the CEO?
Thanks, HOD. Yes, it's acting CEO. It's Baba.
Introduce yourself to the committee, please.
It's Baba Khawhanediwi from Gauteng Tourism. Greetings to the acting chair, MEC members and colleagues. I'll go straight into the, maybe if we can go straight into slide number 10. The rest of the slides are mainly introductory and positioning aspect relating to the annual report. Next one. Yeah, to the slide number 10. So just go up, 2 slides up. The GTA had overall targets or performance targets for the organization, which stands at 9. These targets straddle across our 3 core business units: destination marketing, business tourism, which is about conferences, events, and exhibitions, and destination management, which deals with visitor services and tourism safety. We had, in the period under review, achieved 7 of the 9 targets. Next slide. The unachievement was recorded in the target that speaks about number of jobs created through events marketing. This speaks to the planned Q4 events, which were all postponed due to COVID-19. This included the Color Kids Festival, the Global F1 Festival, which was to be staged in the African continent for the first time in March, the Human Rights Festival in the Cityband region, the Royal Soapy, the African Gymnastic Championships, and the 10th Global Round Tables. This affected our target in terms of the number of jobs created of 14,000. We achieved 75%, which stood at 10,435. Next slide. The other area of non-achievement relates to increased number of tourism enterprises supported. The bulk of the tourism enterprises that we provide market access to are attached to the signature events that I've referred to. This is where we provide, especially our township enterprises, with market access. These events therefore affected our target. We ran short of 16 to achieve our 300 number of enterprises that we wanted to provide market access to. Using the same events, we are able to leverage number of jobs and rent value generated out of this event. So we are able to sweat one project multiple times. Next slide. This is a summary of our budget. You will see the bulk in the period in the year under review came from the grant from the Mara Department, the craft project, which is about creative sector stimulation in the visitor economy, and the tourism monitor project. Next slide. Major expenditure, over expenditure reported on the compensation of employees as we deal with explanation, mainly here related to the payment of the deferred performance bonuses of the previous financial year. Next slide. The performance of the units in terms of budget expenditure, as indicated, the bulk of the interventions and marketing efforts that were planned to be implemented in Q4 had to be put aside. The other area where we had under expenditure related to the destination management aspect, which we have now worked to integrate tourism supply in the department and in the GTA to ensure effective efficiencies in that area of work. Next slide. As indicated, the performance bonuses provision that was from the previous financial year contributed to the over expenditure in the compensation of employees. The goods and services underspent were as a result of the cancelled activities, and due to the fact that we needed approval from to get our procurement of our digital assets. It only came late. We were unable to procure the required machinery in the previous financial year, and that has been effected now. Next slide. Overall, the organization performed 77%. It's actually 77.8 to be exact on our predetermined objectives. In the annual report, we also give a yearly update on how we perform against our strategic plan targets, which are covered in the presentation, that include bed nights, that include arrivals, that include domestic trips, that includes how we are dealing with seasonality. We have provided an update on how we have fared on our 5-year strategic targets on an annual basis. But we have also continued to build trust in the public and the stakeholders we serve, with the agency recording its 7th successive clean audit status. There were no matters that were highlighted on the financial statement. The agency achieved clean audit. We had some findings on the matters listed as non-important, those related to the barcoding of the assets in the organization, and the CFO submitting the financial statements and being the reviewer again because of the challenge of our capacity with the organization not having a financial manager. Next slide. Overall, the period under review, as reflected in the annual report, also demonstrated the decline in the international arrivals, not only due to COVID, which only started towards the end of the financial year, but mainly due to the low economic base that we have suffered since 2018, characterized the period under review. The fragmented tourism portfolio or lack of partnership approach continues to define the work in the period under review. The lack of maintenance and management of public entities and tourism infrastructure also contribute to the low uptake, including the limited investments. With the past 9 years, the tourism marketing budget has been going down year on year, and this affected our efforts to coordinate the marketing activities. While the bidding and hosting project have demonstrated tremendous impact, there's also been no increase in the budget to support our drive to build events. But in summary, those are the challenges we have highlighted in the annual report. Next one, thanks. That's the end of the presentation.
We'll move on to the Cradle of Humankind and Dinner King. Acting CEO, will you introduce yourself to the committee and take us through your reports, please?
Thank you, Acting HOD. Thank you, Acting Chairperson. Thanks, MEC. Members, I will request that Mr. Mfundo takes us through the presentation. Over to you, Mfundo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, MEC and members. My name is Mfundo Hatebe. I'll be taking you through the presentation of Gauteng and the curriculum as well. We achieved 100% of our target. As curriculum in Gauteng, we had 10 targets to report on in the 2019-20 financial year, and all of them were achieved. These are the details with regard to program 1. Those are finance related, the preparation of in-year monitoring reports, as well as the interim financial statements. Those were then achieved. If we go to program 2, which is a curriculum of humankind, we managed to finalize the curriculum of humankind's integrated management plan, which was implemented and reported accordingly. Also, the socio-economic impact assessment report was produced, which assists us in planning and implementing our project moving forward. And for program 3, which is the Gauteng projects, we managed to achieve our targets as well. We managed to sustain about 577 jobs at the Gauteng Game Reserve. The other target related to the number of job opportunities sustained through the operational funding, which we provide to the Gauteng Game Reserve Management Association. There's about 51 jobs which were targeted, but we managed to overachieve there because there was a need for DGRMA to employ extra rangers. We then increased the number from 51 to 57. Also, the number of job opportunities sustained through the NRM project, which is National Resource Management Project, which has got 50 jobs, was also achieved. If we move to the next slide, the number of SMMEs, non-financially supported, which was 12, that was achieved. Those included training, which we provided, and other support. And number of cooperatives, which were non-financially supported, the target was 12. We were able to achieve that target as Gauteng. With regard to financial performance, we're going to start with the curriculum of humankind. We out of a budget of about 76 million, we spend about 45 million of our target, of our budget, with an underspending of 31 million, mainly because of savings within the compensation of employees as a result of funding which was received. These are the details funding which was received during the budget adjustment for the Garangua hotel schools, as well as a vacant post which have since been filled. With regard to the goods and the services, there was an underspending because of savings with regard to projects which were awarded at a lesser amount than what we had budgeted, and also we identified a duplicate project to what GTA is implementing, mainly with regard to the tourism routes project. As a result, that money was not used by us, as this project moving forward will be implemented by the GTA. There was also an underspending at the Garangua Hotel School with regard to the renovations which were supposed to be implemented by the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, which they unfortunately could not implement. That also led to the delays. With regard to the Gauteng project, as of a budget of 37.6 million, we spent 35 million. We spent all our goods and services allocation. The only savings which were there or underspending is with regard to the compensation of employees, also mainly due to vacant posts, which all have been advertised and are currently being filled. With regard to the AG recommendations, Gauteng received a clean audit, whereas Curriculum of Humankind received an unqualified audit with the findings. This is the detail of the finding that affected the opinion of a cradle of a humankind, whereby errors were noted on the recalculation of the cash flow statement. The AG recommendations have been implemented, but we keep on monitoring this on an ongoing basis. The cash flow recalculation template used when preparing annual financial statement has been updated, so we are confident that we won't have a repeat of this finding. The other findings, which were minor, did not affect the audit opinion, have all been implemented as well as per the AG's recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Acting HOD. Over to your good self, please.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Chairperson, I'm going to ask for a little bit of guidance from you again. To some extent, some of the agencies have already dipped into the remedial actions, particularly, I think, GGDA. And to some extent, do you want the others just to do their remedial actions now before you take discussion, or should we take discussion now and then come back to the remedial actions of those agencies that have not presented them? If you can give me guidance on that, and maybe if with your agreement, Acting Chairperson, maybe we just ask GGB to just inform the committee as to where they are with their annual report. You muted, Acting Chairperson.
We can't hear you, Acting Chair.
Yeah, sorry, it was my error. Let's take that quickly from GGB on their annual report, although I thought they had presented on that. But let's take that quickly, and then I can cross-reference the agenda and the time, so we can see what makes sense around whether we take the other one first. I mean, the AG stuff first.
So, Chairperson, it's the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, just the update on where they are with the annual, not GGB.
Yeah, let's do it because it's annual report.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can the acting CEO please just give us an update on the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller report?
Good afternoon, Chairperson, and thank you, HOD. Good afternoon, members and colleagues. My name is Mutlajo Moholo, Acting CEO of Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. Just to update the committee where we are in terms of our annual report. Our annual report was delayed by the completion of the audit by AG. I think it was the end of September. They requested us to allow them to do more work so that they're able to have a quality audit. So they end up completing our audit on the 3rd of Feb. And the board and the audit committee, they've since adopted the annual report. And I think the board adopted the annual report on the 18th of February, following the approval by the audit committee on the 15th. So we are currently at a point where we are finalizing the annual report review by AG. So they are giving us the final sign off of our annual report in terms of completeness and accuracy today. So next week, Monday, Tuesday, we should be able to submit the electronic copies to the legislature and the shareholder. And around the 5th, we should be able to give the shareholder the hard copies. Thank you, HOD and Chairperson.
Acting HOD, you want to say something? Or?
Thank you, Chairperson. So with regard to the remedial actions, I know for a fact that we as DED have it as a separate report. And I know that GGDA did a comprehensive outline of their remedial actions. So shall we just do the DED remedial actions and then just get the Gauteng Gambling Board and GTA and Cradle to come in and just give an update, and then we can do a comprehensive discussion on the annual reports?
Yes, I looked at the agenda. These are the audit findings on the same reports that we are engaging. So it makes sense to engage it in its entirety. So let's move in that regard, Acting HOD, and then we'll also engage on the JEP issue after.
Thank you so much, Acting Chairperson. So can our CRO from DD please put up our remedial actions presentation and take the committee through it? Nadia Khani, if you can introduce yourself and take us through, please. David, are you doing it? Oh, okay.
Thank you, HOD. Good afternoon, Chairperson, members, MEC. I will be helped by David in terms of uploading the slides. I just had a bit of glitch on my side.
Thanks, HOD. I'm struggling to flag the presentation on my side because of the weather.
David, okay, Madihan, if you can just start talking to it, I will try to flight it from my side for you.
Thank you, HOD. In terms of the audit report, as CNAD has indicated earlier, the department has achieved a clean audit when it comes to a 1920 financial year. And then with regard to Gauteng Liquor Board, we had unqualified finding audit report with findings on effective and appropriate steps not taken to prevent irregular expenditure. In terms of DED audit report, I'm just going to highlight in terms of matters arising that was highlighted by the AG during the audit. One of the matter that actually just one matter that was highlighted by Auditor General was with regard to the investment in Maropeng, that we have indicated that as the department that we are doing due diligence to ensure that the figures, the amount that needs to be disclosed by the department is accurately disclosed. So that is the matter that they have raised, and what we have done to date is that the due diligence has been done. I know the HOD as well as the team are looking at the report in terms of the options that have been provided to be able to address AGSA's matters arising that was raised. And then in terms of thank you, HOD. The second slide, the next slide. Okay, I've spoken to the matters arising in terms of the investment. We can move. The other area that AG has highlighted as well, it was on the performance information, and I think CNAD has touched on it as well, in terms of there was just a one word that was missing when we were reporting our APP as well as our annual report. It was missing one word, so that AG picked that up, but then the department has since corrected that error, and we have put in place processes to make sure that we review the APR properly so that it correspond with the APP. Okay, next. On my side is moving slow. It's fine. I will use my so that I don't waste time, Chair. For DED management report, in terms of the detailed finding that was raised by AG, in terms of the executive summary, we had 13 findings that were raised. 9 have been resolved to date. 4 we are working on that. I will take through the members just the areas that have not yet been finalized. The first one is with regard to the finding that AG has raised in terms of MAL. I have touched on that to say the AG has noted that not all the recommendations relating to MAL in terms of recognizing the investment was not yet finalized. So that's what I have indicated, that the department is in the process of finalizing the due diligence report in terms of identify which option will be viable for the department. And then in terms of contract management, AG raised a concern or a finding in terms of a contract with a variation of more than 20%. What we have noted in terms of this one is that, yes, from the department, processes or internal controls have been improved in terms of all the transactions or all the variations that are above 20% or to be referred to the HOD, and HOD refer them to Provincial Treasury to get the approval. Prior to just us being giving approval without Treasury. So those are the processes that we have put in place. But then in this financial year, we still have a transaction which is above 20%, which is about 2 million rand that we have incurred in this financial year. In terms of supply chain management, AG raised a concern in terms of calculation of preference points. What we have done as the department is that processes were put in place to make sure that this particular area it's been covered. But I think the challenge on this one, it's as a result of the vacancies as well. We don't have a director supply chain management, and for me, from the risk point of view, is that still poses a risk, even though the department has corrected this, but that still poses a risk in terms of if we don't have the proper or the director supply chain, you know, there is that issue of segregation of duties and being able to identify any issues that may occur. And then the last one for the department is with regard to the IT, where AG have noted that we need to update our IT DRP to include all the systems, the BAS, the PESAL, and the SEP. So what the department has done is to engage eGov, because this is the responsibility of eGov. What we have done is that we will then enter into SLA to make sure that all these findings that AG has raised that are covered by eGov, and they provide that service. That is with regard to the department. I will then move to Gauteng Liquor Board. And then in terms of the findings from, or just looking at the emphasis of meta paragraph, the auditors did raise issues in terms of material uncertainty, and the progress from the trading entity was that this is still an issue, taking into account the pandemic, where the liquor trading was not really happening as it should be. So in terms of revenue generation, they still have a knock-off in terms of being able to be financially sustainable. In terms of the compliance, which made the GLP not to get a clean audit, it's on the effective steps not taken to prevent irregular expenditure. The regular expenditure was as a result of the lease that was extended beyond 15%, and we did not get approval from Provincial Treasury for that over 15%. However, this is the responsibility in a way of GDID to be able to get accommodation for us as they are the custodian in terms of looking for accommodation for all the department in the province. So what we have done, we did engage DID. We've done all the paperwork on our side. We have handed over to DID, and DID it's taking this process forward. And unfortunately, in this financial year as well, it will be an issue that will be raised by AG, as there will still be irregular expenditure in this matter. And then in terms of just on a management report, the GLB, we had about 4 findings for GLB. 2 have been resolved. One it's of a concern from the risk management point of view, and it's just what I spoke about, or effective steps on preventing irregular expenditure, because that is what AG is still gonna pick in this financial year as well. And the one more was the one on duplicate renewals when AG was doing the CATs. They've noted that there are duplicate licenses. So what they have done is GLB to date, they have looked at the list that AG have given them, and then they have taken that to the board so that they are able to issue the new license number to those ones that have been found as being duplicate. And this matter is ongoing, as and when the duplicates are being identified, then it's been referred to the board so that we eliminate this particular one. Chair, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria Khani. Can I just ask the Gauteng Gambling Board and the Gauteng Tourism Authority if they just want to highlight areas of remedial actions from their reports as well? Thank you. And then we'll hand back to the chairperson for questions.
Thank you, Acting HOD. It's a Gauteng Gambling Board once again. We indicated that out of the audit, we had 4 findings, and 2 of those findings are already resolved.
Sorry, there's no
Yeah.
presentation being flighted. Can we please ensure that's on the screen? And then
Cindy, is there a presentation
to our
because
stakeholders, please keep your video off unless you're speaking. So Tiny or Tini, please could you turn off your video because it interrupts with the flighting of the presentation.
just waiting for
See,
Cindy.
I don't have a presentation on the remedial actions, unfortunately. I apologize to the committee.
Yeah, but I can speak to the 2 items. I'm sure it will sort of answer the questions and concerns of the committee chair, with your permission.
Okay, I'm not sure why there's no presentation when you were informed in advance that this is an agenda point we were going to be dealing with. That being said, I mean, we are here, but I want it to be noted that if it happens again, it is going to be a problem because you do receive the agenda well in advance, and it is important for us to have something on screen, especially because we have stakeholders. So now stakeholders are not going to know what you're talking about because you don't have a presentation. But regardless, we are where we are, and I don't want to waste time, so let's get it done. And let's please note that Acting HOD. Thank you.
Our apologies, really, Chairperson. I think there was a miscommunication. The 2 findings that are remaining, it's an irregular expenditure which dates back to the year 2018-2019. It was meant to be dealt with in 2019-2020 by way of an investigation as to why it happened, and taking action on anybody that may have been found in the wrong. An investigation was conducted by our internal auditors. They gave us a report, and we had findings of the report which pointed that 3 of our officials needed to face a disciplinary hearing, and that was the CFO, the manager legal, and the manager supply chain. And the process for the disciplinary hearing were started. However, the CFO challenged the process and took the matter to the Labour Court, and there was a lengthy litigation until the time when the CFO decided that he wants to settle the matter and leave the organization. So we are finalizing the disciplinary processes for the remaining 2 staff members, and thereafter we approach Treasury again because we had approached them for condonment of that irregular expenditure. And for your information, that irregular expenditure has to do with the legal cost. As you would know, that the gambling industry is a highly litigious industry. So from time to time, licensees, they take the gambling board to court, and from time to time we have to defend government decisions. In the process, the cost exceeded what we would have anticipated they would be, and we asked for condonment, and we were directed to this process. So this process is due to be finalized in the next month or so. So that's the first one. The second one has got to do with a finding by AG with regards to an appointment which was made by the board on the forensic investigation, an appointment of a company, ENS. The AG found that the procurement process was not followed properly, and he indicated that the matter should be referred to the office of the MEC to finalize, and that matter was referred to the office of the MEC to finalize. So we are still waiting the outcomes of that process. These are the only two findings that we have as the gambling board, and they were indeed classified as not being serious by the AG, hence they did not affect the audit opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CEO. Baba, can you do Gauteng Tourism, please?
Thanks, HOD. Also from the side of the GTA, from the AG, there were no findings that affected the audit report. Safe to indicate that the matters that I have spoken to already in the presentation related to the capacity of the financial manager. Therefore, the CFO was the one who prepared the statement and then also reviewed the statement. We have moved into that regard and advertised the financial manager position. The AG had indicated if these matters are not addressed, they will affect the 2020-2021 audit report. The other one relates to the barcoding of the assets, which we have corrected, and it has already been taken off our audit implementation plan. The last one related to the irregular expenditure recorded in the 2018-2019 payment of Grant Thornton. A request for condonation was submitted to Treasury, and I can confirm that Treasury have approved the condonation. Consequence management was effected on the affected employees. Those will be the findings that came from the AG Chairperson. Thanks.
HOD, does that bring to the conclusion of the agency's reports on the AG report? Acting HOD, we can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Sorry, the storm is blazing in Pretoria, so just excuse me. I was asking Cradle and Dinner King if they want to report on the remedial actions of the annual report.
Yes, thanks, HOD. We did indicate about the misstatement. I just want Mfundo, the Director of Finance, to take the meeting into the details of the findings of the AG. Over to you, Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, MEC, HODs and the colleagues. These are the details, Chair. Initially, I spoke about the finding that affected the audit opinion, which is the first one for Cradle of Humankind, which we have implemented as we have updated the FS preparation. This was regard to the errors on the calculation of the cash flow statement. The second one was with regard to information which was provided to AG during the audit on the transfer payments, where they indicated that the transfer payment schedule which they were in receipt of was not in agreement with the FS. There it was clarified with them, and it was corrected because the final payment schedule included an invoice which was rejected by the entity. Then the third finding was with regard to payments which were made to Marupenga Africa, whereby engagement on the SLAs were not finalized. So AG indicated that those payments they were questionable, but eventually this SLA was signed before the end of the financial year. So we currently have an SLA with Marupeng. Then the fourth one was with the shortcomings which they have indicated with regard to the monitoring of the transfer payment which we make to MAL. Even though we do have regular meetings with MAL, but AG indicated that they will want to see all the points which we discussed reflecting as part of the standing agenda points. We have strengthened those controls, hence we are saying the finding has been implemented, or the recommendation has been implemented. We do have regular reports which we obtain from Marupeng in line with what Treasury or AG is expecting. The fifth one, there were inconsistencies in terms of differences noted between the face of the statement of the financial position against the corresponding disclosure note. This was corrected during the audit, and we've also added an AFS chair list when we prepare our financial statement. So this was also implemented. AG also identified errors on the high-level review of our AFS. As we've indicated, we've developed a checklist which will assist that we don't have a recurrence of these errors. But I must indicate that these findings were not found to be material by AG. With regard to Dinokeng, they also identified that they were not fully happy with how we monitor the transfer payment which we make to DGRMA. We have then incorporated the comments and the recommendations of AAG in this year's transfers which we make to Marupeng. So this has been implemented as well. And then also they identified errors on high-level review that they did on our financials. We developed the checklist so that we are able to identify those errors. So it's been implemented, this recommendation. The third one was also on the errors which were noted on recalculation of the cash flow statement. This was just a minor and found to be not a material, but we've also implemented a checklist to make sure that there's an extra layer of control and monitoring. The fourth one, they indicated that the amount as per the schedule differs from the amount of the AFS. This we've also developed a checklist as well, which has strengthened our controls. And then there were inconsistencies and differences noted between the face of the statement of the financial position against the corresponding disclosure note. This was also corrected during the audit. It was also found not to be material by AG, hence Dinokeng managed to receive a clean audit. We've since implemented this control. Thanks. These are the only findings. Thanks.
Thanks,
Thank you very much. Thank you, Matthew. Honourable Chairperson MEC, may I hand your meeting back to you now and to do the questions?
Not a problem. I'm just putting in my earphones because now I have background sound, just to minimize any disturbances.
Can I confirm that I'm audible?
Yes, Honourable Chairperson, we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Just before I get to honourable members, I want to welcome our stakeholders properly. I was waiting for a formalized list just to ensure that I don't forget anybody. Like I mentioned earlier, we do have stakeholders with us today as part of our annual report reflection. I'm just going to read out the names that I've got in front of me, and then apologies if we leave anyone out, you can just mention it in the chat box. We've got Ms. Hendrika, David Kabua, Pitola Max, Olani, Zakaria Kanya, as well as the Davidton Hawkers Project, Family Shield, Quad Duduza, and yeah,
some other organizations included in those have also sent their representatives. So I want to welcome them as well to the meeting. We've just received the annual report as well as the findings from the Auditor General on those annual reports from both the Department of Economic Development and the various agencies. Before I hand over to honourable members, I wanted to know if there are any stakeholders who'd like to make comment who would like to have their say. Of course, we do also have some time restrictions, but of course, it's important for us to acknowledge and hear from our various stakeholders. So you can use the raise hand function so I can note you, or if you don't have that function, you can unmute yourself, say your name, and then I'll note you thereafter. Are there any of our stakeholders who wish to make comment? All right, what we can do is take honourable members first. Maybe that will also give our stakeholders a little bit of time maybe to think of their points, but also to can then put their hand up during that time. Honourable members, we've received the annual report and the AG remedial findings. Can I note hands? I saw Honourable Nqube's hand up earlier, but I don't know if it's up again. I see Honourable Makubela. Just before I give you platform, let me confirm, Honourable Nqube, I see your hand up now. You're noted as second. Are there any other honourable members who wish to make comment? Right, none. Let's start with you, Honourable Makubela. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Acting Chair. I think you can inform the Acting HOD that I'm in Pretoria. Should she continue to experience network problems, she can come to my house anytime. My network is uninterrupted. That's on a lighter note. Mine is very short. I'm happy with the report that they are given. I just think that we might need to have clarity about the matter relating to the CFO.
The someone we're using you. I don't know if it's my network.
I'm not sure. Am I audible now?
It's breaking up.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, no, thank you very much. No, I'm saying perhaps maybe clarity on the issue of the CFO of the gambling board. What was the nature of his departure? Did he just resign, and all sorts of things? That's the first. The second one is that I think it's directed mainly to the MEC. I think we need management as soon as possible in many of the agencies of the economic development, particularly at JEP, because that institution, that agency continues to collapse on the simple basis that it is leaderless. There's no management. Everybody's acting there. I mean, we even get to a point where in agencies you don't have, directors of SCM. When you have a lot of people, supply chain practitioners who are well experienced, languishing at home because of the effect of COVID-19. And I think that if we can resolve the vacancy rate in our agencies, particularly at leadership level, we'll have resolved most of the problems that the agencies are going through. So I'm humbly pleading with the MEC. Let's try to expedite the matter of filling those vacancies, ensuring that I can see the acting HOD is trying her level best, quite passionate in her work and all sorts of things. But I'm saying let's try to also ensure that we have somebody appointed on a permanent basis as an HOD. Then there must be a ripple effect to all the agencies. And I think that most of the problems that we're facing, especially with some of the adverse findings from the AG, are going to be avoidable. It is unavoidable that when you don't have management, when you don't have leadership that is there on a full-time basis, that you will not have some of the problems that the department and the agencies are faced with. I think the sooner we resolve the matter of the appointment of HOD, CEOs, CFOs, and so forth, most of our problems will be resolved. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I was muted. I didn't quite realize. All right, I see Honorable Ghana's hand is also up. Let me take Honorable Ghana, then we'll take Honorable Ngube after. Go ahead, Ghana.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the report from the department. I think the JEP issue, I guess, at some point they will get that report. I heard some of the issues, the way that it was put. It's as if it was the fault was at the Auditor General, not so much in terms of what JEP was doing, but like the colleague who just spoke now, that the things with JEP is as a result of lack of management. And it's been going on for the last 3-4 years, the issue of leadership there. Hopefully, MEC Tau, one of your first action that you will do is to get the leadership there. Because we get reports in terms of what they are doing, but it's hard to show what they've done. So on paper, they've done well, or they seem to have done well until the last quarter, where things come together. So I wanted to check a couple of things, man. So one of the things that the department's budget, report, not the budget, speaks of, it's an investment summit that was raised, that was held, the expo, which was a success. So I'm trying to marry two things. So on one side, we have GGDA that says we couldn't, achieve our FDI targets, and then the department says the investment expo was a success. When we do use these kind of terms, are we measuring the success of an expo by people pitching up, or we measuring it in terms of commitments to invest in Gauteng? Because there's no need to host an investment summit if you are not trying to attract people in that space. So if I can just get that, I think the other thing, I think I'll try to ask a written question to get more information of a technical nature. And then the second thing, so we have an SMME support in the department, and then we have non-financial support in the department, and we also have a JEP non-financial support to SMMEs. Are these different things? Are they different people, or they are the same people that are reported in onto reports? So if, say, for instance, the department says, no, we offered 3,000 non-financial support to SMMEs, and then JEP on the other side says we have offered 2,893, these are hypothetical numbers. Does that mean that we have actually offered SMME support to 6,000 people, or it's actually the same people that they are recorded on both the JEP and the department? Then the next question, I wanted to check. I know that sometime last year we started talking about the amendment of the Gauteng Liquor Act. I want to check with the department, because the Premier also spoke about it, whether this is something that's in the pipeline. Has there been some preliminary work that has been done? And if so, how far are we with that? Then on GGDA, I think for today, because Jeff is not around, I'll just pick two things on GGDA, and then maybe one thing on GGB. So on GGDA, I want to check a couple of things. So there's a part where you facilitate in terms of FDI, and earlier on I had asked a question to the Department of Agriculture in terms of facilitating exports. I think the CEO touched a bit in terms of the export market and something there. I wanted to check with regard to agricultural produce from Gauteng. Does the GGDA goes on an intentional, not international, intentional sourcing of the market, or is that something that's left to the individual producers, cooperatives, and so forth to source markets outside the borders of the Republic? Because so I think one of the things that you raised there is I think was a challenge with regard to getting into the rest of the continent. I wanted to check what work as the GGDA together with the department have been doing to take advantage of the African continental free trade area. Have we started some engagement with provinces outside, other provinces in the continent or other nations to facilitate trade so that we can start producing goods that can go to the rest of Africa and be able to get people employed? And the last one on GGDA, I might have asked this. If I've asked this before, CEO, you'll forgive me. But so when the president hosts the investment summits, which the other one was hosted at Sandton, from the GGDA side, when you participate in those summits, is that also one of the platforms that you try to raise some FDIs or some investment? And if so, how much of the monies, we hear 770 billion that the president does speak of, how much of that do you get to facilitate, and how much is likely to come to Gauteng? And then my last question for probably for the day. So, Wabungoven, the last time when you reported, I remember you might have been at the Hyatt Hotel. Oh no, one of the hotels in Prospect. I don't know, Crown Plaza or Plaza Crown, one of those ones. I raised the issue of an emergence of online gambling outside the normal, call it betting on soccer and so forth. What we are seeing, especially since the traditional, call it what I call the traditional casinos were closed during the lockdown, we have seen that there's now online casino betting. You know, it's even advertised on TV that you can bet on your phone, play the casino, play the slots, play the wheel, blackjack, and all those things. How are you then, from a revenue perspective, does this have an impact on your ability to raise revenue? And if so, how much of an impact, and what are some of the ways that you are trying to get to ensure that you are able to then get that revenue that is due to the gambling board. Because my worry is that, as you will know, some of these online betting things, they don't come to register here in Gauteng. If you notice, they go to Mpumalanga or they go to Eastern Cape or KZN, but they don't register much here in Gauteng. So are we going to raise some revenue from them, or what's the story with it? I think no. Let me stop here. The other ones I'll tackle them next time.
Okay, thank you for that, Honorable Ghana. Let me take, I think it was Honorable Ncube before we get to our stakeholders.
Thanks, Honorable Acting Chairperson. The first one will be, I think there are 3 issues or more, I don't know, but just remember the 3 that when different entities were presenting, they said those findings will still appear in the 2020-2021, because maybe the Treasury was supposed to have done something. And my question will be, are there any moves or plans to go back to the Treasury in terms of ensuring that those issues that the AG has raised, they get addressed? I was watching the Commission of Deputy Justice Zondo on oversight, and it was like 3 years, 4 years. The AG keeps on raising these things. Where was the committee? So we would not want to be summoned next time to say what were we saying and what were we doing. So what are the measures in place in terms of making follow-ups? The other one is on the 2 entities that did not flight their reports. From the sector that I came from, when officials present orally, and then next time you come, you say, hey, you said this, they say, you didn't hear me. So with Acting Chairperson, we will want those reports that were not flighted to be sent to the committee. The other one is on matters that presenters said the AG found them not to be serious. But where we sit as an oversight body, those issues, and to a person that is listening, will think of something else. So for the purposes of oversight, we will also want that those issues should not be shelved because the AG said they're not so serious. To us, they are serious. In general, the picture is good. However, all the entities, this question will refer to all the entities to say, would you then vouch to say, as you are getting clean audit or qualified, whatever, your contribution, does it, okay, what you do in your entities as you are established to ensure that there is a contribution towards the people's lives of Gauteng, would you then say you are really contributing to improve the lives of the people? You may not respond now, but in future you will then tell us in terms of, these programs that are in place really are contributing in improving the people's lives that are intended to do. Lastly, a layman and ourselves too, whilst we can be happy about clean audit or whatever, but what is key to us is that these budgets that are given to the entities, do they really, what's my question? Oh, do they really ensure that the designated groups, which are small businesses, women, youth, people with disabilities, in all your entities, you are contributing towards changing their lives? For our own purposes of oversight, you will also want to know, whilst the what you call it, the template does not maybe give you that space of saying people that benefited is being Kimube at Corridor, Joburg, and benefited on business APCT. But we would, those people, other people, when they hear just the rands and cents and 99% expenditure are overachieved, if there are no warm bodies that are being mentioned to them, it like so we would, for our own purposes, maybe validate the information we call, just like we did last time when we called some small businesses on GEP, and all of them said, hey, we applied 4 years back, we never got the responses. So I don't know how, but we are interested to know who are these warm bodies that are beneficiaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ncube. Just before we get to our stakeholders, I also want to register 2 or 3 of my points, then we'll conclude Honourable Members' presentation or responses and thoughts on the annual report. There's been quite a significant underspending at the Cradle of Humankind, which is at 41%. And I did take note of what was said around the remedial points, but I am quite worried about the money being taken back by Treasury. So even though, yes, this is not amongst the first times that Cradle of Humankind in particular and that grouping has underspent to this amount, I just need to understand that the remedial actions are not just for this financial year, because I understand COVID has made a big impact specifically on these agencies because less people were going, etc. But I do think that's something that needs to be monitored, and I think it's something that, you know, we don't want to lose that funding entirely from Treasury. So that's just the first thing. The second thing, but I think it's going to come up in Q3, is around the Dinoken budget cuts. So I'm going to hold on to that point. But I want to speak about JEP and their lack of submission of an annual report here. And I want to echo what some honourable members have covered and said. In as much as there might have been some difficulties with the Auditor General, you know, you give benefit of the doubt on a first or second occasion. When you have an agency such as JEP, who, whether we like it or not, has many challenges and many problems, it's very difficult for us as honourable members to give benefit of the doubt. A lack of submission for me is unforgivable, because now what are we to engage on? What are stakeholders meant to engage on? How do we actually hold you accountable? And like I said, I'd be inclined to give benefit of the doubt if this was a one-time thing, or maybe it was a second time, but this is something generally about the underperformance and incompetence of JEP that keeps coming up. And acting HOD, unfortunately, it does fall on you to hold them accountable as well, and of course the MEC, but particularly in terms of the day-to-day in such matters. So I want it to be noted that we're very unimpressed as the portfolio committee, and also that it becomes very difficult for us to continue in our work. Honourable Ncube mentioned the State Capture Commission, in which the DCJ was very harsh on the role of parliamentarians and the role of public representatives. And I mean, this is a situation where you're giving us almost no choice in doing our work. In fact, you've robbed us of our ability to do our duly elected work by the Constitution. And that's no easy thing to swallow. So I want it to be noted we're severely unimpressed. But more than that, if there's a continuation of this kind of behavior, I think it's something that we're going to have to raise very sharply and very harshly, also further with members of the legislature, but also formally with the Speaker and the Chair of Chairs, because it's not on. And really, it brings down the hard work of other agencies and other parts of DED who do well, who do their best, who show up, who work very hard, and who really try to bring up the image of the department. And I know there are all the other issues of CHEP, but I just wanted to know it's unacceptable. And it's not something that we can take lightly. Imagine in the private sector, and I will say this again, imagine in the private sector, a head of an entire department or agency comes to a meeting, a high-level meeting of executives, and says there's no report. That person would be fired and would go straight to disciplinary. And I say this all the time. The private sector has higher standards than we do, when in reality, the public sector should have the highest standards. You should be ashamed to come to a portfolio committee with stakeholders without representation. So I'm not going to belabor the point even further. I think we've registered our anger and our irritation on the matter. And we will now have to find another time and another meeting so that we can hear from JEP. But maybe that's fine, because when you have the problematic child in the room or in your family, you unfortunately have to sit and go through it with them over and over. But there's nothing positive to say on that matter. Right, with that negative view, let me actually now open up to our stakeholders. I see already 2 hands. I see Kanya and I think it's Tiny. So my name is Fasiya Hassan. I'm the acting chairperson of the portfolio committee. We thank you guys for joining us. And now I'll hand over to you just to hear some of your thoughts on what you've observed and what you've heard. Thank you, Kanya. You may go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Also, thank you for your time for the proposed township stock exchange, which was spoken about by the Premier some years back as a way for enterprises in the townships to be able to raise funds. So I wanted to ask maybe the acting HOD, where are we with that project of the township stock exchange?
Thank you, Kanya. Is that the final part of your question?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, excellent. That's noted. Let's go to Tiny or Tini. I'm not quite sure if I'm saying it correctly. Can I confirm that I'm audible? Honorable members and colleagues, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Tanya, are you still on the call? Maybe you got kicked out from the network. I'm just searching. All right, it looks like unfortunately we've lost Tiny. What I will do is I'll request when Tiny gets back onto the call to maybe just type it in the chat box so that we can register the comment or the question or this point of clarity. Before I hand over to the department again, are there any other stakeholders who I would have missed? Some may not have the raise hand function depending on your device. You can also unmute and say your name so I can note you. All right, I think I don't think there are any other stakeholders who wish to make comment. And like I say, when Tani comes back, we'll try and still get that comment or that question from them. Acting HOD, I'm handing over back to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable members for the questions. I'm not sure if the MEC is still in the room, if he would like to just go first on some of the generic questions that he might want to respond to before I go into the detail, the administrative detail. I'm thinking particularly MEC of issues of appointing of CEOs and HOD, etc.
Thank you very much, HOD. Acting Chair, honorable members, thanks once again for the opportunity. I think the observations made by the committee with regards to leadership broadly in the department, but also specifically in the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, is correct and is a matter that is receiving our attention. I'll just make reference to 2 points. Members would have possibly noted that we did advertise for the HOD of the department. The advert closed. Currently, the process is underway to pull together a short list, and then the interviews will be held so that we can finalize that as soon as possible. And with regards to the GP in particular, we have engaged with the board and agreed that since the post has been vacant for pretty much 5 to 6 years and has been advertised several times, that the most appropriate route to take would be to acknowledge the process that was underway last year and the short list that was agreed to, and to bring that short list through, but also to allow them to headhunt so that we can finalize the appointment of the CEO of the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. I can confirm that at last report, the board had indicated that they would be going through the first round of interviews this very week and would come back to us based on the first round of interviews. So the process is underway to ensure that we're able to stabilize the leadership of the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. We have in the process also agreed that with regards to all other vacancies, particularly at the senior level that have to be filled, that motivations would be made to enable us to fill those vacancies. And it's a two-pronged process. Some of the vacancies had been advertised pretty much early last year, but had not been finalized. So we'd have to look at those to determine whether we use that process and or whether we advertise the posts. But we have said to management, you can motivate individually for vacancies that we should fill. But the ideal is always that you should have a head of an institution at an administrative level that would finalize or at least be part of those processes. That notwithstanding, we are conscious of the fact that many of the vacancies could create problems for the organization, and we might need to fill them as a matter of urgency. But at the leadership level, that is what we should say. I think I should say here, Chair, that my own observations in the short time that I've been here is that the acting CEO at GP and indeed the acting HOD in the department have held the fort in what is a fairly difficult environment, taking into account that beneath them, even their posts have not been filled. So their ability to pull the organizations is not that easy, because it's not like it's only the head that is acting, but it is also their next reporting level, where most of the posts are also vacant and need to be filled. So I'm really just saying, yes, we are working on the process, but indeed we should acknowledge, I think, the fact that the acting HOD and the acting CEO at GP have held the fort and helped us to navigate what is not a particularly easy situation. Otherwise, on the detailed questions, I would ask management to respond. Thanks.
Thank you very much, MEC. I'll take back. And just before I hand over to the entities and the departments, I just want to ensure the committee, and particularly, I think it was Honorable Mumbi that spoke about things like, are we committed to ensuring designated groups are addressed in the work that we're doing? Just to the entire committee, we delivered our APPs to you this morning. And just to say that the MEC has put us through a very, very stringent process over the last 2 to 3 months to ensure that all these things are addressed. I think we always do it, but we really, really have interrogated the latest submissions which you have with you, and we look forward to your feedback on that. With regard to the two entities that did not write their reports, I will ensure the committee that I will follow up on that and find out what happened over there. And with regard to the issues around the AG's report, I think it was in particular with DED, where the issue was raised that it appeared in the current annual report and that we expected to have that finding again next year. So I think I'm going to ask our CRO from DED just to speak to that matter. And then I will then call each of the subsidiaries to pick up on the matters, starting with GGDA and then going to GGB, if you could just get ready as CEOs. But CRO, could you maybe just talk to that matter that we have spoken about, which we expect to appear in our next report as well, please? Thank you.
Chair. Can you note me maybe after Kanya? Thank you.
Chair, can I go? Madiarani from DED.
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Just to address one of the members' concern on whether we do go back to Treasury to, address some of these findings. We have done so, Chair. What we have done was that we wrote a letter to Provincial Treasury informing them in terms of the irregular expenditure that AG keeps on picking up, which relates to the extension of regional leases more especially. What they then advised us was that please engage DID because they are the custodian of this process. So we did engage DID on this, and what they have highlighted was that they couldn't find the potential or the building for us. And then what we have to go back again, and then we had to go back and really look at the space that we want. And then we then resubmitted again to DID to say, okay, this is what we have revised and please look at. So as I speak now, we did send a letter in January just to, follow up with DID as well to say, please find these regional officers for us. And as far as I know is that DID is looking in terms of advertising the tender for the department so that we can get these regional officers and be able to deal with the matter of irregular expenditure that has been incurring year in, year out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CRO. Maybe just before we move off the department, can we deal with the question of the stock exchange that was raised by one of our stakeholders? Sergio, can you just respond to that one and then we'll hand over to the agencies? Is the acting DDG in the room? Okay, we'll come back to that question. CEO GGDA, do you want to take all the questions to you? And could you also address the investment summit, and Mam Joy can maybe come in from the side of the department as well?
Thank you, HOD. I will respond to the questions mainly from Member Ghana, and then I will also ask the COO just to respond to one question with regards to the presidential summit in particular. So first of all, to say that yes, it is correct that our work is around investment facilitation. So our work involves investment attraction, investment facilitation, aftercare services for investors in Gauteng, and then the fourth part of our investment portfolio looks at export facilitation and export training. So you asked then a question around how do we support SMEs and businesses with exports in the agricultural sector. I think I'd like to respond more holistically by saying that the focus when we look at export facilitation is with regards to businesses in all the 10 priority sectors of the province. Agriculture is absolutely one of them, and agriculture is one of the priority sectors as well. The way in which we do it, and this approach and strategy of ours has really been significantly revised over this last year, especially because of the free trade agreement being effective from the 1st of January this year. So how we will be facilitating exports in a more focused way going forward, and we've already started with that process, is we are now signing memorandums of understanding and agreement with GGDA or Investment Promotion Agency counterparts in the different countries on the continent where we have similar agencies to ourselves who have a similar mandate to ours. So their mandate would be looking at attracting or working on import substitution, attracting investors, etc. So we'll be working with GGDA counterparts in the different parts of the continent. We are working with the AU as well to identify opportunities for Gauteng-based businesses. We're working with the DTI as well, and in particular, the DTI has 10 what they call foreign economic representatives or counselors that they've stationed in the key 10 countries on this continent. We're liaising with those officers very directly because their job is to identify opportunities for South African-based businesses, but in our case, it's a Gauteng approach that we're focusing on. And our focus, our area of interest would obviously be businesses that are in our 10 priority sectors here. And we've communicated all of that, and so we have different strategies and approaches for different countries. And then equally, we're working with the Office of the SG in Ghana for who oversees the free trade agreement. So as the acting HOD has already mentioned, that we've just completed our APPs. And in there, we actually now have a very, very clear and focused approach, including targets for this, for ensuring that we are creating opportunities and identifying off-take agreements for Gauteng-based businesses in the different sectors, agriculture being one of them. On the back end of that, we're also collaborating closer and will continue to do so with the other agencies and departments, the Assisted Department Agriculture, so that they can assist us to build pipelines of SMEs that we can create these opportunities for. Where those SMEs have never exported and have the capability to export, we as GGDA also offer export readiness and export training so that their goods and or services can find opportunities and they would be able to take up those opportunities. Another question was around the DD Investment Summit. So I won't speak on it entirely, but I do want to say that we do use different platforms, including the Investment Summit that you refer to identify potential investors that we can then convince and facilitate their investments into the province, or where we can also assist them to expand and grow the investments that they already have in the province. An example of that would be over and above the investment summit that you asked about that DED hosted. With regards to the presidential summit that is held annually, it is correct that we participate in that process. And then the way that it is managed is that the DED then brings together all the announcements and commitments that were made. Of course, they relate to the different provinces. And we would then work with DTI. We would then work with the DTI to look at how we secure and close on the investments that are related to Gauteng. I'm going to ask Jamil, our COO, to speak to a little bit of more detail with regards to the investment of the past that relate to Gauteng specifically. I just wanted to check HOD the other questions that were asked. There was a question that was asked by Member Ngube around mentioning that we work with Treasury in closing some of the findings. Where we work with Treasury in closing findings that are not purely focused internally that we would need to improve on, for example, where it's controls or systems that need to be improved. We work with Treasury where irregular expenditure has been identified in the past and condonation is required. and to ensure that all the processes and steps per the framework have been complied with. We also work with Treasury where findings have come up and it is a technical difference or disagreement that we have with the Auditor General. Treasury then acts on our behalf to ensure that the technical issues, whether it's an interpretation of any of the prescripts, to assist us to ensure that our understanding and AG's understanding is clarified going forward, and there's one position, and we are aligned then with the Auditor General on technical matters in particular. Otherwise, the rest of the findings would need to be closed internally, then overseen by the Audit Committee and the Board to ensure that we've complied fully with resolving those findings. Jamil, if I can just ask you to come in. I think those were the overall questions for GGDA on the presidential summit and the numbers. Thank you.
All right, thank you, CEO, and good afternoon, honorable members, MEC, acting chair, and members of the public as well. I think in terms of the process, the investment summit, just to respond very directly to the question, we measure our success not by the fact that the summit was actually convened and that people actually came through. One of the critical things for us, and it goes to the actual rationale of actually hosting or co-hosting these events, is to ensure that we are able to understand what kind of interests are there from the private sector with regards to investment and expansion of investments within the province. And I think critical for us would be that once, in the case of the presidential summit, once those announcements are made, the critical thing is to then be able to take those that are directly related to Gauteng into our pipeline as well. And what we would normally do, Chair, is we would then, once they're on our pipeline, engage very directly with the the potential investors to see how it is that we can actually assist them with regards to bringing their investments to light and actually seeing the investments take off in Gauteng as well. Just to give an example, would be the Ford investment as well. I mean, I think it's been in the news for a while now with regards to the extent of that investment coming through, and we've seen that happen, and we've seen it being announced at these summits as well. The expansion of Nissan as well was also announced. These are major investments into the province, and from a GGDA perspective, our role then is really to see how best we can facilitate those investments coming through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I ask CEO if Mam V wants to add a little bit about the work that the department has been doing with investments? Mam V, would you like to add anything?
Chair, before the GGDA leaves, can I come in?
Let me note you for the end of this round so we can hear proper feedback, and then we can hear from you. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, HOD, and good afternoon to the committee's members. There's not much to add on the big investment kind of part, but we are dealing with the SMMEs, and the fund that we're dealing with at this point is the SMME fund that will be housed at GEP as soon as we are done with the Township Economy Development Act that we are working with, as soon as we've got a way of paying for the funding. But already we have a whole data line or database that we have got set up in Tshwane itself at the TASM, just to make sure that all the SMMEs get registered there and they get prepared to be ready for all the jobs that they can have there and be made ready to qualify for funding that may be in the process. So that's the process that we're dealing with together with the GEP at this point. Thank you, HOD.
Thank you so much, Manvi. The Township Stock Exchange, can we just get the response on that one before we hand on to the Gambling Board, please?
Thank you, Acting HOD, and thanks to Acting Chairperson, honourable members, as well as stakeholders present in the meeting. Yes, indeed, the colleague is right that at some point the Gauteng Stock Exchange, together with the establishment of the State Bank, were one of the two of the major projects in the financial services sector that were prioritized for the financial year 2018-19, and then some part of the work was done around let me say the initial start of the initial part of the work was actually conducted both for the State Bank as well as the Gauteng Stock Exchange. But however, in the 2019-2020 financial year, we experienced the sector, the two projects were impacted by developments, in the sector, and therefore it posed challenges in terms of implementing the project. Hence, in the 2019-2020 financial year, the projects were not included in the priority list of the ones to be implemented. I think it will suffice to stop there, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The Gambling Board, can you take your questions, please?
Thank you, Madam. I think I had about 2 questions. If I missed any, it may be brought to my attention. I will respond to them. But let me start with the last one, the question from the Honourable Member Ghana about the impact of lockdown vis-a-vis the emergence of online gambling that would have been observed during the lockdown and post-lockdown. I must indicate that first and foremost, I briefed the committee that in South Africa in general, online gambling is bad. It is bad in terms of Section 11 of the National Gambling Act. So it is illegal to have online gambling in South Africa. Many bookmakers particularly, they run to other provinces to register for online betting, which allows them to make casino type games available online. They do so because other provinces, for some reason, they have decided to be flexible when it comes to the legal provisions in their own legislations, their provincial legislation. I will indicate that our Section 57, in particular, of the Gauteng Gambling Act, bars such activities. And I can tell members that if you look at the gambling acts of the other provinces, it might not be Section 57, but they have got an equivalent of this provision that bars this thing. But for some reason, they've decided to ignore it and allow online betting. There's a difference when we refer to online gambling and online betting. Now, online betting means that there is a licensed bookmaker, for example, that can allow people to bet with him online. The difference here is that they also allow for casino type games. But generally in South Africa, online gambling or interactive gambling is bad. Now, members will remember that there was an item that was brought before them to process and to have a view, and that item had to do with the proposed National Gambling Bill, the amendment thereof, which amongst others talks to this issue of interactive gambling. And that bill has not yet been finalized, and we have made our own submissions to say, as Gauteng, we believe that online gambling or interactive gambling should be made legal in this country. I must also mention that we wrote a cabinet memo requesting the cabinet support on such a position. The cabinet resolved that indeed the position of Gauteng is to have interactive gambling legalized. We must go to all platforms to ensure that we lobby for the legalization interactive gambling, because as it stands, Gauteng generates the most gambling revenue nationally. We are responsible for almost 40% of the national gambling revenue. And by implication, that means we stand to lose the most when people run to interactive gambling. So indeed, during lockdown, when everybody was gambling online, Gauteng felt the pinch more than any other person. We lost a lot of revenue. Needless for me to remind you that we went down to about 10% of what we were able to collect. But we are putting efforts in place, and we will be briefing the new MEC on where we need assistance in so far as making this a possibility. But yes, indeed, that is the situation. With regards to the question by Member Makuela in relation to the CFO, indeed the matter was in the Labour Court. There was litigation happening, and you would know that such processes, they also allow for alternative dispute resolution, and as such, in this instance, mediation was allowed for negotiations of some sort, and a settlement was reached. I'm not so sure what was reached. I'm not so sure about the extent to which we can divulge the details of the settlement agreement with respect to Poppy, but I can assure you that the matter served before the board, and the board gave it an approval, and it was well within the law. But I'm just thinking about whether we will not be trampling on the rights of a person when we divulge the details of the settlement in a public meeting. But if we are required to do so, we can come back and do that at a later stage. But the settlement was reached, and the CFO is no longer under the employ of GGB. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, CEO. Let's stay with the regulatory agencies and take the question to the Liquor Board around the amendment of the Liquor Act, please, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, HOD. Good afternoon, members. Good afternoon, MEC and HOD. Chair, the issue of the amendments, yes, the process was unfolding. We had presented at the EXCO, and we had moved a distance to ensure that the policy document that we presented was approved. Unfortunately, before it was concluded, there was a national directive on the amendments of all liquor acts in the various provinces, because the DTI wanted to first have their own liquor act amended, so that we had to wait for the alignment of the very same of our liquor acts to the one of DTI. Unfortunately, to this date, nothing has come from the DTI or national office at this point in time. And we have resolved to continue with our own process, because in any case, as the province, we do have the legislative mandate to draft our own legislation. And we are in a process of requesting the EXCO to put this item on the agenda. So hopefully in the next cycle of EXCO, this matter will be put on agenda so that we can discuss this very same issue of continuing with our amendments that we wanted to have, because some of them are quite urgent, and the type of issues that we wanted to have amended are quite important for resolving some of the challenges that we're experiencing in the industry. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I think the last question before I hand back to the Chair for more questions is the issue of the underspending in the cradle and the cutting of the Dinner King budget. Acting CEO, do you want to please respond?
Thank you, Acting HOD. I think we do acknowledge that there has been underspending in the cradle, but that did not necessarily represent underperformance of the entities. I must say that you will see with the annual report we have presented that we have achieved all the 10 targets, and normally the underspending that comes is as a result of the tenders that we get. For instance, if you put a tender for you budget 1.5 million for due diligence as an example, and the highest bidder present us with 600,000. Obviously, we have a saving of 900,000. And normally what we do during the budget review, we either surrender or we bring up other additional projects that will benefit communities. So I must say that Cradle and Gauteng has improved a lot in the last 2 years, because we also had to improve on the institutional systems. Regarding the Gauteng budgets, yes, due to COVID, our budget has been cut to the bone, and unfortunately it affects our cooperatives and the SMMEs. However, we are continuously engaging with Treasury to try and make sure that we get the necessary allocation to complete the work that we are doing with the cooperatives and the SMMEs. We are also looking at alternative funding to make sure that we meet our targets. I think on the point by Member Makubela on the appointment and leadership, we also acknowledge, and I think the MEC has deliberated on that, but in terms of operational positions, that is positions that are not strategic, you will see when we respond to the questions that have been asked, we have given the details, and we are hoping that by the end of the financial year, critical positions will be filled. I think from Member Ngube, yes, on the budget and beneficiation to communities, most of the projects that we deal with contribute to the sustainability of the project, which in turn create jobs, like directly in the Gauteng as an example, we're giving operational funding which sustain about 50 jobs and about 577 indirect jobs. So the answer is yes. The money that we are spending on these projects do benefit communities. And lastly, I agree, Member Ngube, that every concern that is raised by the AG is serious. And I think it is important for all of us to make sure that the concerns by the AG, we must be able to respond, and we must take all the concerns, irrespective of whether they are elevated or not, we must take them serious. Thank you very much, HOD. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Acting CEO. Honorable Chairperson, can I hand your meeting back to you, please?
Yes, I promised Member Makubela that he could have his say. Go ahead.
No, thank you very much, Chair. It will be some sort of an injustice if we would allow the agencies, the MEC and the acting HOD to leave without actually complementing what came out most profoundly from the state of the province address, and also from mainstream media with regards to the successes of the work that is being done by the GGDA, in particular on the Tshwane Special Economic Zone. The Premier did mention something which we've been following on international mainstream media, the disinvestment of Ford in Brazil and so forth. It's clear that with the amount of work that is currently happening in Mamelodi with that particular SEZ, it means that the GGDA working with the DTI, they are doing wonders there. And I think that we need to be able to make that particular acknowledgement in terms of that work, and not only just look at the challenges and the hiccups that the agency might be going through, and I think that is something noteworthy, and I think that will be something that will be a legacy of the premier and this administration as well as the department. I think the potential number of jobs that are going to be created, jobs that are already being created, and the economic impact, especially in that area of Mamelodi, at the heart of Mamelodi, is really remarkable, and that is something which we must mention, because we can't just be a committee of just looking for pitfalls, shortfalls, and the challenges that the department or its agencies might be going through. And also, I think another agency which we need to acknowledge. I mean, if you look at what were the financials, Chair, of the Gauteng Gambling Board just when during lockdown, and how it significantly improved over time, it's quite impressive. It's quite impressive that they were able to turn around and implement some of the strategies that they came to us with, and so forth. I just wanted to raise an issue there, because I know that it is inevitable that which was not lawful will become lawful, because I mean, gambling generates much needed revenue. But we also need to encourage the Gauteng Gambling Board to actually go on an overdrive and begin campaigns on how to ensure that our people don't get addicted to the demon of gambling, especially at the convenience of their phones, the convenience of their homes, their laptops, or whatever gadgets they will use. If you look at international studies where online gambling is not illegal, if you look at the number of people who then lose money, some even lose their livelihoods, their homes, and their assets due to online gambling, the numbers are astonishingly and vexingly very high. So I think that in as much as we need to counterbalance the effects of what may come, which will become inevitable, because at the end of the day, you don't want to have a society that generates that assists us in generating revenue through the gambling, but we don't want to have a society that is addicted to gambling and ending up gambling everything away, including their livelihoods. So I thought that these are some of the things that we ought to mention, including the Gauteng Liquor Board. It's unfortunate that SAB wanted to actually force our government to think in between them making their super profits and us risking the lives of our people, and therefore they've disinvested in one of the SEZs in CDB. But we're happy with the numbers as they are going up. I mean, I was worried at some point when they presented and showed us how much they would have lost in revenue, and this is good. This shows what we've been saying, MEC, that once you have leadership at JEP, and once we have leadership across all agencies, including the critical positions which must be filled in the department, everything is going to go well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Makubela. I agree on the Tshwane SEZ, in fact, and I think that's something we as the Portfolio Committee should do an oversight visit of and really go see what's going on, especially now that the project's been kickstarted and it's all happening. I think it will be quite useful for the committee. And also, I mean, just before we go to the next agenda point, I close on this one. You know, a lot of the harsh criticism that's being put forward, I think, is also as a result of us being the buffer between the people and the department very often. And it comes from a space in which we want the department to be better and to be, you know, more, not just more efficient, but ultimately ensure that the needs of our people are met. And that doesn't mean we'll always agree, but it does mean that our common goal remains the ultimate objective. So even if we exchange harsh words here, it is a fundamental project not just of us, but of the mandate and the space in which we find ourselves being put into these positions, especially from the party that deployed us, really is the common goal of the upliftment of our people. So let's never misunderstand some of the criticism that comes that it's from a malicious or a bad place. And in truth, I think Member Makubela has reminded me of the fact that DED does often, and does many of the agencies as well, do often perform well. Unfortunately, there's just one or two bad apples that we need to fix. That being said, let's close on this agenda point and move to the Q3 performance reports from the department and its agencies. HOD, back to you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. We'll start with DED. Sanat, can you start flighting the DED presentation? And then just to get everybody lined up, we'll go to GDGA, JEP, the Gauteng Gambling Board, and then Gauteng Tourism, and end off with Cradle of Humankind and Dinner King. Thank you, Sanat. Please kick off.
Thank you, HOD. Greetings again to the committee. This is the presentation of the Q3 report, and I'll just quickly go through it. As per norm, we would just go through the non-achievements, Chair. A total of 9 indicators is reported in the quarter under review, where we achieved 6 of those and 3 of them were not achieved. This is the graphical view of the performance just of the department itself. Areas of non-achievement, it's under the agency oversight and governance. We've got 1 indicator there, and we have an indicator under the Gauteng Liquor Board. To zoom into the areas of non-delivery, and we had 1 in trade and sector. So under sector, in support of evidence-based decision-making in the DED, the unit had planned to develop a sector-specific implementation monitoring tool. And under the Q3 performance, the development of the tool itself was we were supposed to develop a sector monitoring tool. So progress against Q3 is that the tool was underdeveloped, and the reason for that was because the process had to firstly be aligned to the sectoral plans and the economic recovery plan. So those had to be completed within to allow for the tool to be more accurate in terms of tracking performance. The corrective measure there is that we are currently underway conducting a SWOT analysis on what needs to be added to this tool, and this would have to be informed by the revised APP. The second indicator that we did not achieve on was on liquor awareness activities conducted, where we had planned to conduct 50, but instead fell short and conducted 37. The underachievement here is based on poor responses from our stakeholders, and there wasn't much willingness for them to participate in these activities. Although we will not be meeting this, although the date itself would have passed and we won't be finalizing on this target, we still, however, plan to perform more of these awareness sessions to the newly licensed traders. The last indicator that wasn't achieved under this target, percentage achievement of planned targets by agencies, where we would have planned for 80% achievement. However, we achieved 71%, which translates to 51 targets achieved out of the 72. And the reason for non-performance in this area is really attributed to a low appetite, investment appetite, and delays on infrastructure programs, delays being mainly with funding confirmation from DTIC and the launch of the Nissan Navara module. Under JEP as well, where we fell short, would have been further to delays on the finalization of loans being approved. The corrective action there is getting additional partners such as the WBITS and the European House of Ambrosetti to assist in attracting investment into the province, and also contracting an arrangement with the Nissan training to be rescheduled for Q4. So we're hoping that that will expedite performance. This would be targets that then have been achieved in the quarter, offtake agreements being completed. taking us through to the finances. Under financial management, we just fell short of the 75% straight line method, sitting at 65% of spend. Under the program 2, integrated economic development, spending there at 32%, and this really is based on the 250 million SME fund. It hadn't been transferred by then, so that then affected the spend under the program. Under economic expenditure per economic classification, sitting at 65%, low performance in this area, again, that having affected the transfers. So we hadn't completed all our transfers by the end of December in the quarter under review. And then expenditure per revenue sitting at 201%, and the increase here is based on the horse racing taxes, where there was an increase in sports betting, landing us at 1,526% collection. Reporting under financial indicators, we spent 22% spend on females, which was below the 30% GPG target. On youth, we spent 4%, also below the GPG target of 10%. There was 0 spend on people with disability, people living with disability. 82% spend on triple BE, exceeding the target of 80, the GPG target. 83% spend on SMMEs, exceeding again the GPG target.
Need to put it onto your bit.
I can do it.
HOD.
Sorry, apologies.
Sure. TER spend at 35%, below the GPG target of 40%. Targets that were not achieved were due to programs that could not be implemented, which resulted in the department having a fewer procurement transactions. We processed a total of 194 invoices, where 158 of them were paid within 15 days and 36 paid within 30 days. The emerging priorities remain the same. We've still been seized with the task of working through COVID. Under economic planning, where we are working on an impact study to determine the extent of job losses and company closures across Gauteng. The status thus far is the modalities on collaboration with City of Joburg to increase the scope haven't been finalized yet. And challenges in that area is lack of capacity to broaden the scope of the survey itself. Under our HR capacity, the department's currently employed 448 staff members. We're currently sitting with 13.9% vacancy rate, where we've got 19 people with disability, 117 young people, 278 women employed by the department, where 21% of them are women within SMS. And in the period under review, 14 of employees attended the King 4 training workshop. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you. I'll hand back to the HOD.
Thank you very much, Sanat. GP, do you want to go, please? Sanat, take down aisle 1.
Sorry, HOD, to confirm, did you call GP?
Yes, GP's next on the agenda. We just skipped them last time because they didn't have an annual report.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll ask our COO to beam the presentation. COO, if you can beam for us.
I'm trying to beam, so is it visible?
Yes, you can do full slideshow. And go to the second slide, then move quickly to. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll cover this 3 items under our presentation. We'll talk about the executive summary, provide Q3 and year to date, since we are approaching end of financial year, and I'll provide a conclusion. If you can go to the next slide. Performance to date, Chairperson, out of our 13 targets, we achieved 5 targets, is 38%. This is mainly due to the multiplier effects of the lockdown, but we are projecting that by end of the financial year, we should be between 77% and 92% of our target. There's one target that we projected that we won't be able to achieve. There are remaining 2 that we think we are pushing out to try to achieve them. That's why we're saying that our performance by end of financial year will be between 77 and 92%. Next slide, CEO. In terms of the first 2 targets, they've been achieved. In terms of 2.1.2 year to date, there I think that there's a mistake. There should be about 100% or so. In terms of the financial support loan, we did not meet the target in the 3rd quarter, but to date, out of 50, we have got 37 loans approved. And in terms of mitigation, today we have got MCCs sitting, and we expect them to approve 9 of our loans. And in the next week, we expect 7 more to be approved, and the rest of the March will be used for disbursement. Our disbursement for quarter 3 was 65% instead of 70%, but as of yesterday, we were at 76% for year to date. Next slide. In terms of the 3.2.1 Chairperson, that target was also not achieved, but our pipeline is ready to ensure that we can achieve this target, and we've lined up as part of the mitigation plan, and this is one of the targets that we think we may not be able to achieve. The next 2 targets are achieved. The last one is also lagging behind, but in terms of informal businesses, but against the annual target, we are currently at 730, and we have got the pipeline as lined up in the mitigation. We are also confident that we should be able to achieve this target. Next slide. Again, Chairperson, if you go to the next slide, under 3.2 in terms of the SMMEs in the construction and tourism sector, we did not achieve our 3rd quarter target, but year to date we are at 150 against the target of 200. We've got the pipeline is lined up in the mitigation plans, and we think this will be achieved as well. In terms of the manufacturing sector, against the 250 target for the year, we are currently at 222, and our pipeline is as projected in the mitigation, and this is also one of the targets that we think we should be able to achieve. The target on mentorship and incubation, this is the target that we are at this point sure that we will not be able to achieve because the mentorship program was delayed by the processes of probity audit. So this is the one that we are sure that where we are sitting now, the project will only be approved after the end of financial year. Next slide. This is the slide, the last slide, Chairperson, in terms of the targets. In terms of grant funding against the annual target, we are currently at 753, and our projections are as outlined in the mitigation plan, and this target is the one that we also think that we should be able to achieve. And the last one is in the 3rd quarter, it was achieved. This also that we think we should be able to achieve by the end of financial year. Next slide. This is my conclusion, Chairperson. We take into account that the work of GP, because most of our work include going to clients, having direct contact with them, and I think in quarter 1 and 2, we were definitely affected by lockdown, and this had multiplier effect in the remainder of the year. But the agency, as part of our mitigation plan, we came up with an approach of bulk approvals through our management business development committees. That's why we have in our mitigations the pipeline that we are now indicating. And as I said before, we should be able to achieve at minimum 77%, and a best case scenario will be at 92%. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO. CEO GGDA, my apologies, you were right. You should have gone before GEP, but please go ahead.
No worries, HOD. I'm sometimes over eager for my own good. Pumlile, can I please ask to stop sharing on your side? Thank you.
Thank you.
The quarter 3 report for the group. As at quarter 3, it wasn't a great quarter for us. The performance was, of the 31 targets planned, 21 of the targets were achieved, which made it a 68% achievement in the quarter. But in the report, we will speak to the mitigating factors that we have put in place. At a holdings level, there were 5 targets unachieved, all of them sitting in the trade or trade and investment related targets. And AIDC was a 60% achievement, Innovation Hub 71, GIZ 67, and Conhill 100. The non-achieved targets per entity at the GGDA level, for rand value of domestic direct investment facilitated on a target of 51 billion for the quarter 3, there was an 11% achievement. This was also, I think, context for the trade side. We started seeing recovery in quarter 3 and towards the latter part of quarter 3, which would really be November. December was quiet again, and we have picked up since then. But as at the end of quarter 3, we did have 8 DDI investments in the pipeline, and the total value of those investments is 2.2 billion, and we have already seen a close on some of them. But by the end of this current quarter, we will have, we will have covered the shortfall that we experienced in quarter 3 there. The rand value of BRICS investments, there was a 0% in the quarter, and the transactions that we were working on and the ones that we were facilitating on, there were in particular 4 that we would want to speak of, and the total value of those 4 was to the value of 595 million. But we've only been able to, of those 4, convert 1 so far and close on 1. And there was a question, apologies, earlier by Member Ghana on what we report on. We report on what we have closed on in its entirety. So once the full investment has landed, as opposed to just the commitment made. The rand value of trade deals facilitated. Again, here there was a 0 close on any of those that were in our pipeline. We're sitting with a pipeline of 8 companies. And of those companies, we are looking at a year-to-date total value of 571 in total. So these are also quite small values, but collectively make an impact and create, a conversion into jobs as well. The rand value of infrastructure opportunities successfully facilitated. This is again what we spoke about in the earlier session, is these are opportunities facilitated in markets outside of South Africa. And so with those, our facilitation goes to a particular point, but the closing of that process is obviously based on the terms of the other country, and what the company that we're assisting is able to conclude at a particular point. So the greatest prospect one that we've got right now is in Mozambique, in Cabo Delgado, and we are hoping that we will have concluded this one with regards to the oil and gas pipeline by the end of this quarter, by the end of March. The number of high-value investment leads, again, with this one, what we opted to do was to also now start getting the support of other international agencies or people who do similar work to us within the South African borders as well. So in here, we are now working with the United Nations Conference and Trade and Development Team. Of course, the World Bank is a key partner of ours in our efforts. And as was spoken to by Sinat earlier, is we hosted a great session with the European House of Ambrosetti in November last year, and we're already seeing the benefits of that. They're assisting us from a European market perspective. They oversee 347 companies in Europe and identify opportunities for them outside of Europe. At the AIDC, we had the number of auto industry workforce trained. The target was 500. We achieved 78% of that. The balance has continued to be trained, and we will be fine with that by the end of this financial year. Revenue generated by SMEs operating in the hub. The hub experienced some challenges towards the end of last year and wasn't operating for a bit of time because there has been significant theft of electricity cables. And so without electricity, then, the operations are closed. We continue to work with the city of Tshwane in this respect to assist us with trying to find mitigators in this respect. It's open again now, but again, operations are slow because of the inconsistency in power supply. The partnership strategy approval, this is with the Innovation Hub. Peter Hall, if I can just ask you to come in on this one.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, members and MEC. The partnership strategy, we have just basically this week concluded on the partnership strategy. It was a target for last month. We didn't meet the target. We were not happy as an ExCo to implement a strategy that was not 100% aligned, and where shareholders were not being given the opportunity to also to input. So now we've adopted a strategy, and it will be implemented in the fourth quarter. Thank you, CEO.
Yeah, actually, I'll leave you on the floor. You can speak to the next slide.
Okay, thank you, CEO and members. On this target, we had a target of 4 of companies with sustainable businesses graduating from incubation. Now, to graduate, you have to follow a 12-year successful graduation or incubation program, and you need to prove your first sale. And you also need to prove that you are self-sustainable. So we were only able to graduate 1 company during the quarter under review. During this final quarter, the fourth quarter, we will do a catch-up, and we will then exceed the target that we missed in the third quarter or make up for it. And we will also then meet the fourth quarterly target so that we meet the annual target. And the corrective measure is that the companies will be provided with additional incubation support, such as mentorship, grant funding, and commercialization. COVID has unfortunately had an impact on the decline of some of our companies who were not able to sail and to meet the minimum threshold in order for us to graduate them from our program. Thank you, CEO.
Sipati, if you can please come in. Chair, I'd like to apologize. I'm having some connectivity issues on this side. If I'm no longer audible, please can it be indicated to me? Thank you. Sipati?
Thank you, members and chair and MEC. This is about the construction of the southern precinct. The procurement thereof was put on hold due to COVID limitations. When we were ready to go on a public adjudication, the the limitations were imposed and we couldn't convene, but we have since in September been able to finalize the procurement process, and the contractor has been appointed and has established site.
Thank you. We moved to areas where we did achieve on our target. The rand value of foreign direct investment facilitated, we overachieved on that target. Well, I suppose, yeah, we overachieved on that target. The next was around the high-tech, the business case for that. It's being completed. We're in final consultation process with the on the details of this, and we'll sign it off. Well, we'll rather engage with stakeholders in this respect and have it signed off by the end of April. The quarterly trade and investment outlook report produced.
All right, we can't hear you now. Can I confirm, or is it just me who can't hear Musa?
We can hear Musa, Chairperson.
All right. Musa, I don't know if you can hear us, but we can't hear you. Perhaps somebody should call her. She did indicate she might have difficulty with her network.
Chair, I'm calling her.
Thank you.
Anybody from GGDA that can pick up? Muzi, are you there? Jamil, can you maybe pick up?
Sure, HOD, I think with your indulgence, I'll continue with the report. If you could just please flight it again.
Sorry, who was flighting the report? Was Musa doing it herself?
All right, if you give me a minute, I'll try and put it up.
Thank you, Jamil.
Actually, if you could just confirm that the report is up.
Yes, Chair.
All right, I'm just going to try and catch up to where Musa had left off. We were at...
While you're doing that, Musa has been disconnected. She's trying to connect on her phone.
All right. Okay, Chair, I think this is where the Group CEO lost connection. With regards to the high-tech, I think she was just finishing there. The business case has been finalized. It will be going through to our board now at the end of the fourth quarter, so that target has been achieved. With regards to the quarterly outlook reports, there was a target of 1 that's also achieved 100%. The infrastructure projects identified on the continent, Chair, this is part of our trade and investment targets, and there was a target for the quarter of around 15. We were able to identify 29 such projects, particularly due to our partnership with the Africa House Advisory Services. Chair, moving on at holdings as well, the number of Gauteng suppliers is matched to infrastructure projects, Chair. There was a target of 6 for the quarter. There was quite a significant overachievement to the point where we were able to match 82 suppliers to infrastructure projects. And a lot of that, Chair, was just, I think, with regard to the work that was done insofar as our engagements with the capital equipment and infrastructure sector as well. The number of economic colloquia held, the target was 1, and that was achieved as well. And I think on our enabling conditions column, Chair, we highlight that we did have that SA-EU dialogue towards the end of November last year as well. Chair, moving on to the AIDC, the number of unemployed people trained and skilled, the target there was 40. We were able to take that up to 172. And Chair, this year is well, we've part of the reason also was we were able to catch up from just the shutdown that happened in the first 2 quarters, where the third quarter movement was opened up a bit, and I think we were able to push through with regards to that particular target. The same with the trade center, Chair. Our target was 10. We managed to take it up to 18. And that was a result of just additional opening up of movement so that we could bring people into the trade center. The number of companies in the efficiency program, our target for the quarter was 5, and we were able to bring in 5 or engage at least with 5 companies on the efficiency program as well. With regards to TIH, as indicated earlier on, the overall percentage achieved for the quarter is 71%. We were able to achieve 100% on our open innovations, on our projects conceptualized with anchor tenants as well. We were able to achieve that particular target for the quarter. Innovations commercialized by startups, there we're also talking of 100% achievement. Technologies produced at TIH and exported, there we were able to achieve the 1, which meant 100% achievement on that particular target for the quarter. Number of new ICASI companies recruited, there was a slight overachievement. Our quarterly target was 14. We were able to achieve 20. And as indicated, I think there's just a good pipeline and interest, continued growing interest in terms of companies wanting to engage with us in the townships and through ICASI labs. Chair, with regards to GIDZ, overall achievement was 67%. I think the GIDZ CEO did speak about the draft enterprise development strategy that was completed. The investor attraction strategy was developed as well. So on those 2 targets, we're sitting at 100% as well. At Cornhill, Chair, all the targets there were achieved. In fact, I think most of the targets, there was a level of overachievement as well. So public programs for the quarter, we had 1, but the actual was 4. Acquisitions made as well, Chair, the target was 2. We were able to reach a target of 7. Number of market opportunities for the creative and tourism SMMEs, there was quite a bit of overachievement as well, where we were able to engage with at least 77 out of a target of 40 for the quarter. The same applies to the marketing opportunities provided to these SMMEs, where we were almost double what our target was. But Chair, just to indicate also that a lot of this is sort of catch up from previous quarters. You'd also recall that with Cornhill in particular, we had to move to a lot more online engagements, which then allowed us to work a lot more efficiently and effectively with our stakeholders as well. You'd recall that for most part of the lockdown last year, Cornhill wasn't actually allowed to operate, to at least have public activities. And when it was, those public activities were limited to not more than 50 per event as well. So Cornhill had to look at very innovative ways in which it could actually still continue engaging with its constituencies. Chair, the construction of the creative content studio, that was concluded as well. And yeah, I think that's it on the achievements, Chair. Chair, the next slide essentially talks through the job creation numbers. I'm not going to go into the detail, but just to give an indication that With regards to the quarterly target, we were looking at 95 jobs across the group, with the actual for the third quarter being around 732. If we have to take the cumulative for the 3 quarters, we're sitting at 844, Chair. Just to also indicate that a lot of our job numbers will come through in the 4th quarter when our investment numbers begin to come through as well, Chair. And I think that just gives the summary of what I was just saying, Chair. Thank you.
Acting HOD, can I confirm? I know we're not done.
No, we're not done. It's the Gauteng Gambling Board and followed by GTA. Sorry, the computer froze for a few minutes. Gauteng Gambling Board, can you load?
Thank you, Acting HOD, and thank you, Chair, once again. The presentation we are now giving, it's on the performance for the 3rd quarter. We had 19 programs for this quarter. We had 7 programs and 19 output indicators. And the assessment shows that we have been able to achieve all the 19 indicators. I will take the committee through the highlights of the indicators that I'm talking about. So on insofar as the percentage of gambling licenses, the applications that are processed is concerned, that has been achieved. But maybe let me just focus, Chairperson, on there's something that is wrong with my presentation here today. I'm not so sure. Can you go down to the next slide? Next one. Thank you. So we've got the target number of gambling compliance audit conducted on gambling licenses. We had planned to do 39 and we managed to do about 44, and that is mainly because of the access that we have been given that I spoke about earlier on by the licensees, as well as the concerted effort by the inspectors. Then there's the number of inspections that were conducted. We had actually done 262. That is a misstatement there where it says underachieved. It's not underachieved, it is overachieved. That was the correction that I thought we should have. Tiran, can you see that? Can you correct it there once and for all? And then the next slide. Another overachievement has got to do with the percentage of gaming equipment, the applications that are processed thereof. So we've been able to achieve that. Then there is the number of gambling revenue audits that are conducted on the gambling licensees, as I indicated earlier on, because of the access that we have been given by the licensee during and after lockdown, which was a special arrangement that we have never had before. We've been able to do 39 audits instead of 31. And for the quarter, the number of people that we had targeted to reach insofar as illegal gambling messages is concerned was 1 million. We have exceeded that slightly by 10,212 people. Then on the number of gambling education and training session, we had anticipated that because of the lockdown, we will not be able to do any session. However, when we attempted, we managed to pull about 3 of those training sessions. And the people that we reached out to insofar as the irresponsible gambling message is concerned, the protection of the panther, we had aimed at 1 million. We were able to exceed that by 427,000. And that is because of the concerted effort in terms of the campaigns that we were running when we saw that many people were engaged in online gambling. And the revenue we have been able to date as at December 2020 to raise from gambling tax collections about 634, and from the collection, the sale of goods and services, and other than capital assets, we've been able to collect about 123 million. In total, we are sitting at a revenue of 803 million, and our operational expenditure, Chairperson, on year to date, we are sitting at 116 million for compensation, and for goods and services at 36 million, and for depreciation we are sitting at 2 million, and the total is 155 million. We have indicated what the variance is and what is the actual spend on the total budget that we have had. Remember, I indicated in the previous presentation that this budget arises as a result of the management fee that we keep as a gambling board to keep the organization afloat. And I think that's my last slide. Thank you very much, Chair and HOD.
Thanks, HOD. Acting Chair. It's Baba.
Go ahead, sorry, Baba. I had to log off and come back again, so sorry if I missed you. Please go ahead.
Okay, next slide. In the period under review, the authority looked at the 6 indicators that we have on our annual plan, and in this period, those 6 indicators were all due for reporting. This relates to our work in destination management, conferencing events, and destination marketing. All these indicators were achieved 100%. I'll now go into the details. Next slide. Next slide, please. The slide provides a helicopter view of the indicators and the performance, including the budget spent. Safe to indicate to members that the GTA, as part of its prioritized APP, adopted a digital always-on strategy in the implementation of its programs. The achievement we have able to do under Q3, for example, on the number of domestic marketing initiatives implemented to support relief and recovery. We were able to leverage on the opening of the sector in September, October, as we also hosted the World Tourism Day. We managed to leverage the collaboration with South African tourism, and we were able to achieve 2 more of the planned targets that we wanted to do. We've also been able to utilize our digital platforms to implement business exchange programs where we interface with Indian market, where we shared our niche offerings, especially luxury travel, township experiences with the Indian tour operators to package Gauteng experiences that improved our destination marketing initiatives in international markets, despite the borders being closed. We've also managed to present 11 bids out of our target of 10. These are bids, as I'll show in the next slides, that are also supporting Gauteng competitive and comparative advantages, but are also in the 10th high growth sectors that are supporting the GGT 2030. We're also able to implement in Q3 6 of our planned target of 6 of the number of Black-owned SMMEs interventions implemented in the MICE sector. MICE is the meetings, incentives, conferencing, exhibitions and event space. This included restart activities around the exhibitions industry. We've also looked at using the digital platforms and leveraging on the South African Tourism Google partnership for SMMEs development. We're able to achieve more of our 30 targets on the partnership with small business development, on the opportunities for SMMEs. These are creative sector enterprises that are selling products that tells and present the destination story. Next slide. In detail, as I've indicated, these are some of the activities that have been undertaken. We launched the GP Festive Summer domestic drive in the West Rand with a focus on outdoor experiences, activities that the public can do, observing strict lockdown restrictions, outdoor facilities that allow social distancing and the like. We also partnered with the city of Tshwane, Chida specifically, on leveraging the hosting of the Idols SA. You've probably seen the top 10 Idols members enjoying the splendor of Tshwane in Gauteng, the Fort Trek Monument and other part. That was part of our content marketing activities to leverage the partnership of the Idols. And with the city of Johannesburg, despite lockdown regulations, we're able to provide market access to creative enterprises through the Makelwane Festival in collaboration with the city of Johannesburg in December. Next slide. Again, on an international marketing platform to capture the niche market, we worked with our tour operators, travel trade partners to package Gauteng experiences, specifically on the LGBTIQ niche market, with the tourism masterclass that looked at how we position Gauteng as Africa's cosmopolitan, open, big urban space for the members of the community. That has also yielded opportunities for us in the African continent and also helped us to generate content that sells this sector. Also partnered with Airbnb on how to support township BNBs and how to collaborate using their digital platform. Next slide. On the bids presented, this is an example. These are the list of the bids that have been presented. You'll see they are in the main bids that supports women in sports, bids that are into the sectors that we are very strong in, and we working together with the National Convention Bureau and our cities. We are hopeful that these bids will be realized and they will be turned into hosted events and benefit our hosted communities through jobs creation, strengthening the events industry, and having Gauteng having a consolidated and consistent calendar of events that supports our growth efforts. Next slide. Again, these are some of the interventions that we managed to address. We had a target of 3. We managed to achieve the target in the period under review. These are all the online activations. We managed to participate in the Barcelona Global Expo in a virtual presentation of our offering in the Southeastern Asia tour with the Gauteng tour operators. Next slide. Safe to indicate that part of the interventions looked at the SMMEs development around minimum standards, safety protocols. As we all are aware, in the period under review, we had the second wave in December, and emphasis on our tourism enterprises were on how to combat the second wave, how to communicate COVID messaging. We work with all the Group G agencies in coordinated and collaborated efforts around messaging on COVID and compliance with COVID regulations in the period under review, and that enabled us to reach more enterprises through this activation. The next one is the budget. Next one. Again, the major under expenditure results from the compensation of employees, goods and services. We only had an opportunity to advertise our bids and call for proposals. In January, there was a strict instruction from Treasury to suspend procurement for the period in December, despite some of the campaigns and activities in the tourism sector happening under that period. So the under expenditure experienced was mainly due to us opening up our supply chain process after the 15th of January. Next slide. The program destination marketing, which registered the lower under expenditure among others, has to do with the biggest challenge on the digital agency capacity, which we're still waiting for the Gauteng Provincial Treasury on the approval to leverage the contracting. We're supposed to start with this work in December, but Treasury advised us differently, that we will have to ensure that when we leverage on the Section 16.AC, we are not enriching the service provider that has been appointed by the organ of the state. That matter is still pending. Next slide. Next slide, please. On the capital equipment and machinery, as I've indicated, we only got the approval in November for the procurement of the necessary working tools for staff, as the bulk of the staff are in rotation session, operating from home. We're looking at buying computers for the bulk of the staff that do not have equipment. The process only started on the 15th of January with the supply chain process. Safe to confirm that all those have been resolved, and the budget expenditure has improved drastically in that regard. Next slide. Our reports, performance reports, continue to be presented to the Audit and Risk Committee for verification, including our market intelligence reports that underscores the purpose of our participation in these marketing activities, including the expected impact. Next slide. That's the end of the presentation. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Acting HOD and MEC and the Acting Chairperson. It's Matthew Sateke, Acting CEO for Cradle and Gauteng. I will ask Mr. Mfundo Khadebe to do the presentation. Over to you, Mfundo.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, MEC, honorable members, and HOD. I'll be presenting the Q3 performance for Cradle and Gauteng. With regard to Cradle and Gauteng, our performance is at 67%. Cradle managed to achieve all of its 4 planned targets, whilst Gauteng only achieved 2 out of the 5 which were planned. This is just a graphical representation of what I've just alluded to. These are the targets which are not met. The first one, with regard to the Gauteng project, is with regard to the community projects supported through the Dinokeng Game Reserve Community Development Trust. The trust has been established. We're planning to be able to support through securing an office and also equipping it. But due to the budget cuts, we have failed to deliver on this particular target on the third quarter. But through the partnership in the fourth quarter, we've been able to secure an office through other partners. Only thing left now is the equipping of that particular office. The other target which was not met is with regard to the number of SMMEs. Number of SMMEs supported non-financially. The target was 2024. Also, because of the budget cuts from Treasury, we were unable to meet this particular target. So we are sourcing alternative sources of funding so that you can be able to implement these targets. I can report, Chair, that currently in the third quarter we've been able to secure training for 12 of the 24 of these SMMEs through our partnership with the DED. And the other target which was not met is the number of cooperatives supported non-financially by Dinokeng. The target was 12, also due to the budget cuts from Treasury. These are the targets which were met. They were met by Cradle of Humankind. Number of fossil sites inspected, all 13 were done. Number of boreholes monitored, target of 17, we managed to implement 17. The NRM project, which was implemented through the Working on Fire, was also implemented. The integrated management plan, which was submitted, which has since been submitted to the National Department of Environment, Forests and Fisheries, have been submitted and achieved. Under Dinokeng, the two of the targets that were achieved, the number of hectares of vegetation managed through the National Resource Management project, the target was 1,400 hectares. It was achieved. We also managed to ensure that Dinokeng Game Reserve continues to receive support for it to remain sustainable. The financial performance, I will start with the Cradle of Humankind. The quarter target was 85%, but if you look into the annual one, it was 59%. Chair, if you look, sorry, Chair. If you look into the economic classification, you will realize that for commission of employees, we are at 71% of our expenditure, and for goods and services, we're at 51%. It may seem as if we're underspending goods and services, but that is not the case. This is with regard to the additional funding which was received in November for Marupeng to make sure that the center is able to open and we're able to save the 110 jobs which are operating there. So the money was only received in November, December, so the implementation is currently running. This is just the narrative of what I've just explained. Dinokeng project, in terms of the quarter target, we're at 92%, but in terms of the annual one, we're at 78%. If you look into the economic classification, Chair, you will see that compensation for employees, we are at 96% by the end of December. So we only got 545,000 left for compensation for employees, mainly because of the 7.4 million budget cut, which came from Treasury during budget adjustment, which then means out of the remaining 5 million budget of goods and services, we need to be able to utilize and supplement that to pay the salaries. So this is just a narrative, Chair, of what I've explained with regard to the budget cut from Treasury of 7.4, which is affecting our operations. But I must indicate, Chair, that there are current engagement with Treasury to review this budget cut so that we can be able to implement our project and be able to pay for our salaries. Also with goods and services, this is just a narrative, Chair, of what I've shared with the committee. Thanks.
HOD, just to say that, just to add on the presentation that although we are behind due to budget cuts, we are not looking only at Treasury to provide the resources, but we are going an extra mile to engage with stakeholders, businesses around Dinokeng area, so that we can make sure that we do achieve. The worst case scenario is if we get the money very late, and instead of completing the project by the end of March, but we continue in April. So that is the only risk we are running. Thanks, HOD.
Thank you very much, CEO. Honorable Chairperson, I hand back to you.
Thank you very much, Acting HOD. I know it's been quite a long day for all of us, especially those who are presenting. Let me turn my camera on. All right, honorable members, can I note those who seek to engage the Q3 performance report of DED and its various agencies? You can obviously use the raise hand function, or if you don't have it, you can unmute yourself, say your name, and I can note you. Honorable members, you know, for these meetings, I always feel like we should have like a Red Bull or some sort of energy drink to get through them, because to stay as awake as we need to be and as sharp as we need to be now, almost, I mean, maybe 10, almost 8 hours later at the end of it, it will be quite hectic. Okay, honorable members, I'm going to register a few things while maybe you just gather your thoughts and gather your submissions. I'm going to start. Oh, I was just getting my notebook. Thanks. I'm going to start very quickly on the Dinokeng project, which is something that was mentioned right at the end, and I'm glad it was answered because I was quite worried about this budget cut. And one of the questions you'll see it's coming is around what are the implications of the budget cut? Are we going to have job losses? So that's one thing I will ask here, but just also to give you a heads up that that question is coming. And you've already answered part of my next question, which was mitigating factors. Are you approaching other people? So that's already been answered. I was a little bit worried here and there that there was under expenditure in Q3, but there is still time to make up for that, especially because we have seen, I mean, 70–80%, it's still possible to make up for that then in Q4. So generally speaking, that's fine. I'm just reviewing my notes. Sorry, just need a moment. I didn't expect to speak first. All right, I think that's on the surface level what I have. Honorable members, is there anyone else who wants to make a comment or add anything or etc., etc.? You can use the raise hand function. All right, I think honorable members are probably quite dead by now. All right, acting, okay, I see a hand from Pinky. I mean, Honorable Mube, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Chairperson. Now, we are noting the report, it's February, towards the end of February. The financial year is ending next month. Anyway, we will see on the fourth quarter. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's much appreciated, Honorable Mube. Okay, Acting HOD, thank you for that. I also appreciate the patience of you and your team and still meticulously going through the details. I think also just before we move to the next agenda point, Thabo and Debo, if we can also just start identifying places that we want to do physical oversight at. I know that Tshwane SEZ is something that we spoke about, but as we're going through those, the different presentations, let's also just keep a note of where we want to go now that we're able to do physical oversight again. And then, of course, we're also open to recommendation from the department if there are places that you feel that we should do physical oversight to as well. We can add that to the list that we also come up with. But Acting HOD, thank you for leading your team very well. I'm going to close on this agenda point, which is agenda point 10. Unless, HOD, you want to say anything before we move to the adjustment appropriation bills?
No, I think I'm fine. Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. If the DED CFO can just line up the presentation, it's the last item. Thank you very much.
Excellent, that's appreciated. Honourable members and stakeholders, we're now on the presentation from the Department of Economic Development. on the second adjustment appropriation bill and the responses to some of the questions we've posed. It's basically the financial element. When we talk appropriation bill, it's appropriation from the budget. So it's a financial presentation. I think sometimes we assume that all of our stakeholders are on the same page. And I remember when I just joined, it was quite difficult to follow everything and the assumption that we knew. All right, Acting HOD, back over to you for the last major agenda point.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, and thank you very much, HOD. Good afternoon, MEC. Good afternoon, Acting HOD. Good afternoon, colleagues. My presentation will be addressing and dealing with the 2020-2021 second adjustment appropriation bill. I've asked David HOD to flight the presentation. Maybe while he is getting to flight the presentation.
Sorry.
Yes, David?
Lost network again. I'm trying to flight the presentation. So actually, I seem to have a problem on my side of flighting the network, the presentation.
I'm trying for you. Thanks. Katie, do you want to just start talking while I attempt to get it up?
I was also trying on my side, HOD.
I think I might be succeeding.
I'm seeing something on the screen, or I was.
There you go.
I'm seeing it from you, Acting HOD.
Yes, you are. So let me just get it onto full screen, but go for it, please, KG.
Thank you very much. That's the one, HOD. As I indicated, Chairperson and members, the presentation deals with the second budget adjustment. We would note that during the financial year 2020-2021 has been very different or difficult financial year in a sense that we had two adjustments in one financial year. And it's been very difficult to ensure that we execute what has been planned as part of the APP at the start of the financial year due to the pandemic, as it came just at the beginning of the new financial year, which is then the 1st of April in that regard. If we move to the second slide, HOD, thanks very much. I think what has happened is that we have then received, there was an original budget we have then received. As a result, we therefore then received the first adjustment. The first adjustment, Chair, made reference to the special adjustment appropriation, and the rationale why it was then deemed as special, it was more focusing in terms of what are the issues that was dealing with in terms of making sure that we redirect resources towards the pandemic to ensure that we therefore then kept the spread of the pandemic. I think we're moving very fast, HOD, for me. If you go back to the initial, just one slide back. So that first specific column, Chairperson, tries to address the issues to say, from the original budget, we therefore then moved into that specific budget adjustment, the special budget adjustment that was trying to deal with and kept the spread of the COVID-19. What then happened after that part was the adjustment that then happened. And the adjustment simply addressed the two issues in terms of the second adjustment, which we deemed it as a normal adjustment. One was the issues around the cut, which was then deemed as wage freeze. And then the second one was the issues around the non-core freeze in terms of the expenditure. And then thirdly, in terms of the work that we're doing, is just to process and pass through the normal budget adjustment. And the normal budget adjustment, that what informed the committee's questions. And then we ended up with the last column, which I call it as a second budget adjustment. You would therefore then see that from the special adjustment to the normal budget adjustment, the department then surrendered or budget was revised by about 54 million rand, which our current budget is sitting on 1.9 million rand. Chair, our normal budget is around 1.4, 1.5. It informed by the 1.9 and primarily on two increases or two special allocation. One of that special allocation was the 250 million rand that was dealing with the SMME fund. The second special allocation was the 200 million rand that was to address and deal with the work that we're doing in the Tshwane, around the Tshwane automotive SEZ. That's what made the budget of the department to be sitting at 1.9. And then the other part that I wanted to highlight is under economic planning, there's nothing much in terms of the number that is highlighted in red. It is just the number that demonstrates that in there we have two branches until the one branch has been approved by the DPSA with regards to the revised structure, which is our sector and industry development branch. So the budget that we've done is we've therefore then distributed it into the 5 programs of the department, which is administration, getting 267 million rand, integrated economic development services, getting the 477. That is where one of our agencies, which is the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, reside in terms of that integrated economic development services, which is that relating to the transfer. The third one is the trade sector and development. That's where most of our agencies reside in terms of the transfers to them. And then the business regulation, it also includes the Gauteng Liquor Board that got about 100 million rand. And then I did allude to the economic plan, which is our economic plan, which is the two of our core branches in the department. Sorry, HOD, if you can move to the next slide. In the next slide, what I'm simply doing, Chair, is just to indicate the respective percentages with regards to the allocation that we've spoken to in terms of that part. You'll see that when we move forward, you'll see program 2 and program 3, which is the 25% and the 38%, which is mainly the high percentages of our budget, which is where resides our agencies. In terms of the third slide is economic classification in terms of saying what does constitute the compensation, which is 12%. The goods and services constitute 21%. Our transfers to agencies constitute 66%, and our capital payment is just the 1% in terms of that part. So it does indicate that majority of our budget, which is 66% of it, is then transferred to the agencies of the department. The next slide. In the next slide, what we've done is we've taken that amount that constitutes 66%, and then we therefore then says that amount constitutes 1.2 million rand, therefore then distributed into those specific respective agencies, which is our biggest agency. It's the GGDA, which gets 44% of the allocation. JEP has been in the financial year under review. It's just been, as a point of reference, in a sense that their budget is normally not 37%, but because of the 250 million relating to the fund, that's what makes them the second in the line. And then thirdly, it's been the GTA, and then Cradle, as well as the GLB, as well as the GGP. Again, GGB has been given an allocation. This is not necessarily allocation for operational reasons, but this was a allocation that Provincial Treasury with the GGB trying to ensure that there's an automated system on the work that GGB is doing to ensure that we can maximize the revenue that GGB is collecting from the respective casinos. So there is a system that is running there. So GP Treasury has therefore then partnered with them to make sure that they contribute towards the system, hence the contribution of 27 million rand. In terms of the next slide, all it does is we are receiving, Chair, revenue from GLB as well as GGB. During the pandemic, Chair, the GGB had indicated that they will collect about 1.1. That amount, when we came to the committee in Q1, that amount was therefore revised by about around 600 million rand. We're sitting at the 517, but you have seen from GGB's presentation that they are way above that. They're indicating that in the third quarter, they've already collected about 803 million rand. And when we therefore then looked at that revision, when we worked with Treasury, we revised it to about 721 million rand. But already, as part of the work that they're doing, they've already even passed the 721 million rand. They are sitting at 803 under the difficult situation that the country finds itself into. The GLB, it's a second one, and same also, Chair, that the initial target was 64 million rand. We revised it by about 25 million rand as a result of the lockdown level 5, which was closing the alcohol consumption, and also the department then brought in the holiday payments, and we now then said the revised received target to collect was about 39 million rand. I think that what we're sitting on now is that GLB has collected about 41 million rand. But obviously, we of the view that says it's not a true reflection. It is just that there has been more people coming on now that the regulation has been updated. Chair, I summarized the presentation in those slides just primarily on the basis that we needed to do a second adjustment appropriation to the committee, considering the fact that says I think we are in the last mile of the financial year, and we have taken note. I think the chair also made comments on our third quarter presentation that we are far behind in terms of our spending, and indeed, Chair, some of the spending that we needed to look at was, for example, we've transferred in the fourth quarter about 120 million rand towards that one auto Z. So you then see when we come for the fourth quarter, there'll be much improved percentage of budget versus expenditure when we come that. But that's the last slide, Chair. Thank you very much in terms of the second adjustment appropriation, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, CFO. Honourable Chairperson, back to you.
Thank you very much for that presentation and also those final comments. I do feel a bit more comfortable having looked at the numbers, and also, like I said, we still do have another quarter. So with what you've presented, I think by the time we close the financial year of 2021, we should in theory be okay. Honourable members, are there any comments, any points of clarity you'd like to make? You can use the raise hand function or unmute yourself and say your name. I'll just give you a few seconds in case there is anyone who wants to say anything. I do think, though, that the presentation did very much deal with it, and we did see some of the interventions that have been made. So perhaps we did do the presentations in the correct order, because by the time we get here, a lot of the questions I would have asked around remedial activity have already been answered. All right, honourable members, if there are no takers, I'm going to close on this point.
My hand is up.
Oh, I didn't even see it. I think there's a problem on my side. Go ahead.
Our concentration span, it's very low.
That's two portfolios with lots of entities. My question will be, are there sessions where there is a briefing between yourselves and the Tshwane? I don't know. Is there any committee that way, so that it does not end with just transferring the funds? Is there any committee that you both meet? Not even both, because there is also municipality. Thank you very much. On the Tshwane SEZ.
Thank you, Honourable Ncube. Yeah, I agree with Honorable Nkosi Malebane, and I'm glad it's chairs, because you can see this is a very workload-heavy committee because of the two departments, and sometimes I think it makes it a bit difficult to perform that oversight role when we have situations like this. So this is me subtweeting the chairs to give us more time in the program, but that's a separate issue. I'm going to hand back to you, Acting HOD, just for response and comment, and then we can close thereafter. Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Yes, there is a board for the Tshwane SEZ, which is made up of the 3 spheres of government, as well as the department and the office of the Premier. I hope that answers the question.
I think that does. Thank you very, very much, Acting HOD, and to your team for remaining with us and for bringing the best of yourselves forward for the presentations. Like I said earlier, sometimes we won't always agree, but I am glad to see that even as an acting HOD, that the team is still being held together quite well, and that there's a positive future on the horizon. I don't know if the MEC wants to say anything. I think he's also got his hands full, but MEC, do you want to say anything, or can I close this agenda point?
Chair, I'm okay. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you. With that, we're going to close off on the agenda point 11, and that means that we can say goodbye to the department and our agencies, and they can leave then in the background. I know we have our stakeholders with us. We're just going to wrap up these last few agenda points, and it's not much. Resolution tracking, to my knowledge, we don't have any at the moment. Provincial bills, nothing here in front of us. The correspondence, let me just confirm, Lebu, do we have any correspondence, or Tabo? I don't believe so. Yes?
There is no correspondence, but just to remind members on the agenda item before,
All right, just for us to keep an eye out, I know the chairperson of the petitions committee always laments that they get very many petitions. So it's always interesting to me how it doesn't find its way here, but perhaps none of them have been of an economic development or agriculture nature. But that is something that maybe we should keep an eye on, because I think there might just be a problem in the communication chains. That being said, can you tell us the date of the next meeting?
Chair, the date of the next meeting will be on Tuesday. That's if I'm not wrong. I know that it's dealing with the Ultra Bill. It emanates from the discussions which you had when just the previous meeting, wherein there needed to be a second round of meetings. So that's going to be that's going to be on Tuesday, wherein we expect the permanent delegates to actually come and brief the committee on the Ultra Bill. That's scheduled to convene at 5. So that's our next meeting.
Excellent. Thank you, Tabo. And honorable members will know that's a bill that we need to put a lot of attention to. We got our first and second briefings, or first rather, and we all had quite a lot to say about it. So I'd also encourage us to make sure we prepared for that meeting so that we can ask all the questions that we had to the permanent delegates, our permanent delegates in the NCOP. With that, I really want to thank everybody. I know it's been a marathon meeting, but I really appreciate it, and thank you for working with me. And also, let's please keep the chairperson in our prayers so that she can also have a speedy recovery. And I hope everyone has a good weekend. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
And
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair.
It hasn't stopped raining since we started this meeting.
Joburg is worse. Joburg South. Yeah, Joburg South is worse. Man. It's even exposed to my leaking roof.
I washed my car yesterday, so now I think I'm just gonna never wash my car again. Every time I wash my car.
Okay, Chair. Have a blessed weekend.
Yeah, we need to find a way of breaking these meetings down, because
I agree.
it's practically impossible to sit in a meeting for over 10 hours
Yeah.
of two departments and agencies. It's not practically possible. So I don't think
push it in program.
Our concentration span from 9 o'clock up until no, we need to.
Actually, to be honest, we are just cheating. We are not productive all. It's only yourself, Makubele, and Pinky, who are trying your best to really make a contribution. The rest of us, we are not able to really focus, you know. And imagine if this was not a visual meeting. It means we can't do anything for the whole day. It's not possible.
But also, we can't do our work properly. You know what I mean? It's very difficult to apply our minds fully to the issues when we also like our concentration spans. But I agree, if we can win the discussion in programming, then I think we'll be a lot better. And I'm sure COGTA and Human Settlements has the same problem. Mampinki, I don't know if she's still here. She sits in that portfolio committee. It would be also important to see those ones where there's two departments, how they manage it as well.
Yeah, we'll have to break down some of those departments. Ours is unique because it's big. I mean, it's the biggest. I mean, it's
two very big departments.
It's practically 2 departments and 5 agencies. You know.
Yeah.
We have to do some. Chair of Chairs, I'll consult you. We'll look at the rules and we'll see what we can do. Thank you very much. See you next month, comrades.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good night, guys.
Good night, Chair of Chairs.
I'll phone you offline for Sia and give you feedback about the chair. I'm at your house at the moment.
Please and thank you.
Okay, my chair.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye.